And with us, the man who needs no introduction, but will get one anyway, Tiberius D.
Well, thanks for having me, everybody. It's good to see all of you here once again, particularly my good friend Corey Campbell. I don't see him enough anymore. Yeah, you guys are killing me with this weak-ass energy. I know it's a Wednesday, but, it's hump day, guys. We got to get through this. Anyway, it's great to be back here on the Minds of Ecclesia. It's kind of my favorite show that I get to look forward to on the week. This will be quite an interesting one because it's not something that we've usually talked about in most of the circles, so I'm actually really excited for this one. And if you don't know who I am, I'm Tiberius D. I'm a center-right dude who tells MAGA they're stupid and still doesn't want to be a Democrat. So anyway, good to see everyone here. Hopefully Gibbs decides that he comes back here soon. But thanks for having us, Lethe.
Awesome. And Admiral Gibbs, if you can hear us, you can get an intro.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm the ghost of Admiral Gibbs. If you can hear me, I've lost my voice. I was out networking at TwitchCon, screaming at people and doing a lot of DGen things, good times. So I don't have a voice, but you still can hear me, and I'm going to tell Tiberius he's not a righty because he's lying to you all, or he's lying to himself. I don't know. And we're going to get into everybody else's problems here, too. It's going to be good times, wild times, exciting stuff later today.
All right, so let's start with the first topic. Should steps be taken to protect election officials, and what message was trying to be sent here? More than 20 election offices have been targeted with suspicious packages this week. Suspicious packages were sent this week to election offices in more than 20 states, leading to an FBI investigation, triggering evacuations and rattling staff, according to a CNN survey of state offices and Associated Press reporting. The threatening envelopes arrived as election officials across the country prepared for Saturday's deadline to send the first ballots to overseas and military voters, and as states are weeks away from their widespread start of in-person early voting and mail-in balloting. According to CNN and the AP reporting, suspicious envelopes were received by election officials or intercepted on the way to officials in Alaska, Arizona, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Georgia, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, Nebraska, New York, North Carolina, Ohio, Oklahoma, Rhode Island, Tennessee, Utah, Virginia, and Wyoming. Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger said Thursday that his office has been notified by the U.S. Postal Service that a suspicious package was headed our way, and that the mail service will try to intercept it, as it previously did last November when an envelope of fentanyl was sent to an election office in Fulton County. We're on the lookout for it, and so are they, Raffensperger said of the package. So what do we think of this? Let's start with Corey Campbell.
So at least from what I can tell from the article, it's like basically an ongoing investigation. But let's just say if I'm a betting person, okay, like at the end of the day, we don't know. And hopefully we find out who are the people behind this. But in my mind, but I'm biased, that if I'm a betting person, probably some right wingers sending some suspicious envelopes. Since from what I can tell, based off of some little bit of history, like generally people on the right don't seem to be, at least as of now, in favor of mail-in ballots and all that stuff. I think the data show that they're much more suspicious of the elections and their legitimacy. And so it would make sense to me, but we don't know for sure, that they would be potentially the culprits of like pretty much targeting election officials. But I guess hopefully the evidence speaks for itself at some point whenever that investigation concludes. But all that being said, based off of the limited information so far in the article, or that's been released, like one of the envelopes contained like wheat flour. Basically, nothing seems to be actually dangerous so far. So whether it actually warrants extra security, I guess hard to say. But I don't know if it's worth it to devote that much resources now. Like these people now need election officials need 24-hour protection. I don't know if like people would be willing to go that far. I'm sort of like on the fence about it. I think people need to be protected in their jobs and their roles, but I don't know like how much whatever human power should be devoted to that. I'll leave it there for now.
Awesome, Lactoid.
Yeah. So the answer to the general question of how do we keep candidates or election workers or people safe generally, the answer is guns. Obviously, that's the best answer. But I will agree that in this particular situation,
the only answer.
And one of the only answers in this particular situation, though, I don't think guns would actually be all that helpful, unlike most other situations of self-defense. I think that, especially now if we're having situations where people are getting mailed potentially hazardous items, like drugs or toxins or anything like that, we should probably treat this with a abundance of caution. I think it's fair that in these kind of times to take, they're wearing gloves now. That probably should have already been happening, but I'm glad to hear that it's happening now. Opening the packages, opening the mail in safe, ventilated locations, providing protective equipment to the workers. I have no problem with all of that. I think that, now that we're on the tail end of, the second attempt on Donald Trump's life, I thought it was kind of interesting how Corey said, "Oh, it's probably right wingers," when in recent memory, right, the focus appears to be on Trump, whether it be from Democrats or simply anti-Trump Republicans. I think that it's fair to put some security and put some caution here, but we all obviously can't let that erode or override freedom and the ability for the office to function. So, no problem with some steps being taken, common sense steps, wearing gloves, wearing PPE, ventilated location, etc.
Right, Hammer.
Okay, so I have 3 points. I'll start with the least controversial, which is what steps should be taken. And obviously, I don't have the exact answer. My only thoughts are, number one, I have faith in our system. I have faith that no matter what happens, it is not going to. What if these people think that they can like threaten election officials to like stop the election or interrupt it or like do any significant damage? I don't think that's ever going to happen. I think that there are too strong of barriers already in place. And I don't think so I'm not super worried about anything like that. However, I'm also worried about like the amount of resources that is expended trying to stop every single package that might come through is unacceptable for just people who are like lashing out. I don't think that we should put up with that. And that brings me to my second point, which is also I feel like people are getting a little bit more bold. There was January 6th that happened, which was, in my opinion, pretty strong political violence. And then there was the 2 assassinations of Trump. I think people have this idea that they can just kind of like the rules aren't as strict anymore, that they can just do these extreme acts and kind of get away with it. And so I think that one of the measures we need to take to stop this from happening is do a very strong investigation and find who these people are and throw the fucking book at them. Throw them in prison for the next. Give them like 10-year prison sentences. Give them 15-year prison sentences. Don't like give them a slap on the wrist or a fine. Like absolutely throw these people bury these people into the prison metaphorically. And then the third point, which is probably what we're going to end up fighting about, is are these people more likely to be on the right or on the left? And it seems I agree with Corey Campbell that if we look at what they talk about, what they care about, and how they represent themselves, it seems more likely than not that they are pro-Trump or bought into the right-wing propaganda of stolen elections and false electors. Number one, I mean, they're targeting election officials. They're angry about election ballots, mail-in ballots, stuff like that. That's something that generally people on the right and people who follow Trump are the most concerned about. That's not something that Democrats ever really even refer to. And also, there's another piece of evidence, and I know this isn't direct evidence, but at least one of the packages was traced to a group of people. Let me find it in the article. What are they exactly called? I had it. I should have highlighted it. They are the United States. Fuck, I just had it.
Traitor Elimination Army.
Yeah, United States Traitor Elimination Army. Yeah. So again, it's not direct evidence, but that language of eliminating traitors is a direct reference to the things that Trump has said in his speeches. So that's why I believe that more likely than not, these are people who are following that rhetoric.
All right. Thank you, Hammer. That was very concise. Tiberius.
Except for that part I forgot.
Yeah, I'm glad to be a part of another optics and rhetoric conversation, but here we are. I'm actually going to go with the other take on this one in regards to I think this is actually fear mongering, this whole article in general. They're claiming that it's suspicious packages. They're not giving any kind of details. Apparently, people forgot that your mail is rigorously screened, or at least pretty damn decently, since the early days of the war on terror. I mean, we look for explosives. We generally look for like some level of biological agents and chemical agents whenever you send your mail. I'm not going to say it's like elite tier quality screening, but to a large degree, this is bullshit. Unless they're literally telling me that like people are getting sent explosives or they're getting sent chemical shit, I'm just gonna call this out for being bullshit without any kind of evidence. It actually kind of pisses me off that we're talking about it. No shit. So yeah, I'll be curious to see where the rest of the panel is on this one. But as far as I can get details, suspicious packages are a bit of a bullshit to write an article about.
All right, let's go with Gibbs.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank Hammer for agreeing that the system works, and thus it was never a real threat that Donald Trump was a threat to the democracy on January 6th because the system would work. And it's nice to know that the lefties are finally admitting that the system works and that they're just sitting here gaslighting the American public with this rhetoric about January 6th. Big fan of that. Secondly, I want to disagree with Corey saying, oh, it's probably a righty. It's gotten to the point where I'm going to be the conspiracy theorist guy. Fuck it. It's so bad that even if they traced it to what was this, Traders United, who gives a shit? I don't believe it. It sounds like a false flag. As Tiberius said, we've sat here and we've screened for it since the wars on terror, since the anthrax mailing days, since the Unabomber. This is bullshit. You notice every time we have a conservative shooter, all of a sudden all the data on this person disappears, and then maybe their family member or something gets picked up for child porn, like the Vegas shooter. It's crazy. We never get any real data. We don't have any real data on the first shooter for Trump, except that, he donated. He's apparently a registered Republican, even though he donated to the Dem Party. Yeah, it's clearly the Dems are being dishonest all around. I don't blame other conservatives for being concerned about the integrity of the election. And as for what's being done, you know what? We don't need to do anything more else for these election officials. Just like law firms, they're protected by their own people. These people are protected by the government. I don't understand why this is an issue. We don't need to do anything more. And if we're going to put my tax dollars towards it, fuck no.
All right, going to go ahead and open up the discussion.
Well, I have to address first.
Go ahead, Corey.
Lactoid's accusation. So even if I grant you fully the first two assassination attempts were like whatever, they're fully left. Okay, even though I think the most recent one, on the fence at least. But even you recognize in terms of like statistics and crime statistics, you seem to be leaning heavily into that. Like, so generally speaking, on average, at least currently the most recent data, like who is more skeptical of elections when you're talking about Democrats or Republicans, and more specifically mail-in balloting or absentee ballots?
Yeah, the right wing is going to be generally more skeptical about mail-in ballots. The weird thing, though, is a lot of the states that received the suspicious packages were solid red states, like Tennessee, for example. There is zero chance in any world that Tennessee is going to go for Kamala Harris. It's just not happening. So why was Tennessee one of the states? Doesn't make any sense.
Well, if like generally speaking, according to Trump, like every state should be. He thinks he'll win California. Like, yeah, it's nice. Like
he's not winning California, but he's not losing Tennessee.
Yeah, but he has specifically said that he thinks he can win California. So it would not be a stretch to me of like, yeah, even in a Trump voter's mind, there's a chance that Tennessee, the Democrats are so corrupt and evil, like they will flip Tennessee somehow.
I think the most likely, because California was also on the list, right? You had blue states and red states, which kind of makes me think that the most likely scenario here is that it's not actually motivated by pro-Trump or anti-Trump sentiment. That's probably the most likely outcome. It's probably just like a act of terrorism to try to disrupt and sow division within America. It could be perhaps a plot by an overseas entity. We already have examples of Iran, for example, attempting to disrupt American elections, and they could potentially be doing that here, right? By again, sowing division and causing scare, which I think Tiberius very accurately pointed out that the media is more than willing to help Iran in their task to disrupt America with this by blowing up the entire story all over our airwaves. And now we're talking about it.
Okay, I have so I have I originally wanted to respond to Tiberius. Now I'll kind of respond to both of them with a statement, which is when you talk about like, oh, why would a right winger want to like bomb Tennessee, which is a hard red state? I think that what we need to keep in mind when it comes to like these acts of political either terrorism or political violence is that they're almost always hyper irrational. We can see this. I looked a little bit into the most recent Trump assassin,
You gotta be
and
pretty
his
organized to send
number
out that many packages, bro. Like you can't be irrational to send out like 100
right,
packages. How many it says?
to mail a package. Like, let's be. I mean, we can talk
Thank
about
you,
this case.
Zephyr.
Like,
Appreciate it.
uh, we can talk about this case. How rational is it to try to stop an election by sending packages of flour? Is that like rational at all? No, they're just like lashing out at people that they don't like. And if you look at the last Trump assassin, I looked into it, and it seems like his biggest motivation for literally
Ukraine.
anything was Ukraine. Exactly. He thought that that it was Trump's fault that we were not supporting Ukraine, and that if he killed Trump, that he would bolster support for Ukraine. That's I mean, I think we can all agree that's completely irrational and that makes absolutely no sense. Or it's not the most practical plan of his. Um, but besides that, and another thing, I'll respond directly to what Tiberius was talking about and a little bit of Gibbs. That why do we even care? Like this is super sensationalized. Nothing's ever gonna happen. Like this doesn't matter. Which I completely disagree. I think this is kind of important to talk about, and this is a real issue because what it feels like to me is that they're testing the waters. That's why I think they're sending flowers. They're sending like these small packages of like non-lethal things because they're saying, well, is it going to come back to me? Can I get away with this? Are they gonna trace it back to me, or am I gonna get away scot-free? Because if they do get traced back to them, they're going to get lesser charges. Now if they send a bomb, then of course they're going to be like they're absolutely going to
Well,
get
doesn't that just
destroyed.
prove they're
No, no,
rational?
no,
If they're
I want
sitting here
this.
executing a plan. Yeah, thank you, Tiberius. Go ahead.
Yeah,
So
I
it's
want
just
this
'cause
for a
they're
minute. Like,
afraid.
I was trying to let him finish, but like, here's the part. Like, this is the part where I'm a little concerned. And like, Hammer, I don't usually have a problem with you. So let me just raise this out. You're like, hey, they're testing the waters. We don't know anything. We have no idea who's doing this. We don't know what the contents of suspicious packages are. Like, this is actually the part where, like, I don't like to do the sensationalism, but ironically enough, like, this is it, right? Is like, we're already gaslighting ourselves into being like, oh, well, this is just a preamble. They're testing out the waters. We have no evidence of any of this shit, man. Like, nothing. Unless you have information that I don't, I can't
Okay.
find shit. So, like,
Okay, here's my point, which is that number one, what other explanation do you think that it is? And number two, which is that no, we don't know that they're testing the waters. We don't know that they're going to expand further or do something more extreme. But there is a risk of that. There is a very serious risk that once it becomes the norm, that people will start doing some like. Let's be honest, this is a form of political terrorism. Now, once that becomes normalized and regularized and brushed over, then people will start to get more bold. And I think that is what's happening. I think that political violence and political terrorism is becoming more and more normalized. People are getting more bold. And that's why I think that we need to take this very seriously. That's why I said we need to give these people like very strict sentences so that they don't think that it's like okay to get away with it.
I'll build a bridge with you at least on to a degree here. I do believe that the political violence has been being ratcheted up, and I blame both sides on this shit. I don't think there's any kind of general level of respect or decency that the right or the left treat each other with. I don't know how many times I've heard lion dims at the same time I've heard like God damn, I can't even tell you how many things I've heard about the Republicans. To be honest, like it's just everything from racist to rapist.
Are those
all this other
equivalent,
stuff.
though?
It's just-
Fascist is like the most common.
Hold
one
on, hold on.
these days.
Are those
Agree
equivalent,
that they're not
Tiberius?
equivalent. Yes.
I mean, like I just saw today. Oprah say she was going to like act like Trump
Crush
was
him like a bug.
and then Biden smashed it. What message is that sending?
Same thing we've been hearing for the last long time. Just like, oh hey,
to kill Trump.
Okay. I don't hear kill Trump out of that. However, what I will agree with is that, Trump has had two assassination attempts now on him. I'm very, very biased in this one. I don't know how far I can get into this without even just crashing into TOS. the long and the short here is that I think there's a level where I'm going to pull the other side of the street on this one. If your guy is constantly getting targeted in this regard, maybe your problem is your guy. But I'm going to go with that.
We're victim blaming now.
Oh, I'm going to totally victim blame.
This
on
is
this one.
very
This
much
is
victim
ridiculous.
blaming.
I will totally.
I mean,
victim
no
blame on this one.
politicians are no politicians are completely free of guilt, right?
Maybe he shouldn't have been wearing that, and it wouldn't have happened. Yeah.
True. Maybe you
So the
shouldn't
fact-
have
No, I just-
let January
I-
6th, then it wouldn't have happened.
See,
right?
this is the rhetoric we're talking about here. Right? He's a
I'm gonna
fascist.
throw-
January 6th.
I'm going to throw in with this one. For a minute here.
After he already
Um,
said that, it wasn't a problem because the system works. So, like, he already admitted that the system works, and then he's
I mean,
still sitting here
just
going,
because the
"It's
system-
okay to call a fascist. We should kill."
Just
All
because
right.
the system recovers from a political terrorist attack doesn't mean that we should accept them.
I can't. My general issue here, and
Does that
I'm
make
just going
sense
to put
to
my
you,
bias
Gibbs?
on the table, is that when it comes down to it, we've had the Republican candidate, as Donald J. Trump has openly said that the last election was rigged. When you guys say the system works, so I've been hearing that the whole damn time. So we know the system works. We know the election wasn't rigged. He's been a whiny little bitch. He's openly said that he's going to suspend the Constitution. He's going to go after his political enemies. Not that the Democrats haven't said some crazy shit themselves, but this has been going on for 4 years. This has been definitely a level above what we were hearing before. I voted for the Republicans because the Democrats were lighty little bitches from 2016 to 2020. But when we get to this next level, we have to be honest with ourselves. Donald Trump has made himself a target. And acting like he has not is a ridiculous fucking take.
I mean, any politician makes
Look on
themselves a
Gibbs'
target.
face.
True, but
To
you
some-
can't.
to
You
some
can't.
extent.
Totally true.
Yes,
Wait,
You
what?
can't run
Because,
rhetoric-
because he's controversial? Because he puts forward
Yeah.
opinions that
Controversial-
people disagree with?
Controversial is one thing, dude. Like I still voted for him even when he was a jackass during his entire presidency. That's not my problem. My problem is that there is a point where you cross
No,
the line. Now
but
I know
you're-
I disagree with you on this one. Let me just finish your Gibbs. Like for me, the bar that's crossed is when you're just openly saying that the entire election system is busted. To where it's like, hey, the Democrats in multiple states had to conspire to get. Had to conspire in multiple states to get an election where they barely won, right? They got the White House, yay. They barely pulled out the Senate and they barely pulled out the House in 2020. And it's just really hard for them to believe that one, if you're gonna, actually commit this kind of thing, you're gonna do it by just a hair's ass of a margin. But on top of that, just the fact of like general bad faith and loathing that you have to say, hey, look, the Democrats are just blatant cheaters. I've said this before. That's call for civil war. Like, that is the line that you're openly saying here, to me, is that we don't trust the other people. We think they're liars and they're cheaters. Why even run in an election anyway? Why not
Their
just
actual
resort to political
proposals?
violence?
Their actual proposals are not civil war. The actual proposals are relatively reasonable, and they're proposals that for some reason in the U.S. we don't have. All of Europe, except for the U.K., has voter ID laws. In the U.S., lots of states, including a lot of swing states like Pennsylvania, don't.
No,
That's
and
one of the
hold on,
things they
hold on,
want.
let's talk about what
And
he
also,
just
wait, and proving that you're a citizen of the country, right? The SAVE Act. For some reason, that can't get passed either, right? It seems like the actual proposals are, their idea of an unsecure election. We just want to secure it with some proposals that works everywhere else in the Western world. Why can't we do it here? And the response is,
Gibbs can't scream, so give him a break today.
What's the
No, I
response?
think-
Yeah. No, let me just. I want to piggyback off that. Like,
Screaming with his eyes.
Can I just say-
Yeah, listen,
can I
hold on.
just say,
No,
like,
you wait, motherfucker. Here's the thing. Sorry, I am gonna. So here, I want to piggyback off that, so Tiberius can respond to this as well. You know what he just advocated for? He said their history allows them to be assassinated. So Dan Crenshaw, any country that he's ever worked in as Navy SEAL, these countries are justified in coming on U.S. soil and assassinating American politicians. That's what Tiberius advocated for. He doesn't feel bad when politicians are assassinated for putting in a policy that they believe in, or if they're former American servicemen. That's what he's advocating for because he doesn't like Donald Trump. In thread. There you go. You respond to that now.
Yeah, I will.
Oh,
Number one, like, I've been a huge fan of Dan Crenshaw, which is kind of weird that you put him out there. It's like, no.
So why do you want him to die?
Why did I say I wanted him to die?
Why do you
Like,
want? Why do you
don't
want?
put words in my mouth,
No, yeah, well,
motherfucker.
that's
I'm
what
not
you
gonna do
want.
that shit.
No, you just did that. You said because of their history, he's made himself a target. Dan Crenshaw was a Navy SEAL. He's made himself a target, so he should be assassinated. Oh, it's okay. I think it's
Okay,
That's
two sides. No. Two sides of this. All right. The greater context here is that political corporatism is real. I am not absolutely going to walk into the Middle East any day tomorrow because of the fact that anyone who just despises America can take their rage and hatred out on me. So it's not just that Dan Crenshaw is just a target. We all are targets in that regard. So stop doing that low IQ shit. When it comes to Donald Trump, this is my issue. It's not that he has controversial takes. I don't give a shit about controversial takes. The Democrats have that shit too. The problem is, for me personally, the motherfucker crossed the line to the degree where when people are like, oh, he's getting shot at, my reply is, and? You thought he could say this shit and it wouldn't get shot at? No one in the history of this country, for at least the last 150 years, has just gone out and said, the other side rigged the election and I don't like it. Fuck off with that.
Well, Hillary
that
Clinton
is
said
unprecedented.
Hillary Clinton said that. Yeah.
Hillary Clinton said that the Russians interfered.
Hold on, and
Yeah,
Kamala-
the Russians
Kamala-
rigged the election. Yeah,
No,
They didn't rig the election. Come
hold
on.
No, that's just one policy.
a
that
third of
you're right.
Democrats think the assassination attempt was fake. Like,
And not only
absolutely,
that-
a large group of Democrats believe that
there's
the
Yes,
election
and
was rigged.
two-thirds of Republicans thought that the
Or
fucking vaccine was bullshit, right?
there's so-
Like,
Wait,
okay,
what
we have
percentage of-
we have
what
low
percentage
IQ
of-
voters on every side of the aisle. I'm fine with that. We can admit that,
Yeah,
like,
but
we have
Republicans don't
populist
take a pot
politics.
shots at Kamala over guns. I think that's a perfectly valid reason for me to go, oh, that's just as justifiable as anything Donald Trump said, except we're reasonable people, and I'm not going out there with my AR-15 or my AK and taking pot shots at Kamala, even though she wants to take all my weapons from me. Also,
Ironically, I wouldn't be surprised if an amosexual went out and tried to kill Kamala.
That's-
It would not
also,
surprise
But
me.
we would condemn that without reservation. It'd be super easy for us.
you're going to say they deserve it. That's the difference.
All right, Hammer, you were trying to say something?
Oh, when I just wanted to respond, when Lactoid said that a third of Democrats thought that the election was stolen or whatever,
No, that the
like, half
assassination
of-
attempt was fake.
that the assassination attempt was fake. Did you know that like half of Republicans thought that Antifa was the cause of January 6th? Like, I mean,
There's evidence to support they were infiltrated it. So go
there
ahead.
you go.
Dig yourself in a hole. No,
There you
there's
go.
people been charged that are members of Antifa that were involved in that. So good point. You got me. I guess you don't even
and
know. You don't even
another
know who's been charged. for stuff
I
like
mean,
January
with the
6th.
amount of violence that Antifa's like been behind, like it's yeah. With January 6th, I don't know if that specific claim is real,
Bro,
but that's not
I'm-
nearly
I'm-
as just like bonkers as the idea that oh,
Are you
the entire
crazy?
thing was CGI. Like I literally had an argument at the bar with like two Democrats that I know, and they were telling me yes. Actually, the assassin was hired by Donald Trump. He was a Navy SEAL, and he was specially trained just to clip his ear to increase his ratings in the polls, and that he wasn't actually going to hit him in the head. And of course, they're Democrats, so they don't shoot guns, right? And I'm telling them, no, I don't care like how much training you have. Look, Navy SEALs are the best. I get that. Not even they would ever like feel comfortable ever doing this. Like the idea of clipping somebody, like
Yeah,
it's just
I'm
it's
aware.
absolutely bonkers. And then sometimes they'll say, well, it's CGI. Sometimes like every single fucking thing. It is absolutely wild. The idea that Antifa, which is a long history of violence, which is a long history of showing up to things, antagonizing people, inciting things, destroying shit. The idea that Republicans think that Antifa showed up, by the way, because before
Not that they
this,
showed up,
before
they were
January,
behind
yeah,
it.
they showed up and instigated everything. Because before January 6th, keep in mind, we were on the tail end of an entire summer where BLM and Antifa rioters were burning down America, and we hadn't seen riots at all from Republicans. January 6th was like the first time. Where were the riots before then? We had the Chaz, we had the burning down of the Minneapolis police precinct, we had riots all over the country, we had in Kenosha, right? Kyle Rittenhouse was attacked, and the whole city was burned down. Republicans weren't doing that. So it's reasonable to believe, well, fuck, here's a group that doesn't ever do this, and then we have this other group that's doing it all the fucking time. I think they might be responsible. In this case, it's probably not true, just to be clear, but somebody believing that is not wacky. It's not bonkers, like
It is
believing
absolutely
it's
bonkers.
fake, that the like they believe that the assassination attempt was fake. That's just like moon landing being fake shit. That's crazy.
No, okay,
and
so
for the record, there was like violent right wing protests before January 6th
From Republicans. Like, I'm talking about just like,
from Republicans. Yes,
who?
not.
Where?
I mean, you can say they're not normal. So there was examples.
The Libertarians.
like,
Do
not
not say
Republicans.
Charlottesville because they were not like
No.
Republicans.
no, there was like there were like Proud Boys who had gone out at like to counter protest BLM, and they were the ones who instigated violence.
Wait, what?
Absolutely.
We look.
Yeah,
we can have
okay.
a back and forth in this. I think oftentimes the Proud Boys were reacting to violence on the other end based on everything that I've
Okay.
seen. But
Okay, sure. Sure. Yeah, the people who fucking went to January 6th with fucking zip ties.
yeah, how
they
many
were the
how many
ones who were
buildings has the
only
Proud
reacting.
how many
They
buildings
weren't
has the Proud Boys
incapable of
burned
fucking
down?
instigating violence.
How many can you
They
name
broke
me
into
any
the fucking
building?
Capitol building.
I think
How many
before
places
January.
they
I think
took over
before
a
January
lot of
6th.
land, like the Chaz.
Before
Yeah.
January 6th, can you name me a single
Bro.
building that was burned down by the Proud Boys?
Bro, dude, I can't believe this.
He
You
can't.
think that like a group of people who literally drove to a fucking protest with zip ties and plans to kidnap fucking Nancy Pelosi are incapable of instigating violence?
Hold on, Reuters. You're right. Reuters did report on this very shortly following the investigation. The FBI determined that
No, you're the one who's saying that.
hold on.
Okay.
There's a very small group that was within the January 6th protest, around 5%. The FBI estimates around 5% that actually had planned violence. Those like that small group of people, they were like the radicals. They were extreme. They were wild, right? Now I'm not denying that they exist. That the vast majority of the 95% of the people there didn't show up with the idea of committing violence. It was not planned. That was not their idea, right? Again, those people, or the larger group of people that was entirely peaceful and not even going into the Capitol, I think that, again, even if it's wrong, it's not wacky to think, well, we never do this. You can't name a single instance of a Proud Boy burning down a building before this. Like, we never riot. Like, we're the peaceful ones. We believe in law enforcement. We believe in respecting the police. And then all of a sudden, like, police are fighting with these people that claim to be with us. This doesn't make any sense. Donald Trump is saying to respect law enforcement, and these people aren't. Clearly, their plans. That's not, even though it's wrong. That's not wacky. In the same way, it is wacky to think that the assassination attempt was CGI, or he was a trained Navy SEAL. Like, it's fucking batshit insane.
I guess that makes more sense if you don't understand the fact that like even organizing more like the more people you involve in organizing a conspiracy, the like less likely it is to happen. But I mean, a lot of people don't.
What?
guess that,
What is
so.
that gobbledygook you just said? Maybe elaborate
What
that
did
one.
you
like,
just
the
say,
idea-
Gibbs? I think you got
the
the expression
gobbledygook.
wrong.
He's got some gobbledygook. He's got some.
Isn't it gobbledygook?
belonging. I don't give a shit what it
The
is.
idea
It's
that-
bullshit. It doesn't matter how I say it. It's bullshit. That's what he's saying. All right, I'm going to start because Tiberius about to have a heart attack.
Okay, yeah, don't let me actually answer that for sure.
Well, because you can't. Because it's all bullshit. Everything you're saying. Like,
No, I can't because you're literally interrupting me right now. But okay.
well, you can keep going in circles saying the same bullshit, but like you're over here just coping. You're like, oh, look, if I put 100 people up in baklavas, you tell me which one's the Proud Boy. Like, you gotta be kidding me. But 5%, the Proud Boys didn't blow up any buildings. They didn't take over any land like the Chaz. They didn't cause $20 billion of damage. And you go, oh, 5 people with zip ties. Oh, it was a conspiracy. You sound like Alex Jones, except more Democrat. It's crazy. Next, you're gonna tell me the frogs are gay and they're hunting down people with machetes. Like, give me a break, bro. Like, that's what you sound like right now.
think
And
that
I
the
look
right-wing
like
did
Alex Jones.
January
So, like,
6th,
I would
that
know.
makes me like Alex Jones. Okay.
All right. I'm going to try to get in here before I lose what little patience I have left. I want to outline a couple of things. I know I'm going to catch flack for some of it, but like the reality here is that I have to pick a side here. I do have serious issues with where our politics is, and I think I've been saying that for a while. I think all of you know that I look at it. It's like the inmates are running the asylum. My general issue is twofold. I agree with Donald Trump on like 70% of shit. I voted for him largely in 2020, not just because I found out, oh, hey, he was actually better than I gave him credit for, but also because the Democrats had been bitching for all 4 years about how the election was interfered with by the Russians and they were being sore losers, and it pissed me off. How they had basically gotten together with a bunch of people to burn down multiple cities. And remind you that it was also peaceful protest the entire time. It was fucking cope. And I'm not going to sit here and listen to a party cope for 4 years and just act like it's okay. The issue is that the Republicans are doing this, and it's a whole level of higher. I can't go with this where it's like, hey, look, I know it's a big take. I know it's almost TOS level, but it's like, I can't look at what Donald Trump has done and feel sorry for him. I can't look at him and go, yeah, man, like, just keep on going, champ. Nah, it's too far for me. And don't get me wrong, if the Democrats come around and end up doing something that even tops him, I wouldn't be fucking surprised. This is the rate that we're going. I really am concerned that we're going to hit civil war before too terribly long. Please prove me wrong. But the general level here is that, like, I got to draw a line somewhere. And when you start saying just outright, they got together, they rigged the election, I'm either going to vote against you, which I've already done, or now I'm going to say, no, I'm not going to vote for you ever again. And that's where we're at. If the Republicans had just put up somebody else like Nikki Haley or Dan Crenshaw, or hell, even Ron DeSantis, right? And said, hey, look, we don't believe in that shit. We don't believe that like the election was stolen. We're gonna put up somebody who's a little bit more sensible, who can say all the wild ass shit, but just isn't saying that wild ass shit. I'd be 100% okay with voting Republican this round. 100% okay.
So, with the idea that when the rhetoric was coming up about the election being stolen and vote dumps being brought in, it was predominantly the overseas and military votes that were coming in, and this is what this was targeting for the most part. So, do you think that bears any role in why this happened or when this happened?
I don't know if you're asking me this, but like the general issue. Okay, my general issue with how the votes were done in 2020 was that a couple of states looked like shit. Wisconsin looked a little like shit. Michigan looked pretty bad, and the worst was Pennsylvania. Because it took them days, and then they had to recount. And the general issue is that if you just look at our general election laws, a lot of these states couldn't start even counting their mail-in ballots until the polls were closed. This was stupid. This is why I keep telling everybody, if you want to do elections right, literally mimic Florida. They've had to be in the spotlight for so long that they had to get this shit like knocked down, making it look right so they can post up their results. Oh, and by the way, even when Florida had a pretty big landslide for Trump in 2020, they still were able to get out their numbers with 99% of precincts reporting by 1 a.m. that night. How long did it take Pennsylvania? 4 days. How long did it take Arizona? Fucking a week. How long did it take Georgia? 3 days. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, I get why the right. I don't think it was sus. I think it makes perfect sense. Is that they weren't ready for this level of bullshit, and this was a mistake more than it was malevolence. But do I admit that it looks like shit? Do I admit that we probably should reform election laws in these states to actually make it not look like shit? 100%. I'm cool with voter ID laws. My general issue, and I'm with the left on this shit, is not that our elections are insecure. I think they're fine. I think the general issue is that we're going to put voter ID laws, and then the right's going to bring up something else to bitch about where the elections aren't secure. Like, there is a level here where I don't think people are being very good faith to one another across the political aisle, and it's pissing me off a little bit. Like, at what point do we get to say, to Lactoy's example here, those people are crazy. They're not the normal Democrats who think that that the assassination was bullshit and that it was an act. Most of them are just like, hey, this sucks. Sorry your guy happened to do that. Don't get me wrong, the politicians were covering their ass because they know their targets too. But there's just no level where we get to say, all right, these people are okay. These people are like pissing me off or they make me angry, but they're still Americans. I don't get it. I really don't.
For the record,
For the record,
what? For the record, so I just posted. It's just the Wikipedia page, but instances of the Proud Boys instigating violence in protests.
That's not what it says.
Started since 2017.
I just looked through every single event that you in the Wikipedia that you posted, and every single time it's described as like the counter protesters showed up and then violence erupted. Doesn't actually specify who started the violence.
One of the Proud boys who encourage others to fight the F slurs, wearing the black that won't let us in.
Yeah, were they like doing violence first? Were they doing violence first? Wikipedia is not clear. Again, everything I've ever seen on this is like Proud Boys show up and like they're decked out, right? Because that's what they do. And like Antifa will show up and then like violence erupts. Every single time I've seen it, it's like Antifa will throw a bike lock or like throw something or throw a fucking flagpole down or do some kind of violence. I mean, this is an incredibly violent group. Now, is it possible? I will agree it's possible that at some point Proud Boys may have started a fight somewhere. But like, I don't know if that's the majority, and I don't have evidence of any time right now in front of me.
I mean, in addition to that, so we were just talking about the vote. Tiberius was just talking about the voters and how there's no proof at all. We have a case right now that's going through where it looks damning. Now they're talking about expanding this investigation because there's a case. It's a Connecticut mayor, I'm blanking on the name, who is so egregious. They have live videos of them going out and stuffing a ballot box and giving high fives to other people walking out there with fake ballots and putting them in there. And they're busted for tampering with a Connecticut Connecticut mayor's election, right? If this is happening at a local level to such an egregious example, well, there's no reason why Republicans shouldn't be going, hey, seems fishy if Democrats will do it at one level. Why wouldn't they do it at all the levels? And then you're going to go, oh, it's so ingenious. It's so evil that Republicans.
Can you post the
think
story?
that. Yeah, I'll find it. Give me a few minutes and I'll pull it up here. I just had it. I got to think of the name. But yeah,
I'm not the
I'll
most
give it to you.
trusting of your
Don't worry. In fact, you were in one of the groups we talked about this on Prime, so I'll find it. Don't worry. I'll just go one of those things. But yeah, so if it's happening at one level, why wouldn't Republicans think it's at every level? Like, come on.
I can answer this to some degree because there's levels where it's like, hey, look, if you see something nefarious, you can assume that it's on a larger scale. I have no problem with that, right? And like we've had a couple of chats over the last couple of weeks about like how the Heritage Foundation has a database going back since the 1980s with like over 1,000 convictions of some level of voter fraud, voter tampering, or whatever. Most of the time, it's just people who double voted. There's some times where it is ballot harvesting. We can get into the fact that it generally tends to be Republicans that are doing it. But the long and the short here is that I am fine with an appropriate level of criticism. The problem that I'm having here is that, and this is something that a lot of Republicans have done for a long time, and this is why I'm having problems with the right in general, is that we say, hey, you guys are doing something nefarious or there's something up here. And when instead of giving like an appropriate level of skepticism to where it's like, hey, we do need to have an investigation, we do need to dot our I's and cross our T's, it's don't trust anything. Don't trust the system, don't trust the teachers, don't trust the universities, don't trust any of this shit. It's like, guys, we lost the plot. Our side has literally become a bunch of fucking wackadoos that are literally like posting from their mother's basement. I wish I was memeing here, but I'm not. Is that how many Republicans believe that the previous election was just outright stolen? Over 60%, easily. Sorry, bullshit. If you guys can put it through a court case and actually prove that there was even more than 1,000 ballots that were tampered with during the last election, I'll fucking eat some crow. Happily will. But we have not even had one. I repeat, one jury go through and say, yeah, this was totally ballot harvesting. It absolutely made a difference in the election. Most of the shit is like, oh, they made a difference of 30 votes, is what it usually ends up being.
I want to, Tiberius, specifically you, I want to hear your thoughts on this. So let's say I was to link you something here where a poll was done by Rasmussen immediately following, or not immediately following, but following the assassination of Trump, the assassination attempt of Donald Trump. What would you say if, let's say, 28% of Democrats said that America would have been better off if Trump had been assassinated, 24% of Democrats were not sure, and only 48% said that America would not be better off if Trump had been assassinated, meaning that a majority of Democrats either believe or aren't sure about whether or not America would be better if Trump was assassinated.
What point are you trying to make, though?
The point I'm trying to make is Tiberius just got done before saying, well, this is just a small group of Democrats. This isn't most of them. Statistically, it's most of them.
Okay. I'm gonna have issue with your poll just straight out, and I'll say this out of regard, because we are factoring the insured. Most Democrats that I've met and I talked to, and I don't know like what the sampling is for this one. I'd say well over 60% think that the country would be worse off if Trump was assassinated. Even I hate his guts and I don't want him assassinated. It's like, do I understand why people might want to do it? Yeah. But it's also like, would it help anything? Fuck no. So like your thing is concerning though, because like, at least from my personal interaction and my anecdote, I would be flabbergasted to believe it was even the majority of people thought, I'm unsure about that. So that's my general reply to you. I'm a little skeptical of the poll just straight out, but it's also concerning.
Okay, I think it's concerning as well.
I also have an issue with it.
Well, even like from what I'm understanding, like based on what you read of the question in the poll, like making the claim that whatever if the assassination attempt were successful, that is good. That's not condoning the assassination attempt. Those are two separate things of concepts. So you recognize that a consequence of something might have positive utility. Doesn't mean that you want it to happen or that you wish it to happen. Those are two separate things. So I'm not sure what point.
Hold on. Let's just play the reverse card of that. Would you think that's true if I was like, oh man, I think we'd be so much better off if Kamala was taken out. Like, oh, my guns would be safe. Like, no, y'all would all sit there and go, look at the evil Gibbs, call her.
Whoa,
And I would,
that is
I would
different. The way you framed it is not analogous at all, because you just said
it's exactly the same.
no, it's not, because you can't
Yes,
see the
it
difference.
is.
No, it's not.
How?
Let me explain. Because at least from what I understand of how the question was written in the poll, it was asked essentially like, if the assassination attempt was successful, like, would America be better off? Okay. And that's different than how you framed of like you just made the claim of like, if Kamala Harris was taken out, the United States would be better off. Would be or if successful are two separate things.
I agree with you that like
I mean-
directly saying like we calling for it obviously is different than saying like it would have been a good thing if it had been done. I get that, but I do think that like one's obviously crazier than the other, but I think that they're both crazy. I think the fact that you have such a high percentage of people saying, yeah, it would have been a good thing, or I don't really know if it would have been a good thing, when it would have been a horrific thing. And I'll obviously say the exact same thing about, if God forbid it would have happened to any other candidate as well, right? Awful, right? I can very easily say that. It's not a question I have to sit around and ponder.
No, but on top of that is that everybody on the right, nobody's sitting here, even though like somebody might think that, on the right, no one's advocating for that. However, the Dems are actively still doing it. We literally just say taking out like a bug, and we saw Biden squash it. This is right after Iran said they wanted to assassinate Trump. We've seen other people say this. We've had previous two assassinations. We've had them say we want to use violence language to say, oh, I want to take Trump out back and beat him. Like literally physical violence the whole time about Trump. We haven't had anybody from Trump's side say, oh, we should go assassinate these people. But hey, the Dems are fine with saying, oh, if the assassination had happened, we'd been okay. Or, oh, let's squash him like a bug right after, whatever. It's so disingenuous because not only are they saying both, they're saying both things, Corey. They're saying we want him taken out and it'd be okay if he had been. The Republicans are not doing that.
I have not. Okay, so I have not seen the quote that Oprah said, okay, or Kamala and Oprah said, but,
Probably wrong.
Do you really think like Oprah is advocating violence? Like, does she have any sort of history of that whatsoever? Like,
apparently she's had a lot of history with Diddy, I guess we're gonna find out.
This is the reason why this keeps bringing up, is because like you want to have your cake and you want to eat it too, right? Oh, of course. Is Oprah really calling for violence? If we're being good faith, probably not. Actually, probably not. Is Donald Trump calling for violence when he says go and fight? Obviously not. But there's a whole group of people in this country that can't seem to get over that fact, right?
Well, so like
peacefully and patriotically go make your voices heard. People say that was calling for violence.
This is going to get into the weeds of like we'll have to go into the historical record of like whatever the tone and overall like what Oprah says versus like the tone and what overall Donald Trump says. Of like you seem to think that as long as I add at the end of like everything, do it peacefully. Therefore, like that.
No. I'm not. What I'm saying is that you look at the overall context. You look at the fact that here's a candidate who, for the last fucking year, had been like choking on the balls of law enforcement, right? This guy is like praising cops every single fucking chance he gets, and he's telling his supporters to go and peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. And the thing they pull out of that speech is, well, he told them to fight like hell. We keep hearing that. There's not like further explorations of the context on the mass media. The mass media is just simply repeating, he said fight like hell. He said fight like hell. He said fight like hell. Okay, well, Oprah said, that he should be squashed like a bug. Oh, with that, do we really think? No, of course I don't really think, but like, let's have some consistency here.
Okay, so so there were a group of people at January 6th, from what I understand. Correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't like done a whole whatever deep dive on it, but like there were people that were like calling for the hanging of Mike Pence. Is that incorrect?
There's about 5% that actually planned violence, according to the FBI.
Right, and again, from the clips that I have seen, which maybe there was a fake, I don't know, but correct me, like there were open chants of like hang Mike Pence. Where do you think that idea came from? Or like, did Trump mention?
Not Trump. Trump didn't say to do any kind of violence towards Mike Pence.
I agree with you. Did Trump say anything about Mike Pence doing the right thing?
He criticized Mike Pence, but this is obviously different, right?
Can you be a little bit more specific than that? What do you want Mike Pence to do?
Yeah. He, however harshly you want to say, criticize Mike Pence, but there is a massive difference between criticizing somebody and calling for violence upon them. And if you don't accept this, then every single time the commentators called Trump a fascist, that's a call for violence. Because what do you do to fascists, right? During the whole BLM riots, what were they chanting? Punch a fascist. Oh, punch a fascist. They want to justify it. They glorify doing violence upon fascists, and then they start calling Republicans fascists. What's the implication?
Sure. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you.
No,
but
I don't agree with that.
But then you would agree then that like whatever the idea, okay, like to hang Mike Pence, like they were just like that came from absolutely, it has no connection at all whatsoever to Trump.
The connection would be that they were probably very angry at Mike Pence because of reasons that Donald Trump was angry at Mike Pence, but they were the ones that called for violence. They are the ones that took it to an inappropriate level when Donald Trump did not. Right?
Sure.
That's
so so they wanted to do something to Mike Pence, okay, and so you would make the distinction of like whatever, just like Trump wanted to do something to Mike Pence, but you just think the act of violence not coming from Trump. It's just like they wanted to do something to Pence, but like that's totally disconnected from Trump.
Well, yeah, Trump didn't want to do something to Pence. He wanted Mike Pence to do something. There's a difference.
Right. So like, sure, I can grant you that. Whatever, I'll go as far as say Trump didn't call for violence, but like there's still a connection in terms of like they targeted Mike Pence for a reason. Okay,
yeah, the connection is that he was like criticizing and like verbally attacking Mike Pence.
You put the most good faith into criticizing.
No, I think criticize and verbally attacking. Right, I think verbally attacking is like pretty aggressive.
No, he didn't.
Oh,
he was viciously ripping into Mike Pence verbally again. In the same way that the entire mass media for how fucking long has been viciously attacking Donald Trump.
To do something.
He framed him as a traitor.
He wanted Mike Pence to do something, of course, but he never called for any kind of
thing.
What did he want him to do?
He wanted Mike Pence to either delay the certification of the elector slates or send it back to the House. Yeah. That's what he wanted Mike Pence to do.
Just criticism, right? Just like why just bad.
Like, this is not a call to violence.
Wait. I just okay. Is it not a call to violence? I actually will go with that. The problem
is not a call to violence,
okay, here's the problem that I have.
Well,
like if you look at this as something that is unorganized, the January 6th is a riot. But if you look at literally the J6 Commission report, which is like 800 fucking pages, but even if I go with Lactoid's words, where he wanted Mike Pence to change the way that we are supposed to do this election system, just straight up, that was the modus operandi. This is open sedition. This is open treason. Like Lactoid, I love you. You are an intelligent human being. But when I actually hear that smoking gun that you just said and act like Trump is fit for office, that you still intend to vote for this guy, I'm fucking lost, man.
Are you calling? Hold on. So under the you just said it's openly traitorous, right? And then Corey just implied, well, there's a connection because he's called Mike Pence a traitor. Is there like a connection then between rhetoric like that and violence? Are you allowed to express an opinion?
Are you allowed to express an opinion? Yes. What I'm saying is like there is an action here, right? There was a modus here where he was trying to get a political outcome, regardless of if there was violence or not, right? He was trying to bully Mike Pence into changing the way we do elections.
No, I understand. I understand that you're critical of this. What happened? I understand that. But what I'm saying is that what Corey just made the argument of like when Trump's rhetoric on Mike Pence calling him a traitor, or when he didn't do what he was calling for him to do, you also just used language saying this was traitorous. Donald Trump is a traitor, right? And again, if we're going to say calling someone a traitor, well, that's implicitly a call to violence. Well, it's not just you calling Donald Trump a traitor, just to be clear. It's 80% of the fucking mainstream media. And so if what Donald Trump did is inciting violence, then what they're doing is inciting violence. I just want some consistency here. That's all I want.
Okay, sure. I will go with that. That wasn't my argument anyway, where Corey was going. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Corey. My general issue here is that like you can say some wild ass shit, and like even the Supreme Court has ruled on this multiple times, where it's like you pretty much have to say it explicitly, kill this person, do this thing before it to be like rendered
the Brandenburg standard. It's pretty
yes.
Yep.
So all right, cool. I can roll with that. My issue here is that there was actual action that was attempted to, move into. This wasn't just words. There was a plan here. There was an actual intended outcome that we were trying to push into that I think is not only unethical and immoral, but I think actually does challenge the foundations of the Republic. Like, I have serious issue with this, man. Like, I really do. Like, if this was just him spouting off and he was just literally like, I don't know, fucking high on shrooms the entire day and he just didn't give a fuck, I'd just be like, he's an idiot. Like, we're going to let this shit go. But the part that I can't let go is the fact that he did want something out of J6, that it seemed to be actually wanting some kind of outcome out of that I find very troublesome, very problematic. And it's like, yeah, if he had gotten his way, would that be treason? And the reality here is that I think where the media is kind of on the ball here is that they're pretty fucking close.
So okay, just to be like ultra nuanced about this, it's fine to have a problem with it. If Eastman's theory was correct, it wouldn't be treason. Just to be clear, if the 12th Amendment does does essentially take priority over the Electoral Count Act, then technically what they did would be entirely legal. Now, even if it was legal, I would still be attacking it because I think there's a huge problem with it. Just like I would also be attacking, like, if there's a bunch of faithless electors that switch their vote and change the outcome of the election, even though technically that's also legal. Like, it would be fucked up. Just like I also criticize people who threaten to pack the court, right? There's all sorts of things that I criticize from like a civics perspective and like a desire to prolong the American Republic. I get that, right? But and we can talk about our gripes with the different things that the candidates have said and done. But I guess my point in all of this is, if we're talking about January 6th, specifically the Capitol attack, specifically the riot at the Capitol, that doesn't have anything to do with the electoral situation. Right, and that was the thing that Hammer was referring to. What we were talking
Also,
about
Trump wasn't in the crowd himself. Well, Trump's not in the crowd himself, right? Like, that's part of it, right? He gave the speech, and y'all can argue he incited it, but I would argue he tried to tamp it down, by saying peacefully and patriotic. Right? No. Hold on. How was it eventually when he gave the speech first?
He said it beforehand.
Hammer. So you just listen, Hammer. You're being a lolcow. Shut the fuck up. Listen. So anyway, secondly, like, Jesus Christ, like, but eventually when he said the speech before, like, timelines, Papa, timelines, like. There's a difference. He wasn't in the crowd. He said this before. The Democrats, like Kamala, like Biden, are going on national television and calling for him to be taken out. They're saying, squash like a bug, smack. They're like, oh, we would like take him out back and beat him. Like all these are violent direct orders.
I got two things here. To Gibbs, I will give him that. At least for what the wording that Donald Trump used that day, there's room for plausible deniability. I'm not going to act like there isn't. It's annoying, but there's part of that. When it comes to lactoid, for what we've gone over, there's a level where like you probably even know this case better than I do, and I would expect you would, being a lawyer. But there is a level where I just want to call you out for being left-brained, and it drives me a little nuts. But we've gone this round multiple times again. Like I there's just a disconnect somewhere in there. And I don't know if it's just political bias, because I know what your concern is more than anything else. It's the court.
It's a major concern, right? And if we're going to talk about and I agree with you, by the way, even if what Eastman proposed, I agree with you that like we're in a fucked situation if like the vice president every election just starts throwing out the states that they don't want, right? Yeah, I'd be concerned.
Okay,
I absolutely. Cool. And you're not being unreasonable for being concerned about that. I will give you credit where credit is due.
So I'm going to call this level with you. Like, I think this is the best bridge I can get. Like, my general issue here is, like, for me, a lot of the shit, like, alone, I'm not going to outright say it was a bridge too far outside of just the level of severity with just claiming the election was rigged. Stack that with J6, stack that with a few other things that he's done. I agree with this man on 70% of policy. I just can't fucking do this. I absolutely can't do it. And like, there's got to be a line here for somebody to hit. The Democrats, I'll put it in this regard, and this is kind of my rebuttal for Gibbs here, is that if we can get away with some of the wild shit that we're saying here, where it's not implicit, to where, like, hey, go there, do your thing. The problem is that the Democrats, and like, excuse me, what's her name? Fuck. We were just talking about her. Person who gives out all the cars. You get a car. Fuck. Oprah. Sorry, couldn't.
Diddy's mouthpiece.
Wait, can we
I had a misfire. I had
I'm gonna give
mental
Corey the
misfire
last
there.
word on this one. I'm gonna give Corey the last word on this
I'm just
one.
wrapping this up, or at least for me. There's a level here where 99% of the Democrats on what they're saying, at least like the public optics, are not saying kill Trump. And like, we got to apply the same standard here legally. They're saying some rhetoric that is inflammatory, and so is Trump. He's openly acting like he's gonna prosecute people. We have Democrats saying the same thing. Like, there's just levels where this is a tit for tat kind of a thing. I will buy into the escalation narrative of, hey, our rhetoric is getting worse, and we are not treating each other with dignity and respect. My general take here, I'm biased. I don't think Trump is deserving of that anymore. Put up another Republican, we can happily have that conversation again. The Democrats are not crossed that line yet, but that doesn't mean that I want to vote for them, and I'm not. I'm staying home this round. Like, the Democrats still have an arm to play here, and I'm not going to let them scot off just because I hate the other guy. I'm going to end with that.
All right, Corey.
So yeah, just out of curiosity, Lactoid. So given the fact that in Trump's speech at the Ellipse, he said, like you said, he said in the word there peacefully. Would you characterize the overall speech as like it's a peaceful speech?
I would categorize the speech as not calling for violence, and
I agree with you there,
thus
but-
peaceful. I definitely think it's highly critical and very incendiary. That's reasonable to also call it incendiary.
Okay, so since there was no direct calls for violence by your, at least from what I heard, by default it is peaceful. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So, it's been a while since I read it, but would you apply the same metric to Mein Kampf? Since there's no direct calls for violence, it is a peaceful book.
I will have to read, and I haven't read it, so that should probably disprove
But
some people's theories about me right away.
If in fact it's true, there's no direct calls to violence against Jews, that would be a peaceful book to you.
If in fact there's nothing in there that's like calls for violence, it could be. I think, like for example, the Communist Manifesto is another example where you have something that can lead to horrific violence when people actually try to put it into practice. I can say this about Mein Kampf and about the Communist Manifesto. But the problem is if we start categorizing speech as violent just because like somebody might take it as a motivation to do violence later, I think this is like fundamentally undermines like freedom of expression, right?
I don't disagree with you, but I wasn't asking you to like characterize Trump's speech as violence, just as but like the word I would use is like potentially whatever, at least inflammatory.
I said incendiary. That was the word I use. I think it's fair to call it incendiary.
But then you went, at least to me, like a little bit step further in terms of like by default it is peaceful because there's no direct calls for violence, and that's why I brought up like again.
I don't want to get into a semantics discussion, but like I'm talking about peaceful like as juxtaposed with like violent speech. Violent speech being something where it's like this is a call to violence. If there is no call to violence, then it can be incendiary, it can be critical, it can be something I highly disagree with. It can be something that I think people might take to use violence down the road, but I wouldn't say that it's violent speech.
Okay, yeah, I would not use that. I could be wrong, but I don't think Mein Kampf has a direct call to violence against Jews. And like, would I use that? It's like specifically violent. Like, I can go that far. Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna get ready to move on to topic 2, which is this an anti-capitalist move or a step in the right direction? Proposed ban would be a death sentence for Chinese EVs in the US. The US wants to ban any Chinese or Russian software installed in cars, purportedly over security concerns. If the proposed rule is finalized, don't expect to see China-made EV stateside anytime soon. Let me add Rich to the call because I think this will also interest him.
Oh.
After officially hiking tariffs on these electric vehicle imports earlier this month, the US government is getting even more serious about keeping China-made autos out of the country. On Monday, the US Commerce Department proposed a new rule that would ban some Chinese and Russian-made automotive hardware and software from the US, with software restrictions starting as early as 2026. The Biden administration says the move is needed for national security reasons, given how central technology is in today's increasingly sophisticated cars, In announcing the proposed ban, the Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo cited vehicles, internet connected cameras, microphones, and GPS equipment. It doesn't take much imagination to understand how a foreign adversary with access to this information could pose a serious risk to both our national security and privacy of U.S. citizens, she said. The government's move comes as China has dramatically increased the number of affordable vehicles, and especially electric ones, it makes and sells overseas. Chinese auto exports grew by more than 30% in just the first half of this year, setting off alarm bells in Europe and the US, where officials worry inexpensively made Chinese vehicles could overwhelm domestic industry. The US and Europe had moved to make it harder and more expensive for China to sell its autos in those regions, but the Chinese automakers have responded by setting up manufacturing bases in Eastern Europe, Africa, and Mexico, all of which might one day provide a loophole to allow more Chinese designed and engineered vehicles into new Western markets. So, what is our take on this? Starting with Gibbs.
Yeah, it's real simple. Fuck China, America first.
All right, Corey.
Canada first. No, yeah, I don't. I'm definitely not an expert on these things, but yeah, I'm generally like against. Rather, I think it's mostly just trying to delay the inevitable. Like from what I can tell, although I'm not an expert, like generally, I think probably like the Chinese-made electric vehicles are probably better than like Teslas, or at least are going to get there pretty quickly. And therefore, like, people will want these, and whatever, the market will speak for itself. And it's like, yeah, like if everyone else is going to buy Chinese electric cars, and like people there, aside from the United States, there are other countries that want to do business with China. It's probably only a matter of time before it's like, yeah, we can't really afford to not have Chinese electric vehicles, maybe. And so it's like, I think this is just like probably not a great measure. And also, it's whatever, anti-capitalist, I guess, technically. And I'll leave it there for now.
Right, Lactoid.
Yeah, so I agree with Gibbs. Fuck China. I'd be okay with banning most things from there, or at least tariffing the shit out of them, so it redistributes industry to countries that aren't trying to enforce world communism. Also, I know it's not the topic, but as of 2 minutes ago, Eric Adams just got indicted on some kind of criminal charges relating to his campaign. We don't quite know what they are yet, though, but that's pretty crazy.
Thank you for that. All right, Hammer.
Oh shit, sorry. I think this is a really surprising topic because I never expected Lactoid and Gibbs to be soldiers for Biden. And on this topic, me and Corey actually aren't able to be soldiers for Biden because this was done by the Biden administration, for the record. And this is one of the decisions, similar to the TikTok ban, that I'm not really in favor of. Honestly, I think that this is a really unnecessary limitation on the market, and usually government limitations on markets for no good reason are just bad. I think that I don't know if China is going to have better quality electric vehicles, but they're absolutely, like pretty much every other product that comes from China, they're absolutely going to be way cheaper, especially the more they produce them. And so for the people who want to have electric vehicles on the market, it's going to be give us an option to do so. And there's absolutely no reason that I can think of for us to like worry about our national security by having like software that was designed by Chinese companies in consumer owned products. I think that if that's a concern that we're having and we're stopping electric vehicles because that's enough of a concern that they can get that information through electric vehicles that they're giving to consumers, then I think we're pretty much fucked. I think that there's absolutely no way at that point that we can keep China from getting our information. And I also don't think it's really going to be that much like that important. I mean, Biden is talking about I'm going to try to keep, not go too long, but Biden is talking about banning Chinese electric vehicles because he wants Americans to keep their privacy. But he also hasn't pardoned Eric Snowden. He hasn't shut down the NSA. Like, our information is out there. Facebook is selling it. Whatever data they can pull from our like the products that we use, it's out there. It's inevitable. There's no stopping it. So I think this is completely useless. Sorry for, and I concede my time.
Some Tiberius.
Yeah. So long story short here, I don't think this is no, excuse me. I think not only is this a win for the United States, I think this is a win for capitalism too. People act like this idea that like just openly like being able to get like the cheapest product or making the most money is just an innately a capitalist thing, and I don't believe it is. We're working with actors that are not remotely capitalist here. Both the Russians and the Chinese would be. How do I say this in the most appropriate way possible? Calling them capitalistic in any way, shape, or form would be a fucking joke. China prints a shitload of money, gives it to its four central banks, and then they shove it throughout their economy. Just Mad Lib style. They over subsidize everything. If this is capitalism, this is a stretch to say the least. What this is Enron on a national scale is what it is. So yeah, disconnecting ourselves from such a player, I think is actually a win for capitalism. Actually having somebody who's willing to play by the rules of law and not over subsidize everything and not basically cheat in every free market trade deal that you can. When it comes to the Russians, yeah, you're not really a good capitalist instead of investing in your own nation to have a good workforce and a good industry, but instead of invading your neighbors. I don't think that's a really good capitalism either. So I think this is not only a win for the United States, I think this is a win for capitalism writ large. Got to show that capitalism can do some fucking work. And today, I think we're making one step closer to that.
All right, Rich, you there? Okay, well, he's still driving, so he'll get in as soon as he's
Driving his
done.
electric vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, so I want to start off with.
Open up the conversation. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to jump into this. First off, despite Mr. Hammer turning into Mr. Hummer and trying to give a Hummer to the dishonest Dims and Dementia Joe,
Wait, I'm not wrong about this.
yeah, I mean, let me just tell you. First off, Biden start by all that. Yeah, you did embarrass yourself. That's for goddamn sure. Because first of all,
I'm just gonna double-check this real
Biden,
quick.
yeah, go ahead, yeah, double check away. Biden over here continued the Trump Trump tariffs on China. Secondly, the reason why we don't want China, who gives a fuck about national security, is because we don't want them flooding the markets and crushing the small burgeoning EV industry in the U.S. as a whole. Like, China's a nefarious actor. They're an adversarial power. They're not capitalists. Tiberius I'll let Tiberius handle that, go further than that, because I think he's making great points on that. But these are adversarial powers that don't have American economic or capitalist interests at heart. And so the fact that you're over here just saying these retarded things, clearly not understanding economics in general, and just willing to go over here and like all over Biden's knob, and then just like get on your knees for Kamal. It's hysterical because it just shows how biased you are and how lack of understanding you have of how geopolitical politics works on a world scale and a macro scale, much less a micro scale. And you go, oh, good, I can buy my EV vehicle because it's priced like a Kia. Like, shut the holy God! No wonder people in America, Republicans, are just like going through. I went to California for TwitchCon, and I have never been more convinced that we have to sit here and stop the Democrats, because people like Hammer have turned what was once one of the greatest states into a shithole with their straight retardation in regards to economics. I rest my case. Go ahead. Let the dumbass speak.
Okay. Sure, I think it's really interesting how Gibbs likes to jerk himself off about how much he's won when he can't even address at all the topic we're talking about. He went to the Trump tariffs, and he went into visiting TwitchCon in California.
Yeah, you gotta follow the line point A to point B. I know it's hard. I know following a straight line's hard for you.
Okay, so for the record, I was correct in that this was a move by the
Rainbow's easy for you to follow, not straight lines.
That's literally all I said, is that this was a move by the Biden administration. I thought it was funny that you were so quick to defend it, and the fact that I was willing to criticize the Biden administration, and then you went to criticize me for just only being someone who's able to suck off the Biden administration. Again, maybe there's something missing, but none of that makes any sense to me whatsoever. And also, I would address what Tiberius has to say, but I'm gonna let other people talk.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you through all your gagging on the Biden dick right there.
There you go.
All right.
Okay, if no one else has anything to say, then I will address Tiberius. I wasn't a huge fan of the points you made that we're actually being pro-capitalist by limiting the Chinese market because their market system isn't capitalist. So if we were to not engage with them, it would actually be a step in destroying a non-capitalist country. I don't think that logic follows because our concern is with American markets. So allowing American markets to function is our main concern. Whatever is happening in China has absolutely nothing to do with them, with us. All right. However they structure their however they supply their company, however they print their money, has nothing to do with us. The point of capitalism, which I don't even think capitalism is a point of discussion here, but the whole point of the pro-capitalist argument here is that we're allowing American markets to do as they will by importing as they will.
Yeah, man. I'm kind of shocked that you had this take, but I'll lay this out pretty easily. What they do in their market does matter in our market. If they produce goods that come or into our market, while there is a level of separation there, if those goods are produced with different economic laws that account for climate change, right? Environmental regulations, union
We're not
regulations,
talking about climate change.
all of these matter, dude. Like we have laws and regulations
He
on
can't follow
how
that.
we build on how we build shit and why we build it and why we produce it to a degree of quality control of just like consumer protection or certain political things that we want to see.
That's
whether
too
it's climate
complicated for him,
change.
Tiberius. You got to dumb it down for Hammer. Try dumbing
He's
it
not
down for
that
him.
dumb. Let's not do that. All right, look, he's
I
not
mean,
that
but
dumb.
seriously though,
Okay, like the general issue here is straight up is that what they do in their market does affect our market if we connect them. If we say, hey, look, we're going to let you take your products and you're going to dump them in the American market and vice versa, if they are cheating where they're subsidizing everything, that puts us at an economic disadvantage, which means their goods are cheaper for us, sure, but that means that the jobs that we would have for making them here aren't here anymore. And that's a huge problem, particularly when you stack that with the fact that they don't have environmental regulations the way we do. They don't have labor protections in the same way we do. They don't have quality control protections in the same way that we do. Like, we are at such an economic disadvantage when competing with China on making shit. It's ridiculous. Because straight up, if you're going to say any way that we are capitalist, they can't be. Because they're literally cheating by every definition of capitalism that you want to put out. Every fucking one of them.
To be fair, and
I mean,
I
about this
already made this point
subsidization.
before, it's difficult. On one level, I agree with you that, yeah, if a country participates in brazen money printing, this is pretty bad and pretty antithetical to capitalism. But there's another country that I can name that has been particularly bad at this as well when it comes to money printing.
Nobody's gonna say.
So
I can see where this is going.
yeah, like
just
like-
say
like,
it. Just say it so I
look,
can smack you with this again.
I think China has like some element of capitalism. Okay, I agree with you that like there is like a nefarious goal with it, and there's a nefarious goal overall for like world communist domination. I agree with you there, but look, America's becoming pretty fucking socialist. It's kind of coming close to the whole communism thing,
You're a
and
socialist, by
I
the
think
way.
we have to oppose. Well, according to some people, but not according to me. And I think that perhaps we not only have to be concerned about China, but perhaps we also have to be concerned about communism domestically as well, in the form of mass money printing
Yeah. All right.
and
We
price
can do
controls
the
and
new.
rent control.
Yeah, we can do some nuance
Control
here.
property?
If
Rent controls. Kamala Harris has proposed rent control. Just to be clear.
Wait, I have a control. Okay, I have the same question. Is there any examples of? I know that there's proposals, but are there any actual policies that have been passed of price control?
Oh no, my understanding is it's just
Insulin.
proposal. It's just proposal. Yeah. So there's certain things that have been price
proposal,
controlled, but
okay.
in terms of rent control, like Kamala's proposal is my understanding, like kind of unique in that like there's nothing this big has been proposed before, or at least I'm sure it's been proposed. Nothing this big has actually gone into effect before.
All right. I want to hit a couple of things here before I do on this, because I'm going to get in the weeds. Hammer, you said you had at least a little rebuttal, but kind of Lactoid ran you over. So if you want to tag that real quick, we can, because I'm going to start talking about like economic doctrine.
Sure. I was gonna say that I think this is less about capitalism versus non-capitalism as it is about like what is it? Protectionism versus like non-protectionism, right? Because what you're saying is, well, it hurts our economy because they're breaking the rules and they can produce more, and that takes away from our ability to produce, so we lose jobs. That's the argument that I heard for as to why it hurts us to take from this country, and I don't generally agree with it. I think that on our own we can decide if it boosts our economy to produce more, then we should do that regardless of what China is doing. And if it makes more sense to import cheaper goods so that to help our consumers so that they have more spending power, then we should do that. That's why I'm generally against protectionism.
Sure. I can reply to that pretty easily. The first part here is that you're a little bit correct. Some of this is protectionist talking points versus free trade, where this is kind of one of those things that they don't openly associate with just direct capitalism. I purposely introduced that rhetoric into this conversation because I do believe in some of the tenets of what we call ethical capitalism. I do believe that capitalism shouldn't just be about like making a shitload of money and just being that. It's about targeted investment. It's about managing risk. It's about actually being an ethical actor to make sure that not only do you make a shitload of money and make one of the most successful civilizations on the planet, but also having the part where you're not completely running over everybody to do it. I don't think you're a very good capitalist if you are mining African blood diamonds. I really don't. I think that's dog shit. And I am purposely injecting that in the conversation. When it comes to the general protectionism thing, I am in favor of protectionism overall because on the front end, you are correct, is that we're basically just taxing out products. Those products are probably going to be more expensive. And people are like, oh, well, that sucks. That decreases my purchasing power. The problem is there's a back end equation on this. Largely, when I talk about not only those labor laws and those environmental laws that China doesn't have that we do, they also have a massive labor market of over 800 million people who work. And our 230 million that work have to compete against that. We're talking about people who live off of like $15 a day instead of $15 an hour. That's a huge economic problem that we have to deal with. And so my general calculation here is that in the long term, the goal of protectionism is to say, hey, look, we are going to have to pay more, at least at a limited time, to get products into a normalized market to where we can build them here. But the question is, can we build shit here cheaper than what we can there? And I'm actually going to say about 50% of stuff that we import is a yes, because now we have cheaper energy costs than we used to because of fracking and whatnot. We have better automation. That means that we can be more productive for goods and services in our creation of that. I actually believe that we can make better quality products for at least the same price, if not a little bit cheaper than what we get from China. But that requires $30 trillion of industrial development in the United States. We're not going to do that overnight, and we need to incentivize it.
Well, wait. So when you say that it would be cheaper, like, first of all, I haven't looked into it. Maybe there are economists and people like that who would agree with you. But if it were the case that we could get to the point where we were producing goods as cheaply as China does now, like 50% of the goods, if that were the case, I would be incredibly shocked. And it's like you said, because of the way that China runs its shit. Yeah, we can say, well, it's not the most ethical that they underpay their workers and that they aren't the most environmentally protective. But I mean, I'm going to be honest. I really don't give a fuck. I don't really care how China protects its workers. It's not my concern. I don't vote for Chinese elected officials, or they're not elected, but I don't vote for the Chinese politicians, right? So if they are going to work their population like that, then which they are inevitably, no matter what, then the only difference is, are we going to accept the cheaper products that we get? And I think that was my main response. And again, I'm anti protectionism.
No,
I think Ika wanted to say something.
I think you outlined that very well, and I'll let Iko go in just a second. I'm just personally on a different stance than you. I think we both have laid out our arguments. Cheaper isn't always better for me, because even if we have it cheaper, there is a difference in quality. You can look at wrenches made in the United States here under like Wright or Snap-on, and then compare them to what the Chinese shit that you import here. There's definitely a quality difference here. It's like, yeah, it's cheaper, but hell, Snap-on will fucking replace the next 5 that you break. Straight up, there's a massive difference here. But anyway, I know Ico wants to go. Gibbs is laughing his ass off, and I still need to go down the road with Lactoid.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, there's a consideration here that I think was mentioned before, but hasn't really been emphasized that much. And that is the fairness of the trade. At the end of the day, yeah, I mean, I grew up, I was a Reagan Republican. I believed in free trade. He's the one who wanted to start NAFTA, all of this other free trade stuff. Nixon started the road to China. But the fact remains that if trade isn't fair, then it doesn't benefit the United States or the world. And if people are treating their workers poorly, I know Hammer wants to act like that doesn't affect us here, but it kind of does, because if the only products that are succeeding are the ones being made through abusing your workers, then that's going to become disincentivization worldwide to treat workers well, including in the United States. If companies find that they can't compete unless they screw their workers over, then any labor movement that takes place in the United States will become intrinsically disadvantaging to the United States because it's not a policy that's replicated worldwide. But worse than that, worse than the way that they treat their workers, because there are ways to combat that, but I think worse than that is the way that they subsidize their industries so that they can go in and kill any competition. The key to what makes capitalism work is markets, free markets. And markets can't be free if there are artificial intrinsic disadvantages that some countries have to others, especially ones that are funded by government, because government has really deep pockets. China has the ability right now to pick any industry of the United States and destroy it by heavily subsidizing itself and then outcompeting us. And then in some future where we don't have the ability to provide for ourselves, then they can start raising prices and start making profit from it in the long run. That's not an advantage that like corporations in America or companies in America broadly have. And so you have to compete against these sort of unfair market distortions that are happening as a result of the way this trade policy is being weaponized by the Chinese, and you have to make sure that they can't do that. And yeah, I mean, I think Biden took the right step in making sure that this can't happen, especially in the chip industry, the semiconductor industry, where we only have two countries that produce those things in quantity, and that's Taiwan, number one, and then Israel, number two.
Yeah,
We have to be able to not be, at the beck and call of these countries if we need those products as well. So anything we do to slow down China's dominance in areas where that dominance isn't really earned because it was bought artificially, yeah, I think this is a good step forward.
Yeah, I mean, Ico's 100% correct, but I fear what just happened there is Ico gave a very nuanced breakdown to basically the ants. He basically explained theology to ants.
And there goes Texas.
I think it's very funny.
If you had any remote idea of how macroeconomics work or geopolitics work, you wouldn't be sitting here basically advocating to start sweatshops in the United States, because we have Mr. Hammer here. If we even had debates, it's impressive. I don't even know.
I think it's very ballsy for Gibbs to come in and talk about how nobody else understands anything. And
no, I'm saying no. I didn't say nobody else. You specifically.
Shut the fuck up. I'm the
you
one
specifically don't understand it.
I know. I'm fucking talking right now. Okay. I think
Good.
it's very.
We're losing IQ points every time you do.
Bro, can you fucking stop interrupting me? Jesus Christ.
Say something smart.
Can you guys cut it out? I'm definitely. Hold on a second. I'm gonna. Gibbs, you're kind of being a prick.
Good. I am being a prick because I don't like
Hammer
this idiot snake.
Yeah, no. Can I respond to the thing that fucking Gibbs said to me? Because he literally went after me, and then I think it's no. I just want to point out the fact that Gibbs has been talking about how I'm a fucking ant that doesn't understand anything, and it's just very ironic that he's pretty strong when he's literally said. He's interrupting me again. I can't even say anything. He wants to attack me, but he can't say anything except for the fact that I'm fucking smart and you don't understand anything. He hasn't said anything about substance in this entire discussion.
Yeah, I explained how. Okay, well, dear Lord, my son. The point that the reason why you don't think I've said anything of substance. No, the reason why he doesn't think I have said anything of substance is because it's too big brain for you, which is ironic because I dumbed it down to something that anybody can explain and anybody can understand. But it's still too complicated for you. I can explain this to my cousin's dog, and it would have a better understanding than economics than you. It's very impressive. I like to sit here. We literally just had a nuanced explaining. You sat here and talked in your opening
Not
about
by you, by the way.
national security with the cars, not even understanding it's economics that's the issue as the big brain issue. Like, it's just you're sitting here talking about talking points that you don't have the remote foggiest to understand on, and they're going, "Oh, poor's me, poor's me." Oh,
Bro.
Wait, can I just point out
you're
that
literally a
again,
lolcow. It's
Gibbs said
hilarious.
nothing of some.
Bro.
Can I just point out again that Gibbs just said?
I've said a lot of
nothing
things of substance,
All
don't
he
worry.
ever did was come after me.
It
No,
is
he
a
just came
personal
after me. He was
attack.
like,
Because it's a true statement.
Like, it is a personal attack. Like, regardless if it's true or not. Like,
I am personally attacking him for being stupid.
Why? Hey, man.
Because he's a snake and a piece of shit. And a low IQ
dude,
piece
don't
of
give
shit.
him the oxygen then.
No, well,
Like,
good.
for God's
Exactly. What
sakes.
do you think I'm going to keep interrupting him every time he has a low IQ take that has nothing to do with what we're talking about?
Well, either way, whether you
I'm
think
doing
it's
exactly
low
what you
IQ or
said,
not, I'm going to assert that
Sure.
you let him speak when he's making
Sure,
a
that's
statement,
fine.
and then he can respond.
there you go.
I just think, like, even if you think that he's being stupid, like, the reality here, like, this is like the shittiest way to handle it, dude. You're better than this. I'm gonna ask you to be better than this.
I could be better than this, but I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to be better than this. Fuck that. He sat here the whole time and said, all these things about the economics. Doesn't even understand the real, like, he doesn't understand why we would get sweatshops if we got our stuff down to as cheap as China did. He doesn't understand the economics behind it. He doesn't understand, I don't give a shit how China runs their country. He doesn't understand the nuance of why that's a bad thing, how Aiko explained. He doesn't understand these are adversarial powers. He's not addressed any of the points brought up by anybody. And he's saying here, Gibbs said nothing, no substance, even though those are three different distinct things brought up by three different people. And you're going to sit here and go, yeah, okay,
None of them
cool,
were you.
I was the, oh my God, I was the,
I still want to talk
so-
back to it about some
Well,
nerd
I want to give
And for
Hammer
the
a chance to go ahead, Hammer.
And for the record, like you literally just said you didn't understand anything Aikawa said. You literally went off on your huge fucking rant right before, before interrupting me before I ever had a chance to respond to anything Aikawa said. So you have no idea whether or not I understand anything that he said.
You still haven't explained anything, though.
Bro, I'm not. Okay, I was going to say I understand what Aikawa was saying, and that might be a real concern. I just personally don't see it.
All right, boss. Can I go?
Corey,
Or
Can I
Well,
say something?
Corey had his hand up. Corey had his hand up. So.
Maybe just a quick question to lock to it. So based off of, you might have mentioned this before, I don't remember, but based off what you said that in your opening statement, so would you basically ban all imports from China, like completely?
Wean ourselves off, right? Redistribute the global supply chain away from countries that
Like
pose a
breastfeeding,
massive threat.
slowly.
Like what?
Like breastfeeding.
Like
slowly.
breastfeeding, exactly. So I think tariffs are a great way to do this to start. Or maybe some critical industries like EVs or I do think software is probably a good field to target, given what we know about China. And then just slowly try to redistribute kind of the supply chain away from them because they are, I think, they pose,
Redistribute sounds socialist.
I know that word, unfortunately, has negative connotations because of what socialists have done to it, but it actually is like the best word for this description, which is move that away from them because they're a threat. But Richard Wolff, and I don't like to quote communists, but I'm going to here because I think it's actually relevant.
You're a big fan.
Richard Wolff once said, in a joking manner, now little did he know that he was actually inadvertently correct on this, but he said in a joking manner, he's like, oh my God, these Americans, right? They think that, if the government does stuff, that's socialism. And if the more stuff they do, the more socialister it is. And if they do a whole lot of stuff, then it's communism. And of course, everybody laughs as if this is like a stupid take. But it's real. It actually is the take, right? When the government does stuff, it's socialism. The more stuff they do, it's more socialister. And if they do everything, it's communism. That's how it works. And I think that China right now, I agree, is more of a threat than America, and that the government does do more socialister stuff than America does at this time. But we got to be careful because I think we're sort of coming to a crossroads as Americans where we're copying a lot of the things that we're criticizing China for doing. Oh, we're criticizing China for manipulating the money supply. Look what we did. Oh, we're criticizing China for subsidizing their industries. Look at what we do, right? Like we are absolutely participating in the exact same thing China does at the same scale, Probably not in every single way, but it's still bad. It's still closing in on what they're doing. And so I am worried. This is what I was saying before when I was talking about, the idea behind this foreign policy is to combat communism externally. But there is a concern of, let's say we just, oh yeah, China's bad or whatever, and then we implement these tariffs and we implement these product bans, and then we continue to go down the road that we're going, and then before you know it, our economic policy is indistinguishable from China. Well, then at that point, the tariffs don't even make any sense anymore, and the product bans don't even make any sense anymore. We're just like them. We're just as bad as them. What are we fighting? What are we even fighting at that point? So I think if things get bad enough in America, we should lift all trade restrictions and all tariffs with China, because at that point, we're essentially China.
I want to pick on this a little bit
Fair enough.
because this is where I was going to go down our line of conversation anyway. What China is, and I hate to even call it this because it's a degradation, but the technical economic term is state capitalist. Is that they use the functionalities of the state to basically propagate like a semi-capitalist system from the underneath. Ironically enough, this is what the Germans did for a long time. This is kind of what the Russians are trying to do. I think this is a bastardization of capitalism, because capitalism is largely, at least, not top up, but it's not always bottom up, but it's kind of a level where it's domestic actual capital investments coming from private citizens, where China is doing this on a state level. It's really concerning on a level. And to go into Lactoid's point, while it's not as bad as it used to be, our economy still runs on about 37% of state spending. And that is from the United States federal government, state governments, and local governments. 37% of our economy. That's a lot. It's not like Europe, and if you all want to go down that road, I disagree with you fervently, because we have an economic dynamism that Europe clearly fucking doesn't. And like we're literally the Western nation that is recovering better than all of our peers from COVID on a level that we haven't seen. And this is where I want to go against Lactoid a little bit. He's going to go into like USM1, which is now at like not records. It's been dropped down quite a bit. But we have $18 trillion worth of value within USM1. And then I largely put up at USM0, which is the cash on hand. That's been actually down for the better part of the last couple of months. Still got to get some of the more like quarter 3 numbers that are going to be coming out here. But nerd talk to finish it out is that we clearly saw the inflation spike from from July of 2020 all the way up into like September of 2021. It finally started leveling out, and we're seeing actually that people are having a shitload of money that they're sitting back on. I don't know what the fuck they're doing with it. Maybe it's because interest rates went up that they're able to make money off of it. But we can clearly tell with M1 that the majority of the money that's being able to be accessed as liquid capital is staying in accounts. It's not just running away, causing rampant inflation. It's being managed and controlled. Do I wish that we could do something to kind of like pull that back into like more solid investments? 100%. I'd love to see that invested in the economy. But yeah, like USM0 isn't running away. We're not seeing a bunch of like massive amounts of cash printing like we were doing, before all this shit happened. So can we just say disaster?
We've slowed down. We've slowed down. Like obviously, we've slowed down in our socialist endeavors. Thankfully, I understand. I am curious though. So China's state ownership of the economy is 28%. Australia's 28.9%. Would we consider Australia to be more communist than China?
Is this assets or is this actual just by spending?
This is a percentage of the economy that's part of the public sector. Total workforce that is as a part of the state as compared to part of the private sector.
Oh, this is how many people work for the state. Okay, yeah, I'm going by different numbers. I'm going by total revenue. Not total revenue. Sorry. No, it's percentage of total government spending versus GDP is the thing I'm going, because ours is 37. It was 45 at the peak of COVID, right? Like 45% of our economy was government spending, which is giga fucking cringe for me. But then you look at like a lot of our peers, like Australia should be higher than us because they have like state healthcare to a large degree. But yeah, like France is usually topping over 60. The Germans have been topping around 50 for quite a long time. So is South Korea. Like we're usually one of the better performers of the West for this. So it's not like I don't disagree with you where we were inching the wrong direction. But in general, I largely am like, yeah, we're doing a lot better than this than any of our rivals, and we're actually going the other way.
The U.S. spends 38%. The percent of its GDP is 38%, and China is lower. China is significantly lower. Just give me one second.
Remember that China does the state capitalism thing, which is a little weird compared to what we do.
Yeah,
Right?
I think this is probably the area where, thankfully, we're significantly better than China on when it comes to the way the companies, like how in China works. Every company has to have a representative of the Chinese Communist Party on the board or within the company that essentially reports on whatever the company does to the government. So and we don't have a system like that. Our military is also loyal to the U.S., the United States as a country, as opposed to China, where the military is loyal to the party, right? If we had China's system, it would be like if the military was loyal to like the Republicans instead of America. So there are certain aspects that I agree with you completely that we haven't gone that far down yet. But like, I don't know. When you have, as a percentage, right, this is a government expenditure as a percentage of GDP, when we're higher than China, we're at 38%. We're ahead of Russia, which is only at 36%. China's at 33%. We're ahead of Albania, 31%. We're ahead of, I mean, I'm just going down. I'm looking at like, we're ahead of Palestine. We're ahead of Oman. Like, we're ahead of a lot of Cambodia. I mean, Jesus. Like I'm listing off like unfree countries.
Yeah. Like, okay, so here's the weird part about this, right? Like, if you go by like people who do like more freedom and more like a general like level of democracy, rule of law, we have the lowest by far, right? Or generally, like you gave me one from the Australians, which sounds a little weird, so I'd have to double check that one. But yeah, like compared to most of the Eurozone, we are not as economically involved. And I'm going to call bullshit with a lot of the numbers that come out of the third world on this stuff. What a lot of this is that oligarchies are technically private entities, so they're not government spending. But when you actually look at where the political attachment is for China, for Russia, and a lot of these, is that even the majority of their private spending is politically directed by their central government. And that's where it's like,
Tiberius got a point here.
Technically, it's like, yeah, it's private, but I'm calling bullshit. That like most of their spending is going to be over 60% government driven.
Yeah, it's a hybrid. It's kind of like what I said. It's like it's not directly doing it. It's like where they're like, okay, China, for example, they have like the puppeteers, right? It might not directly be the government spending, but they're doing it at behest of the government or for the government. Just like when they're overseas in Africa, right? They're doing these Chinese companies. They're sitting here with directives from the party back home to do these things. Like everything they do is for the betterment of the party, which stays as China.
This is what I just said, right? The CCP does require like state officials to be on company boards, etc. And we're better than that, thankfully. But on a lot of the metrics, we're getting worse. Like, look at, you want to see? Sure. Just look up a graph of government spending to GDP. It has been going up rapidly.
Hey, we're down the last 4 years. Or at least the last 3.
Okay. Are you talking about just the bump due to COVID?
I mean, part of it, yeah. Like
Tiberius.
38%. I know. I'm memeing a little bit. But
compare us to 1900, right? It's not even close.
Oh, of course not. But we're also talking before the New Deal, right? Like, we get rid of Social Security, we're going to be down. Look, we get rid of Social Security, we're going to be literally hanging around like fucking 20% tops, right? Like, there's levels where I'm not like discerning from that. The problem is convince people to get rid of Social Security. Anyway, my general take here, at least when it comes to this economy, is that I am going to make the rhetoric that I think this is not pro-capitalist at all. The way that they do their things are ironically exactly what the fascists usually agree with. This is the government form that they want. Is that it is politically private, so they don't have to like do all the shit in the way that a central planning government has to. But it's where they can still pull the strings from just literally another level on high. This is not what any freedom-loving people should be like remotely in favor of or supporting of or straight up interacting with. This is why I don't want to end the embargo on Cuba. I don't want to empower shitheads. And unfortunately, I really do feel like that the United States and the West has been irresponsible in empowering a communistic regime that is now a fascistic regime called the Communist Party of China. Or the People's Republic of China, excuse me. We fucked up. And we had good intentions, but we fucked up. And we should not be playing with these people anymore. We should not. Stop doing it. Let's do India. You want cheap goods? We'll do India. We'll empower India. They're a democracy.
Tiberius, you're on the same page as Lactoid to just like slowly wean off all imports from China?
Oh yeah, I don't want to. I literally want to embargo China. Actually, is my actual take is that like we need to say certain countries we don't fucking like, and we're not going to play with you. We have a massive amount of consumer reserves that we can buy almost all your products that we want to with. We have a massive amount of investment reserves, so if that you want access to cheap capital, and believe it or not, even the rates that we're having today at 8% here in the United States is pretty fucking cheap compared to most of the world. The Turks are like 25, the Russians are at like 50 right now. We give you a fuckload of economic benefits if you sign in with us. And we did this on purpose. We convinced anyone who could, want to be part of the team, you could have our capital and we would buy your goods, but you had to side with us against the Soviets. Problem is that policy needed to die 30 years ago and we never reformed it. Like I firmly believe the United States needs to not necessarily do like America first, and this might be a little cringe for somebody, but like Western first, to where it's like, hey, look, if you support democracy, here's a couple more points. We'll let you into this level of like economic league. If you support like a level of spending to defend your democracy, if you actually have good rule of law, if you support like actually free enterprise and capitalism, we ratchet you up in the family. But like treating Saudi Arabia like they're our friends and our family and that we're just, not in it because we want to buy the oil, it's bullshit. Like, and we shouldn't treat them as that. We should actually say it's like, hey, look, you're part of the barbarian category. Like, we'll buy your fucking oil, but we're not letting you access any goddamn thing else unless it's like a tit for tat trade. Because we don't like you. Like, I literally want to see that be the United States foreign policy going forward. One of the reasons why I like Trump, because he kind of had that idea. In a vague outline, was that he was going to start shifting out people where it's like, hey, look, if you aren't here for America, we aren't here for you. There's people I want to be here for, even though it would be a disadvantage to us. Mexico is the greatest example of that. We have to compete with 100 million people that live off something on the order of like $20 a day. It sucks. Like, that's not economically advantageous to us.
Hammer up next.
I'm going to finish out with this.
Okay.
That's not good for us personally, but having a strong and vibrant Mexico that actually can resist the cartels is 100% win, so I will take that trade. But everyone else, if you aren't doing something that actually makes us happy, fuck off. Anyway, I'm done.
You know how to fix Mexico?
My next point was going to be
Tiberius?
on Mexico.
Hammer has to leave
okay,
shortly,
I-
so I want to
Okay.
Legalize.
Sure, yeah. I just want to respond to Tiberius. So, would you admit that your claim is that you want to cut off all imports from countries that we don't agree with their style of country, right? So that would include China, Russia, and probably a lot of the Middle East, right? Would you admit that this would have an overall very negative effect on America?
Short term, yes.
Short term?
Yeah,
Okay, then I
short-term,
guess you can't really concede to the second part of what I was arguing. My argument would be because I think that would just have I don't think that we would ever recover from the negative economic results of that. I think that generally we see when we have really strong tariffs, we have negative economic outcomes. And I think that I don't believe that tariffs really work for a country like China, like saying that, oh, we're not going to trade with you unless you change your system of government. I don't think that's realistic. I don't think
Like
that,
South Africa?
China's not South Africa, but I don't think that any amount of tariffs or cutting off any trade with China is ever going to make them change the way that they govern. They just are the way they are. Something like Russia to put pressure on them to leave Ukraine might be more practical, but to completely restructure their entire government, I don't think that we're going to have any influence on that.
It's not even my goal. Like my goal
Okay.
isn't to just like try to force people to regime change. We've been trying to do it for Cuba and they haven't fucking done it. We've been trying to do it to North Korea and they haven't fucking done it. My general thing here is just saying like, hey, look, there's actually a lot of power that we have, and we need to use it responsibly. And our responsibility is making sure that some shitheads don't get powerful. Like, I think that we literally made China a powerhouse, which is now a major geopolitical concern because we wanted cheap shit. I'm not on board with that message anymore. I think it was a mistake. Second part of this is that out of any of the like former imperial powers, the United States, and particularly if you bind us with most of our allies, has almost everything that we need that we can source either locally or from one of the allied partners. If you need oil, if the United States doesn't have enough, we invade Canada. Oh wait, no, we don't. We trade with Canada. We just say, hey, Canada, you guys got some fuckload of oil. Can you give us some?
We beat you
Can you sell some?
before. We beat
Huh?
you before. We beat you
Hey, look,
before.
I know. Anyway, but no, like this is the wonderful thing. Is like most of the raw materials on Earth you can find in the free world, or we can recycle the vast majority of them. Some of this shit is going to require a fuck ton of investment, but I'd rather the free and united peoples of the world getting together and having prosperity than empowering shitlords. And that's what we've been doing. We're empowering shitlords who do terrible things to they do terrible things to just other human beings because they can. Fuck off. We don't approve of that. If we're going to be like, criticizing the world and saying like, hey, you need to believe in human rights, let's put some goddamn force behind it. Let's say if you don't actually believe in human rights, if you don't actually do the things that we think make you a civilized nation, and I will say that straight up, civilized nation, fuck off. We're not playing with you anymore. It's irresponsible of us. It's not okay.
Okay. I think I'm actually gonna take that chance to like dip out if that's okay. I disagree. I disagree with what Tiberius said, but again, I don't have time to get into that. I also, now that Gibbs isn't like getting after me, I did want to respond better to what iCow said before, but I didn't get a chance to. I really wish I did. Maybe we can talk about it later. But other than that, I think it was a pretty good panel. I like to think that. And if you want to check me out, it's twitch.tv/m_r_hammer. And thank you for having me on, Lethy.
Thanks for coming through, my dude. It's been a blast.
Yeah, hopefully I'll talk to all of you later.
Take care. Be well.
Bye.
Pleasure.
Peace
Yeah,
out,
bye.
man.
Goodbye.
All right, Rich, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna. Well, I just wanted to respond to. Well, okay, I was gonna respond to something Ty said, and I still will. But I just want to say, Corey, you did not win that war. You won a battle. You managed to sack the White House, but you did not win the war.
Fair enough.
Okay. So when Ty mentioned Mexico, and I thought that was a good opportunity to bring in something I really wanted to bring in the first point that I was making. And that is Mexico is kind of an opportunity for us to have an intermediate country that has some of the strengths of China, right? And not as many of the drawbacks. And number one is that they have a workforce also that is a relatively low wage workforce. Not quite as low wage as some parts of China, but enough to where a lot of the benefits of having a factory in China can be mimicked by putting a factory in Mexico. Because if you put a factory in Mexico, you get all the same benefits of being in the USA. Like that's part of what the USMCA, is oriented towards, is making it so that entering Mexico or Canada gives you benefits in all three of the countries where there's a free trade zone, like inside of it. And so you can compete with a lot of Chinese automakers if you use some of that cheap labor down in Mexico. And the difference is if we're investing in Mexico and helping to improve their economy, that benefits us directly because they're right at our border. And it looks like the direction that U.S. policy is going under both administrations is they do want Mexico to be an attractive enough place to where when migrants arrive in Mexico, they don't feel the need to move on and try to come into the United States. And so the better the economy is in Mexico, the better we benefit here. So all of that investment that's happening in China, if we can move some of that down to Mexico, we can benefit from it. And I think tariffs are one of the ways to start shepherding the money to go in that direction.
Ty, were you going to respond to that? Or
I don't think any of that was really a rebuttal for me. I pretty much agree with all of it.
No, it wasn't meant as a rebuttal.
Yeah, I didn't think it was. So, I don't have anything further to add on it. I would be concerned about dealing with certain countries in South America, and we as the Americans are going to have a real conversation about Mexico. I was generally trying to give them some credit because I don't want to see Mexico burn or have everything go to shit. But I got to be honest, this opening up of their judicial system to the popular vote, I got a problem with it. I got a hell of a problem with it. I think this is deeply concerning. And unfortunately, my original chat My original statement that I made about Mexico 2 years ago, which everyone thought was inflammatory and ridiculous, is still looking real. I think there's a conversation within the next 10 years we may end up invading Mexico. And unfortunately, with this step going forward, that got a whole lot more likely.
I'm skeptical about investing in a country where half of it's owned by drug cartels, which are
Well,
essentially terrorist paramilitary organizations, right?
Yeah,
I think that needs to be dealt with first.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think that this might be another interesting panel we could do because Texas votes for judges, and I think that's one of the best things that we do here is vote for judges. But I don't know that I'd be in favor of it in Mexico. But I think that would be an interesting topic to discuss.
It's just because
I'm-
Texas does
I'm
it.
game.
That's why you're like sort of open to the idea.
Hey, listen, because it's for the people. We're defending democracy.
I look, I like the rhetoric, but I will happily do this panel because I don't even agree with doing it here in the United States.
Well,
So we'll happily do it. Like I'm game.
we'll have to do that a different day for sure.
All right, well, I will put that on the docket. Appreciate it. So I'm gonna give room for anybody that needs an out at this point because we pretty much are about to go over time. So if anybody needs a dip, get an outro, do your thing.
Yeah, I gotta go. Yeah, all right, guys, it was been fun. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I know it's a little meaner than usual. Fuck that bitch. Don't like him. He's bad. He's a snake, and he's an idiot. Fuck that guy. I'm not taking
This
anything
was
back.
personal. Okay.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and he's an idiot. So I'm not taking anything back. I don't care if I act like a child. Fuck that motherfucker and the horse he rode it on. Secondly, if you like anything else that I had to say, other than that, follow me on Arrogance. If you didn't like it, I love my haters. Y'all motivate me every day to just be more venomous and more powerful and aspire to 50 Cent levels of pettiness. Much like 50 Cent getting shot 9 times, we'd always come back stronger with the more y'all hate. So it's wonderful to be here. Thanks for having me. These always good times. Corey,
back,
Ico,
Corey.
Lactoid, and time you're screening. I actually am impressed at how angry I can come off. Only at like a third of my normal power. I guess it was still more alpha and Giga Chad than the best the leftists could bring to the table tonight. So, fuck them. Anyway, thanks for having me.
Do you
Good
hear
times.
yourself speaking right now in your voice level?
Yeah, and that's how it's amazing. It's amazing. I'm still over here making such an impact.
Oh my God.
Appreciate you, Gibbs. And Corey, go ahead and give yourself an outro.
Thank you. Well, I don't know what drama I walked into, but I'm curious. But yeah, I did not expect that. But either way, this has been great and super grateful to be invited. And again, kudos to your perseverance, Lethy. Super appreciated. And well, I guess I'll wrap up in terms of what I will say is I appreciate and respect Lactoid's and Ty's consistency of just like a full, pretty much like embargo against China. That's pretty much that's more or less what prevents me from going in that direction, or what my position now in terms of I don't think what's happening now is good because it forces me to I view an inconsistency there of we'll just selectively target EVs coming from China, but then obviously you're importing a bunch of other things. But I'm not willing to go the full embargo of just cut off China completely. But I respect the consistency by Lactoid and Ty. But yeah, you can find, and also last thing on a separate topic, okay, if Eric Adams is found guilty, okay, I believe he's vegan, so I disavow if he's found guilty. Just FYI. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube, it's Corey Campbell, and Ty, Lactoid, iCal Rich, Gibbs, always a pleasure, and take care, Leafy.
Thanks for coming through. And we have a challenger coming in real quick before Lactoid gets an outro. Parrot?
I feel like this was intentional.
No,
No,
me.
you're good. You can go first, Lactoid. I'll go after your outro.
Okay. Yeah, if you liked what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. My general belief is that we should be resisting communist countries unless Kamala Harris gets elected and we become a communist country. At that point, I'm no longer in favor of implementing any kind of restrictions on communist countries because there's really no point at that stage. And I'm just going to have to figure out how to live in the woods or something, I guess. But yeah, good talk.
Thanks for coming through, Lactoid. You've been amazing. Appreciate those takes.
All right. So this is not for anyone here. This is for the audience. Let me be very clear. There's no fucking power level behind what was occurring tonight. This was some
Over 9,000. On that note, bye.
Yeah, I already made it very clear that Gibbs was behaving like a fucking child to Gibbs. So I'm not talking shit. I say what I say to people's faces. There's nothing about power level occurring here. This was nothing but a child being pissed off that he can't have the toy he wants. He's reacting to a nothing burger of a drama and behaving like a gigantic fucking
Spill the
toddler.
beans. What is it? What
It's-
happened?
He
know
sexualized
what
someone. He sexualized someone. She didn't like it. They called each other some names, and of course, he had to somehow go further and worse and be a worse person about it. And he's not happy that Hammer was on the other side of it. It's that fucking simple. And behaving like this and ruining an entire panel that was put together by I think it's disgusting. And frankly, if I were a fucking panel host, I wouldn't have him back. Nah, that was gross. You've got a relatively new guy to your panels on, and he is screaming every time he even tries to speak. Fuck off, man. Grow up.
Wait. Who? What happened?
Gibbs, were you not here while Gibbs screamed every time Hammer spoke? Sounded like someone was trying to shove a stick in his ass if Hammer said anything.
So
Wait,
Gibbs and Hammer
wait.
beef over some
I
stuff that
understand.
happened before.
I understand. Okay, I sensed there was a little bit of tension between the
Are you
two.
saying where did that come from, Lactose? Is that what you're
Yeah, I
asking?
want you to go ahead and spill the beans. Explain to everybody.
He just did.
No,
Long
you
story
didn't. It was
short-
super vague. Not long story short.
Yeah,
Long
because
story
I'm
long.
not. Because I'm not. There was a fucking
Say the
quote
name.
unquote
There
trial
was a
on this.
court
It
trial.
was
over
Mooncake.
it.
It's Mooncake.
There's a court
Everybody
trial.
knows what it was.
Yeah,
Yeah, fucking Fairy
Tuna
Queen and
Chip
And
Tuna
and
had
as
a
a
trial.
lawyer, nobody asked me to come.
No, it was
Oh,
it was one of those online like Twitch trials.
Long story short, I just don't want the bluster is fun for politics, but there was no fucking power level there. That was actually like negative power level. That was regression. If we're gonna make fucking anime DBZ references, that motherfucker looked at the moon and turned into a stupid ape. The entire panel. So fuck off. Have a good night.
Thank you, Parrot. So
There's
yeah,
not
that's
enough
pretty much
information.
all I
Like
got.
this, it's still very frustrating.
So,
It was not a lot of
I can-
information.
What information do you
direct
need?
you-
I
can
want
direct you-
it said openly to my audience so we can talk about it. This is
Well, I was going to direct you to the video that Fairy Queen and Tuna Chip put together.
this was
where
all.
they
This is already
invited people
public.
to speak on this.
Yes.
Yes, this is already public.
Oh,
You
well,
just
if it's
made-
already
was a
public, why are we
trial
vague
done
posting? What the
on
fuck?
a panel.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
that's-
If this has
that's
already been
that's kinda the part where I
public,
get-
why are people vague posting? Just say names. if
because
it's
we're
already
kind of
public.
over it. We don't want to start it over.
I'm not. I wasn't included in this at all. I want to know the fuck. God
All
damn
So
right.
it.
Gibbs was
see,
hosting a
here-
dating show, and he wanted Mooncake on. She didn't go on. It created some tension. He said some things he shouldn't have said. It became
Gibbs
like
said
a
some
back
things?
and forth. Yes, Gibbs said some things.
Like
He
what?
More than likely,
Is it alleged or do you know for a fact before you say?
allegedly.
Allegedly.
said some
Okay, so we
things.
don't know.
And
So you're saying
yeah,
you
it
did
went
not
over
convict him then,
9,000.
right? Because it's alleged. We don't know that he said it.
I mean,
Everything Gibbs said was peaceful, I'm sure, by your
of
metric.
being a dick,
Black
yeah, I would say that was for sure, but I don't know exactly what was said.
Like I know
because this was in a VC with no recording or anything going on, so it's one word against another word at that.
Oh
point.
my god! All
But
right.
there's bad blood, and so they pretty much fought with each other over their own streams, where they talk shit on each other and kind of like hate on each other with clips. And then it got to the point where they ended up holding a trial.
Parallax is saying no, it was during a stream. But yet you were here and you were still vague posting about it, Parallax. That's interesting, isn't it? Oh my fucking god!
So there you go. That's the TLDR.
Well,
All right. Well,
because a lot of the
until
audience don't
until I
know.
see evidence, I withhold any condemnation, and I stand with Gibbs.
Okay.
I would say watch the trial.
Ah.
And, maybe
What
So-
trial are we talking
Somebody's
about?
gonna have to send me very watchable clips of it because there's no way I'm actually dedicating time to listen to what sounds like very dumb drama. But
it is.
Okay.
Well,
yeah.
I agree with you that it's
Thanks.
dumb drama,
I mean,
but you
all
can't
drama
both
is dumb,
say
so-
he's innocent until I'm shown the evidence, and I also won't watch the evidence.
Well, no, I said small
Like-
digestible clips. Small digestible clips.
Is that
You
all
want your
guys
cake and eat it
are
too.
defensive
Got it.
standpoint?
Wait. You Dems, you guys are great at pulling shit right out of context, right? Clipping little sentences out of context and then
Wait
saying
a
that's the
minute.
truth. go ahead and just do that. Do what you're normally
I've
good at
got
doing. And
plenty.
I don't think anybody's complaining about the thing he was on trial for. They're complaining about him not being able to let go of it in this panel.
well,
think is what it
maybe he's justified at being angry. I don't know.
Maybe
I
just
mean,
have a
he can be.
longer
That just
attention span,
wouldn't-
Lactoid.
Is this,
ruin
are you a
someone else's
defense
panel.
attorney, or do you need to be one? Is that what's going on here right now? It's just
I
like
am a defense attorney, literally.
Oh, there you go. Oh, he's the
I mean, as a defense attorney, I feel like you should have a longer
Nice
attention
to
span than this.
Okay, here I was hoping you would be a prosecutor. All right, never
Oh,
mind.
No. Okay, wait. I'll tell you what. Can I ask? I have to ask this. Why is it that we never see any prosecutors doing shit online? Oh, it's probably. Is it because of their office?
They're actually doing
I've-
shit.
It's because
I was gonna say.
they're like just trying to put people in cages. They're just it's like a
I
thing.
think true prosecutors have to.
It's because they're
remain
actually doing stuff.
controversial.
Yeah,
I was
like
gonna say
look, we have an
they-
example of what prosecutors do, like Kamala Harris throwing people in prison over weed
Oh no! Here we go. Not with
and
this.
hiding
It's because they
It's up
actually
to
have a
Trump.
job.
If it was up to Trump, what was it? He said he'd want to put people that burn flags into prison.
Whoa,
Was
whoa.
that-
He's voting in favor of legal weed, just to be clear. Okay,
Oh,
I'm
wait.
surprised if you like weed. I'm surprised that any weed lovers, one person here in particular, why you can't vote for Donald Trump based on his. He's the most 420 president ever. 2018 Farm Bill, and he's voting for 3 ounces of legal weed. You can carry up to 3 ounces for personal use. 3 ounces—that's more than personal use, friend. But yet, he's voting in favor of it because he's grinding out
Yeah,
there.
he's
Giga,
like more than
it's
that in
giga
Ohio.
based. I hate having to watch that one slide by. Fucking hate having to watch that one slide by. It's fucking giga based.
What would he do about the rescheduling? That's what I want to know. He hasn't said anything.
The rescheduling
Either
that's
way.
been delayed by the Biden administration. That one.
I actually wouldn't be surprised if he pushed Republicans to just fairly legalize it. Like he's actually been pretty fucking pro.
The polls are shifting on this one topic like pretty substantially. Like it's getting to the point where the Republicans are going to get in favor. They're going to get behind it. I feel like Republicans should naturally be behind this anyway because like they oppose the Democrats when they try to ban menthol cigarettes.
All you have to do
right?
is look at a map
Dude.
of red states versus blue states, and then see what the marijuanas are like in those states, and you'll
So,
see
just
clearly it's
in
blue states.
California,
They're
like,
only behind it
and
because of a
FDA.
publicity stunt, anyways. Anyway, it's a publicity stunt, anyways.
No.
What?
No.
Gibbs come back.
He's been in
Gibbs
favor of
came
weed
back
even
again.
before then. Hey,
You back again, Gibbs?
as your attorney, well, hold on. My client says nothing.
All right, yeah, I'll come make a statement. I'll come make a statement
Okay.
just for Lactoid's sake. Here's just a summary. Shit went down. I agree. You keep your corner of the internet. I keep mine. That wasn't good enough for these fuckers. They've come after me repeatedly to the point where they're harassing me in my chat, taking clips of me out of context, but to titling it, "Oh, Mooncake guy said this," and like saying, "Oh, Mooncake's orbiter diddles kids." After I was like, "Fuck these kids in Halo," all sorts of shit. We could trace it all back. It was a whole trial. Then they had a trial. We had Mooncake after she gets banned and upheld by a person on Twitch for being a titty streamer. Gets a ban. They blamed me. Found out it was somebody else. Found out she went on 2 different shows and bitched about how it was me. Then they found out it was somebody else. They even know who it was. Wasn't me. It's funny. Twitch even appealed the ban. Had nothing to do with me. And she didn't apologize, saying, "Oh, I'm sorry." Then they go and have another trial about me bad-mouthing me. And I told them, "Hey, I can't make it that day because I'm going on a Wix show. I can be free the next day." And guess what? They didn't do it. They went ahead and went and did the trial anyway with me and Absentee. They told when they did a witch hunt.
Ooh,
Fuck
that's
these people.
unconstitutional.
Fuck all
Look
of
what
them.
you did,
They're
Gibbs.
all
Look
set
what you did.
hostile. They came after me nefariously
here now.
and refused to move the trial, all the shit. So they're bad
Whoa,
actors.
you
I don't
weren't
give a
even
shit.
there. You were on trial.
I wasn't even there.
That reminds me of like the
Here we
Catholic
go.
Church putting a dead
All right,
pope on
everybody,
trial.
woman speaking, woman
saying I was
speaking.
double work.
A woman
I
is
was even double.
speaking.
It was nefarious.
Okay.
Fuck
Objection,
anybody
Your
that said
Honor.
otherwise.
Objection.
I don't give a shit. I'm out. I got other things to do. Y'all be good.
Okay, no, come back here, Gibbs. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Wait, I do want to ask clarification on one thing.
Drama hour.
Wait, clarification on one thing. Was he
How
not
did you-
present at the trial?
He was invited
not.
and he was asked to come at the trial multiple
was
times.
he
And
present?
his mod. He did not come on. He refused to come on.
It was done in
Unconstitutional.
absentia.
That is no. That's they put a fucking dead pope on trial. Remember that? That was ridiculous.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can't do that. You have to have an opportunity to defend yourself.
you should have
What
gotten
the
like
hell
one
are
of
we even
those.
talking about right now? Holy shit.
Drama.
I'm so
We're-
confused.
Drama.
once again, a Republican is unfairly the target of lawfare,
No, that's
right? And he's
that's
having
not-
clips taken out of context. Apparently, that's
Hunter
what I
Biden
hear.
Wait,
I gotta ask this real quick.
what I hear.
Lactoid, Lactoid, how much of this is a grift? Because I can
What?
hear the shit-eating grin.
Look, it's not a grift. All right, I'm not doing this for any kind of like profit. I'm just saying that like.
all right. How much of this is shit posting? Because like I can hear you smile. Like I don't have to look at you and I can hear it.
First of all, I am smiling. You can look at me. I'm on camera. Second
know.
of all, like, sure, there's going to be some element of like shit eatingness to like the tone of what I'm saying. But to be fair, he's saying he was taken out of context and he wasn't there at the trial. That doesn't bode too well.
Can I explain?
Very
As the
clean,
person that
please.
hosted the stream, can I explain what actually happened and not the ramblings from everyone about what they say happened? This is what happened, okay? Mooncake went on to Smooth's podcast, okay? Everybody here
Oh,
knows
shit.
Smooth, right?
All right, we're talking about this. Hey, you know what? When this is all done, when this is all done, I'll be back, Leafy. I'm not getting involved with this.
Okay, so Smooth is a participant on Prime's panels, okay? He has a podcast. You probably have seen him a couple of times. His name is Smooth, okay?
Smooth
And
what?
he has his own check your DMs, okay? Check your DMs. You have the links to
I'll
both
check.
of the bots, okay? So Smooth has his own podcast and he invited Mooncake onto the podcast. Mooncake came onto the podcast and said that she had been banned from Twitch for 7 days. Her story is that she went out into the woods and she was streaming in the woods with a camera with her, and that it accidentally one time apparently flashed her chest really fast. And later, she wasn't doing, according to her, and I haven't seen the stream, we don't know if any of this is true. She said that she was just walking around normally in nature, and then suddenly she was banned for 7 days for a sexual content warning. And what she noticed was that like Admiral Gibbs was watching the stream at the time. And she said that she suspected that Admiral Gibbs reported her because he was angry at her. And the way that she framed it in that conversation was she said that Admiral Gibbs liked her and was angry because she had rejected and like basically wasn't interested in him, was the way that she told the story. She told a specific story about a few months prior to this happening, where she was on a stream with, who was it? She was on a stream with him and with Mr. Hammer. Now, Hammer was the guy that was just on the left earlier.
Mr. Hammer.
And when Mr. Hammer or Braden Hammer, whatever his name is.
I love it how you say it. Go ahead.
Just the irony that
Wait, Gibbs, hold on.
Hold on, yeah, no, I'm gonna leave one. The irony that I like this fat bitch is hilarious. like that is fucking hilarious. Whenever you know the kind of girls I go after, I don't give a shit, Jerry Queen. You are being a nefarious bad actor. What you're doing right now, you are being a bad actor. Yes, you are. F you. No, you shut the fuck up. I've been sitting here for no. I told you to talk to me the next day. I told you I could do it the next day. Did I not say I could? I said I could do it the next day. I said I could do it the next day.
I've already told you.
You didn't have anybody in my defense on there. I had multiple people.
I asked your mod to come on. He refused.
And what did y'all do? Y'all vilified him too. Y'all vilified him too. Then y'all went and got him banned. Y'all literally went and got him banned afterwards. Y'all mobilized and got him. It is true, Fairy Queen. Maybe you don't know what happened. But the Mooncake people went in there and mass reported.
I gotta mute.
Okay.
I gotta.
So, a couple of things. So I will suppose zoom forward to the future. Gibbs, you were invited onto the stream. We even said that you could come onto the stream later in the evening, but you said that you had a comedy gig that night, and that's why you didn't want to come on. We said, okay, we'll wait later for you to come on after everyone else came on, and you still said no at the end. We also invited your mod to come on. Your mod said that he was banned, and that's why he couldn't come on. We would have let, honestly, anybody representative you would have wanted to come on.
Did he say that he would be able to go on the next day?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
He's saying that. He's saying that he said he offered to go on the next day.
My honest answer is I don't know. I know if he did say it, it would be in the logs. I don't know.
Mute you, Gibbs. When you want to act civil, I will unmute you. Just put up a finger when you're ready to be civil.
Okay, so.
Okay.
It's in the logs. I can read it to you.
I don't know if it's not true or not. You can share the logs if that's true. I honestly don't know if it's true. But what I'm saying is also true, Gibbs, okay? We would have let anybody on that you wanted to come on. We invited you. We waited late for you to come on, and we invited your mod. All of those things are true.
You invited one mod, You invited one mod, and when
was
they found out that, hold on, when they found out that mod was invited, Mooncake's people went and mass reported him and got him banned. So that's why he couldn't go on. That happened. We have evidence of that happening. Yeah. So hold on, Fairy Queen. That did happen. You can't deny it happened.
Wait. Whoa. Yeah.
Phoenix can prove it. Phoenix can prove it. Yeah, Phoenix can prove it. You can ask Phoenix. Phoenix has proof. I don't have the proof. Phoenix does. He's the one who got banned. So I don't care. Once again, that's their problem. All I know is once they found out, he got banned immediately. Secondly, on top of that, I told y'all it's in the logs. We can read them to you. I'll read it to you now. I said I have the Kill Modi show, and this is exact words. I push it back a couple hours or move it to Saturday. I totally forgot about the Kill Modi show. It's planned for 2 weeks, and I've been recruiting for it. I can't skip it. I can't skip it. By the time I got off, y'all were already done with the trial, and both you and Tunechip were not streaming. So I don't really hear that I could have came on later when y'all weren't even live. Well, you weren't even live, so I couldn't have came on later. So you lied just now.
Okay, that's okay. Gibbs. Okay, first of all, Gibbs, I'm going to say a couple things, okay? I have never lied in this conversation, okay? Fuck you, okay? That is not true. And I'm going to tell you exactly what I told you in DMs, okay? The exact same thing, okay? I don't think that you did anything on purpose to be mean, okay? I don't think you were trying to be mean. I don't think you were trying to do anything bad, okay? I don't believe all of the clips that were mentioned. There were a couple of things that you said that were not true. A couple of things that you said that apparently were lies that evening, which is part of the reason why I invited, frankly, all of these other people to come on. It was because multiple people were saying that both you and Mooncake were lying about what happened. And we honestly just wanted to know what actually took place. That's why we asked you all to come on, and we would have let you to come on to say your piece, except that, I'm sorry, at the very last minute, you told me you had this thing, and you told me that you couldn't come on. And honestly, if you had said just wait a couple hours and we'll let you on, we would have let you on. Okay,
wait.
We were not
But I did say that.
Didn't you say, Gibbs, did you say that you could do it Saturday? Was that part of
I said, here's word for word what I said, 8:09, 3:08 a.m. Hey, I lied. I need to push it back a couple hours or move it to Saturday. I totally forgot about the Kill Modi show. It's planned for 2 weeks now, and I've been recruiting for it.
Push it back push it back a few hours. Or
so that was said word for word verbatim that in the logs to Fairy Queen. I told Tunechip the exact same thing. That was in the logs verbatim. Secondly, and I want to say this unequivocally, I had dropped this. This has been dropped on my end for months, even though I was getting clipped by people in her chat and then doing it out of place and doing it in her name. And then after for some reason, I accidentally clipped on her thing and she got banned or whatever. I don't know. All this shit is they're sitting here. She went in there on another show and brought me back into it. And even though Twitch upheld the ban, I had nothing to do with Twitch upholding the ban unless I somehow know people on the moderator team. So that is not on me. Not on me at all. And she went after me on 2 different shows and came after me, and I let this go. So yeah, I am being a dick about it now. I let it sit here and play the high horse and didn't say anything for months, and it's come back to bite me in the ass because now these people have had free reign to talk shit about me.
Okay, so a couple of things. So I'll return back to when Mooncake was telling the story. Gibbs, look, I know you're mad at me, okay? Please don't interrupt me. We're not going to be able to get through the whole thing, okay? I'm going to speed through exactly as I understand the facts to be, okay? As I understand it, a few months before the thing happened in July when Mooncake got banned, Gibbs, Mr. Hammer, and Mooncake were all drinking together. My understanding is that on this evening, Gibbs was trying to be a good friend to Hammer. Gibbs was trying to introduce Hammer to some beautiful women so that they could have some fun and so that they could flirt and so that they could drink a little bit. And that Mooncake asked to come in and to join the call later on, okay? Gibbs has expressed that he is angry and had been angry at Mooncake for some time. And he says that he was angry at Mooncake because people from Mooncake's community were uncomfortable with Mooncake being on these dating shows and had the perception that Mooncake was being pressured into going into these dating shows. And the second thing that Gibbs is angry about is that he says that he has been clipped constantly out of context for months now by members of Mooncake's community, and that the titles of these clips say things like Gibbs is a pedophile, and Gibbs will be saying something completely out of context, like I'm going to shoot these kids, and he'll be playing like a video game. Is like the way that he presented it on stream. Here is the problem with that. There are a couple of problems with that we talked about on the show, and this is what Smooth brought out. One, Gibbs cannot produce any of these clips. He also cannot produce an email notification showing that he received these clips at any time. And he didn't download them. Nobody else, to my knowledge, has ever listened to or shared these clips. There's no evidence that they've ever existed. However, let's just say that they do exist. I'm not going to say it's not true that they exist, Braden, Mr. Hammer, had an explanation for that. And he says that the person that has been clipping Gibbs like with these types of titles apparently does this to everyone, and that these are supposed to be edgy Twitch poll jokes, and that it's no one is apparent, according to Mr. Hammer, clicks on any of the clips that this person makes and sincerely walks away believing that the person on screen is a predator. That this is actually just supposed to be a very edgy, sarcastic Twitch poll meme that
Who does that? The pedophile.
Some person named Big Orca, like Amphibious Orca, and some other person, and I don't remember the other person's name.
Yeah, Blue Whale.
Okay, that's the other one. This is what Hammer has told me about those clips. This is his explanation. Smooth pointed out that Gibbs doesn't have any evidence of these clips. That doesn't necessarily mean that they don't exist, but if you're going to come and you're going to say that this community has been harassing you for months and weeks, I will say, and I was honest with you, with Gibbs, and I was honest on the stream, it's weird that you don't have any paperwork at all to show that this is true, or to actually show and to put your money where your mouth.
The thing is, though, this is the thing, Fairy Queen, and I'm going to push back on this until you finish, is whenever you get clips like this, if someone reports you, the first thing Twitch does is they go back and look through the clips. And if there's a bunch of clips of someone calling you a pedophile in there, then they're going to get you. So what you should be doing is when you get these clips is deleting them. There's no why. And on top of that, why would I keep record and download clips of someone calling me a pedophile and leave me on my computer? That's just asinine. Like, why would I do that? Like, I was done with this, Fairy Queen. I didn't want to bring this up anymore, but they have continued to go and attack me on multiple shit, and I'm done. I'm done doing this. I'm done being nice about it, and I'm fucking done with it. So fuck all y'all, and Mooncake's in here, and she can definitely go fuck herself, and I'm out. I'm not going to talk to
this. Gibbs,
dude, this guy is such a pussy.
He'll be back. Don't
He's such a fucking pussy.
Okay, Mooncake,
like seriously, I joined, and this guy is such a pussy.
Okay,
like,
can I just finish? Wait.
You guys have been talking for like a while, and I still don't know what happened. In fact,
I'm trying to say what happened.
I don't know how close.
Keeps interrupting.
Okay, I don't know how much closer I am to understanding, but go ahead.
Okay. So this happened, okay, during this evening, okay, and this is the big thing that happened. Please, nobody interrupt me, because I know everybody has a different angle of this. What happened was they began to drink. I believe Gibbs, I'm not sure if Gibbs said something passive aggressive or if he was angry at Mooncake, but something happened. And he asked Gibbs, I think Mooncake said that she had a nice pair of pants on. And so that made her ask.
I said I had a fucking cute outfit, guys. It was a 2-piece. I can pull it out if you want me to fucking put it on camera. We were joking, making memes.
Wait a minute. Mooncake, are you banned on Twitch?
No, not anymore. I was banned for 7 days before.
Okay, but not anymore. Okay, thank God.
No,
all right,
not anymore.
Continue.
Yeah. But just that night, in general, it was just a 2-piece. We were all joking, guys. We were drinking. I don't give a fuck. It was me, Gibbs, Hammer. I don't know if Parallax was there. He might have been in chat. We were just memeing. Gibbs told me to get up and turn around. I laughed. I said, no, Gibbs, ha ha ha. We were all joking around, okay? Gibbs kept going. And I was still laughing and saying no to be nice to Gibbs because I said, oh, well, this guy's probably drinking, whatever, it is what it is, right? It wasn't until it got to a point where even the chat was uncomfortable. People were uncomfortable. People were begging Gibbs to stop and he wouldn't.
Is this still up?
No, we don't have the thing from it, but Parallax. If you trust Parallax, Parallax was there. Hammer was there.
And there's no recording of this from anybody.
No, there's no. Like, I tried to find the VOD.
But you said there's an audience, right? So this was being streamed?
Because I think Hammer was streaming. It might have been me or Hammer who was streaming.
And then what happened? And then Hammer deleted the VOD?
No, we just never
was there too.
I never published it. Oh, but Host, were you there?
Wait. What do you mean? On Twitch, it automatically posts the VODs, right?
No, not for me. I don't post VODs on my. I never have.
Oh, hold on. There's a setting that you guys all have on where it won't automatically post the VODs after you're done streaming.
You can turn it off.
Because I play music in mine, so I don't want to get banned or like copyright for music.
Also, if you're not partnered, you after a couple of weeks, it gets just taken away.
Well, I know that, but like you guys don't leave it up for a couple
You can
weeks.
change your settings, Mooncake, to where it doesn't save on your VODs. I can help you fix that later.
Did this happen like?
Oh, okay, thank you.
How long ago did this happen?
This was months ago. This was
months ago. Months ago.
So here is what Gibbs says in his defense, okay? Gibbs says, Mooncake, okay, that he had an argument with you that evening because he got angry at you because he says that members of your community have been clipping him and saying all of the stuff about him, and that he asked you to tell your community to stop fostering a hostile community against him, and that you, according to him, I don't remember if it was that you gave an unsatisfactory answer or if it was that you, like, I think his specific way of phrasing was tee-hee. I think he's also mentioned, and he says that he was angry at you because his perception is that you have a boyfriend, that you have a significant other, and everything I'm saying was live, okay? This is all live. None of this is new information. This was all said on stream. And
Okay.
he said, his claim is that your boyfriend, who is your mod, is the
Okay.
reason why you have said that you don't want to be on these dating shows, but in fact you do want to be on these dating shows. It's simply that you are making this pretense
Dating
that
shows?
you don't want to be on it.
Okay. Okay, I'll explain this. So for a while, when me and Gibbs were actually friends and like we were kind of like doing content together, like I would stream and we'd play like Fortnite or whatever, right? Gibbs kept asking me to go on a dating stream, right? And I was like, I don't know if I'm really comfy with that. Like I really had to think about it. I've never done a dating stream ever. Have you guys seen me do a dating stream? Nope. I have not done that still to this day. Anyways, I told Gibbs that a few times. Eventually, I talked to my mods and I got advice from a few mods actually. It was like, kind of do what you want. But it got to a point where even when I would tell Gibbs, hey, I'm not really comfortable with this idea, he kept pushing. Eventually, I went to my mod and I said, hey, can I kind of use you as my scapegoat? And just say like my mod doesn't think it's a good idea, which my mod didn't. So he still stands by that. So I told Gibbs that, and Gibbs went on this fucking like hate raid. He would come into my chat. He would send people from his his Discord into my chat to be like L mod for multiple streams. He would send me messages saying your mod is a little bitch. He would call me on Discord and be like, oh, your mod is a fucking bitch. And I'm like, Gibbs, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on? And then people would get mad at him. He'd be like, I can't believe they're saying this stuff to me. Ask Gibbs what he said to Ike. Because he made a lot of inappropriate comments. There's a reason why Ike made that fucking, I think it was like a pedophile comment. It's because of what Gibbs was saying. Gibbs was saying crazy shit as well. And also, when I asked Gibbs...
Do you have these DMs?
Moon. Sorry. Hang on. Stop.
Go ahead.
Moon. The pedophile shit. Come on. Like, let's be honest.
No, he didn't call him like a straight pedophile. He called him like I don't know if he called him like a predator. Sorry. I should say predator.
Do we still have these DMs?
I don't. When he called him a predator, I don't know. I don't know if that was in like a live or something. I don't know. But I know he called Ike a sister fucking something. It was something crazy. Jesus. And so Ike said back, "Oh, you're a fucking predator," or something like that. It was something stupid, and they were just going back and forth. Also, when Gibbs reached out and said, "Hey, people are clipping me," I said, "Gibbs, do you know who is clipping you? Could you send me some of the clips so I could see this and review it? If somebody was clipping Gibbs, I would have banned them." Gibbs was trying to get me to ban my moderators, ban people in my community. I said, "Gibbs, I have no proof of people doing any of these things." That's why he freaked out. I've told Gibbs, leak our DMs. Have you guys not asked yourselves why Gibbs has never leaked mine and his DMs? Because he can. Go right ahead. I don't give a fuck. But there's a reason why Gibbs won't. Because he's lying. He's lying. It's why he ran.
Okay, so Mooncake, okay, I'm just trying to be fair here, but in all fairness, you deleted your Discord, the entire Discord, okay?
Yeah, because there's fucking crazies in there.
Yeah, but dude, if you're it's the same thing with Gibbs, right? If somebody is being harassing you, if somebody's saying all of this bad shit to you, all this shit is happening, you don't want to delete a single thing. You want to keep every single record and scrap that you possibly can. So why did neither of you do that, right? How is there no clips, no logs, no nothing?
What do you mean? I've already showed. I took a screenshot when Gibbs was watching multiple streams, and I've already talked about this because I talked about this with my mods. I had seen him watching multiple streams after we had fallen out for months. Gibbs was keeping track of whatever I was doing on Twitch. The day I got banned, I could see Gibbs was still watching my stream. So this idea that he just somehow clicked on it, and the reason why I know that's the truth is because Gibbs mentioned a stream where I was at the beach. And this is when me and Gibbs had fallen out, which means he was keeping up to date with my content. And I said, why are you doing that? Also, his little moderator he likes to talk about was in my DMs confessing his love for me, all this weird shit. There's weird shit in that community. I just didn't want to be involved in it anymore. Gibbs can get on here and call me whatever he wants, but he's a fucking freak. It is why he ran. He is a fucking freak. It's the reason why he's not here right now. because
No, I
he's
just
lying.
wait, hold on.
He's a
Fuck, I will actually.
Wait,
A
Paul,
fucking
Paul,
weirdo.
is my shit, hold up. So, the reason why Gibbs said he had so much animosity towards you is because your community was harassing him and that you wouldn't do anything.
He was
to stop
harassing
them.
us.
You were
He was
stating the
harassing us.
exact opposite at this point, in that
Yes.
you offered to ban the people that were harassing him,
Yes. I
and it never
asked
happened.
him. I asked Gibbs, I said, Gibbs, could you send me a fucking clip? Could you send me who is doing this to you? Gibbs ignored me. He sent me nothing. What am I supposed to do? I'm not just going to ban people because Gibbs told me to. What the fuck is that? That's crazy.
So he's DMing me right now, and he said straight up that you would not ban them.
That is not
So
true. I said, Gibbs, if you're going to
this is
fight
the
with people,
juxtaposition in the story.
I'm sorry, but if you're gonna fucking fight with people on the internet, they're probably gonna say crazy shit if you're gonna say crazy shit. I don't know what to tell you. Gibbs is a grown-ass man. He's a grown-ass man. I'm not gonna protect his feelings from every single conversation or fight he gets into. I'm not doing it.
I'm not saying that you should, but can I just ask? Like, he says he's now saying that like your community is going in, that your community mass reported his mod Phoenix, which I did not know, and that is the reason why Phoenix did not hop onto that stream that evening. And he's also saying that, is that specifically what he said? I can't tell. Is it true? Are people of your community mass reporting like people on his channel? Is that happening?
No. Actually, possibly at the time, I know Phoenix was banned like a while back. This is when like everything was like going off or whatever. But Phoenix had other issues. Yes, I could admit Phoenix could have been like reported by someone in my community. However, Phoenix was never allowed to even be on this platform. He is permabanned for a reason. That is not my problem. It could have been anybody. There were multiple people who knew what Phoenix was banned for.
What was he banned for?
More dry.
All right, hold on. I'm just going to clarify this one thing real quick. Phoenix's mass report came from an interaction he had with a guy named Wrinkly. I don't know who this guy is, but there were some racial.
Who the fuck is Wrinkly?
I
don't know. The whole point is it had nothing to do
I
with
need
Moon.
some more popcorn. Hold on, I'll be right back.
It's like
I did
a
not bring
disgusting
it up,
onion.
Toby. I did not bring it up, Toby. No. The Wrinkly thing is why Phoenix got banned. It has nothing to do with Moon. It was before the Moon shit,
Can somebody
and
get me popcorn?
much like the Chihuahua thing got put on Moon when that was Eli Monty. Phoenix
The
has now
Chihuahua
had
thing.
Get ready for that.
Phoenix's ban has now been put on
There's
Mooncake.
so many
but that
levels
was
to this lore.
Oh, no,
so.
Lactoid is such a boomer.
Tell them that
This is like, okay, Aiko, are you with me on this then? Like, I would rather be a boomer than this shit. We're an 18, like we're the 8th person here. I don't know who the fuck these people are. The story is all over the place. We're like jumping from one thing to another. It's like none of this would ever be allowed into trial. God.
Can I tell them the dog thing?
The dog thing. Now on a dog thing.
Well,
there was
okay. The dog thing. There's two different.
That sounds illegal. What kind of dog thing are you talking about?
I was gonna say, what does Eli have to do with this?
It does not involve a single Haitian. Just know that.
I was just gonna say.
Okay.
There was a running joke in the community where I would get specifically men, okay, to bark on stream, okay, just whatever. It is what it is, okay. Anyways, when Tina fix things with Gibbs, I said, "Oh, should we get Gibbs to bark on stream, right?" And Gibbs accused me of calling him a Chihuahua because he's Mexican.
To be fair, it was Eli Monty that called him a Chihuahua. To be fair,
Yeah, I was
he
like, "What the
conflated
fuck?"
the two stories.
Yeah, he called me a racist. He was running around saying, "I'm a racist," and I called him a Chihuahua. And I'm like, "No, what are we even talking about here?" Okay,
What are we talking about here? That's what I want to know. We're like, I'm 5 players. I need to be more drunk for this shit.
Stupid.
Yeah,
Do we still have the DM?
It's okay, doghouse.
still
How
have
about
the DMs?
alcohol?
Okay, wait.
Let's
Here. Let me narrate for a second, okay? I'm going to ask questions. I'm going to ask questions. And I want specific answers to my questions. I don't want to hear about Wrinkly or the dog thing.
Objection, Your Honor.
Or
Speculation.
Or anything else that happens to be, oh, that turned out to be 8 months early. No. Okay. All of this started because there was a stream involving stand up and turn around, and he said it too many times. All this started because of that.
But no,
Okay.
that's how it started. But I wasn't even mad at Gibbs. That's what's crazy. Gibbs was mad at me.
Sure. Okay. You weren't mad at Gibbs. Gibbs was mad at you. Oh, got it. All right. So that's when it begins. And then, what's the next thing that happens?
Okay, just to add just a little more context, in that same night, of the get up, this is important. He brought some random black guy on stream.
What? I don't need to know about the black guy. I don't need to know about the random black guy.
Sorry.
I don't need to know about the random black guy, okay?
I wasn't black enough. He said I wasn't I had a black experience.
I don't care.
I just think that it needs to be added there.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Okay. There was a black man. I take your word for it. Okay, black man on stream. Okay.
Okay.
And then he was mad at you, but you were
Black
mad at
man
him.
on stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
A long message the next day and then blocked us, me and Hammer.
Okay. And the long message said what?
Let me see if I can find it. You have to give me just a second.
Objection, Lethe. Relevance.
Blacktoid, if you would like to ask any kind of flesh out the body of the story questions while she looks that up, I can help you out.
Just 1 second.
Keeping this in order is of utmost priority right now because we were talking about a black guy and then a dog. Like, I just need to know for sure where we're at. So right now,
Oh, and then Corn Pop enters the chat.
Corn Pop comes in,
Oh,
and he
I'm
kept chaining a bucket of rusty
this
water.
all feels. I'm following pretty well because I'm getting deja vu here.
What?
And, Jenny
We're
Burns
all
in
the-
chat probably understands why.
Oh God, I
What
know.
night is this?
Let's leave Jenny aside.
Can I send you guys multiple messages? Because I can't remember if it's like.
No.
if
Just
this is-
you don't even need to give me an exact like. What was the gist of what he said?
I'm trying. Sorry, I have to read it just to remember. Okay. Wait. Honestly, can I just read it aloud for you guys? I just found it. Is that better if I just do that?
How long is it?
Do what you do.
Will it clear things up or will it raise
We're
more
here now.
questions?
We're here
Will
now.
it clear
Well,
things up or will it
let me-
raise more questions?
I don't
Ico,
know. I will just. I'll just say.
Blacktoid,
it,
you
okay?
asked for
Let me
it.
just
Shut
say
up
it.
and
I will
take
be
it.
right back. I will be
No,
right
wait,
back.
that's, I'm not going to say that.
Whoa! We are canceling you, Parallax.
Wow.
You sexually
I will be
harassed.
right
Sorry.
back.
Go ahead.
My fault. Retract.
He said
Disavow.
to me, this was on March 29th, 2024 at 11:08 p.m. Okay, so definitely the day.
Whoa! Let me write the whoa! Say it one more time.
March 29th, 2024 at 11:08 p.m.
Finally, something concrete that a lawyer
Thank
can
you.
sink his teeth
Yes.
into.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, he said, honestly, don't expect any of your shit no more. I'm not trying to be with people that cultivate a community of bastards that do nothing but talk mad shit about me. This is a repeated issue with your community, and I'm done with it. It's not just your bitch ass mod or amphibious cocksucker. I'm done with it. You have a plethora of haters, and they can all go fuck themselves. And you not having my back, very disappointed. And I'm not mad about the e-dating shit. I'm mad that you have a goddamn double standard. I'm mad that you fucking cultivate a community of cocksuckers that come at me nonstop, but when say something, I'm the bad guy. I guess he's trying to say like when I say something. And he said, and you know what? Don't worry about me and drama or anything no more. I'm done and I'm out, so you win. That's what he said.
Okay.
So these are
it
community
sounds like
members
he's.
that are mad that he asked you to stand up and twirl.
Did all of that come from
Hold on.
this?
Not
No.
just-
They were angry that he continued to come in, sexualize her, and insinuate that she actually wanted to do the dating show and do the sexual content, and that
Yeah.
there was someone else controlling her decisions, not her. That, which to a degree is Mooncake's fault for using the mod as, and she's owned this before. Had she not used the mod as her excuse, then he would not have had that to fall back on. But that was his complaint.
Wait. I thought the very first thing here was the stream. Was there more stuff before this?
Before the stream? Yeah, that was like the e-dating stuff too before the stream.
Okay. So there was e-dating shit before. How long did that go for?
I maybe like a few weeks, maybe that he was asking me to do that, like a few weeks.
Way too fucking long past the word no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just? Is it true that you asked Gibbs after saying no? Hey, I heard in the after show that you wanted to come in and join these dating shows. Is that not true, or is that a lie?
No, I think genuinely, I think I made a joke of like I was just trying to fuck with Gibbs. So I remember saying like, "Oh, I should try." But we were friends, and he got mad at me, but I told him I was joking. But we were just like memeing. I was just doing it to like fuck with him a bit.
Okay. The reason I'm asking Is because that's why Gibbs is mad. That's why Gibbs.
Yeah, but I
Gibbs
told
says
him
that-
at the time.
Gibbs
Like
says,
we're just
Gibbs
joking.
says you would say you didn't want to do it, and that you would
No.
say that you are having a boyfriend, that you can't do it, and
I
then
only said
you
that
would give
once.
an indication that you wanted to do it.
No,
And he
no.
also says that the real
No.
reason, his implication is the real reason you don't want to do the show is not because you don't want to do the show. It's because you have a boyfriend and that your boyfriend is angry
No.
about you doing the show. And
No.
he is angry because his perception is, I'm not saying it's right, but his perception is that he is angry that you are not single and yet you want to be on these shows.
It
which is something else
was,
that he
I
says.
made literally an offhand joke once, just once. I made an offhand joke about the situation. I thought it was funny. I thought we'd like fucking meme about it. And I knew it would just like, I was just kind of like pointing fun. Oh, wait, fuck, sorry, one second. I was just kind of pointing fun. I didn't take it that seriously. And I didn't think it would be perceived that seriously. I think we're using that, or people are using that as an excuse as to why like it's somehow my fault. That's why Gibbs just did a shitty thing.
No.
Okay, wait. I have the timeline here. Okay. My current timeline based on an hour of conversation is dating shit, said no. Then you joked about wanting to be on the show. You're saying it was poking fun, not taking seriously. And then there was a stream in which he told you to twirl. And then there was a message from March 29th of 2024 at 11:08 p.m. that he was angry.
Yeah,
That's all I have.
So much for how.
But then
I hate
even
you so
after-
much
That's
for
all
how
I
much
have.
you're wearing this.
That's
Like,
all I
hate
have.
you right
You,
now.
you guys should hate yourselves for how
Even-
convoluted you made this.
Even after that, though, when
I
did
said
it
I didn't want to do
start?
it.
Fair. You
I don't
know
even
what?
know the
That's
entire-
fair. That's very fair, actually.
Which same, to be clear. That's why I didn't want to fucking dive into the details.
Yeah,
but okay.
that's fair.
I'm trying to remember.
But,
and then,
look,
let me
I want to
remember the last time.
understand. Sorry, okay. So, okay. Then the message happened on March 29th, and then
Yeah.
what happened?
Sorry, one second. You said March 29th? That happened. I just
Yes.
ignored it. I think me and Hammer were confused. Hammer was still doing content with Gibbs, like everyone was. We weren't really like,
Ignored
there was
it.
no issues. Until like what Parallax, you're here like a few weeks ago, like a month ago, 2 months ago?
It's been
Until
like
it came back up?
And then
6
and
weeks
then
now?
and then 6 weeks ago, okay. And then what happened 6 weeks ago?
I think I was on stream complaining of something. I don't even know how did the initial issue come back up? I feel like I was on stream complaining about something, but I can't remember. Parallax, I know you're here. I feel like you would have been there. I'm just curious if you
What was the
remember that
question?
part of the
Sorry.
timeline. What happened like the 6 weeks ago at the start of like all the issues?
I'll be honest with you. When
Remember?
it came back, I don't know what brought it back up. That's the one thing that's always been confusing to me. Is
I know
out
what
of
brought it up.
nowhere, this stupid thing was big again.
I
It
know what
was
brought
you,
it up.
Paul. It was you.
It was me. It was me on accident.
Oh shit! It was Paul.
Yep, it was me on
I'm
accident.
just still here because I asked for a recap.
I was playing
while
Minecraft with
ago.
Moon. I was playing Minecraft with Moon and Hammer. And
Oh yeah,
out of
you
no-
fucking dork! I remember now.
Yeah, and then I accidentally
Pepperidge
somehow this
Farm
got
fucking
brought up.
remembers.
I didn't bring it up because I didn't know anything about it. And then Gibbs was streaming, and Gibbs and I, we do like content together. Well, we haven't in months, but we do every once in a while. So she brought up the allegations about Gibbs, and obviously I don't want to just like take one person's word
Okay.
for it. So I went over to Gibbs's chat and I said, drag me in, and I asked him about it. He talked about it, and then that was basically it. But then somehow this like, and then the conversation I had with Gibbs kind of started going around, and that's where Fairy Queen and I think it was Tuna Chip brought it up, and somehow they didn't reach out to me about it, which is funny because I was the one that actually unfortunately brought this fucking back up. Yeah, that's basically how it got re-brought up again with Fairy Queen and Tuna.
Okay. And then that was 6 weeks ago. And
No, that
then-
was like 2 months ago, 3 months ago.
Yeah, too.
Okay, so I've been told 1 month, 6 weeks, and 2 months. Which one
Fairy
is it?
Hold on,
Fairy Queen,
this
Fairy
is
Queen. When
actually
did you
really
have?
easy.
When did you have Fairy Queen? When did you have the conversation with Tuna Chip about this?
No,
was
not when it was a conversation with Tuna Chip. When it was the Minecraft thing.
Hold on, Lactoid. This is actually really pertinent. Timestamps included. The stream took place on 8/9. Why is this pertinent? Because Gibbs told Fairy Queen at 3 a.m. that same night that he could not attend. So he told her.
Wait, this is
less
the
than
Minecraft stream.
No, the Minecraft.
One thing at a time. The Minecraft stream. When was that?
Wait, the Minecraft. It would have to be
like a week
before.
like a week
yeah, a week or two before.
So like the very beginning of August.
August 1st, like August 1st.
Probably, yeah. So like 2 months ago. Yeah, roughly 2 months ago. Whenever Fairy Queen, when did you have the conversation with Tuna?
August 9th.
Okay, so it's August 9th. So it happened a week or two before that, when the whole Minecraft thing happened.
What happened? Where are we at?
I don't know where we're at.
I don't know. I guess
I'm just here to. I literally joined the call. I literally joined the call because I knew this shit would have gotten brought up. So
just to be very clear about the timeline. So the timeline, as I understand it, February, of 2024 is roughly when the Hammer and the Mooncake and the Gibbs stream happened with the twirl, show me your ass. That was roughly in February. Is that true? Like, yes, is that true, Moon?
Yeah, I think that was in February.
Whoa, hold on. The message I have it at the end of March, so that you're saying that this happened. So there was the thing.
It must
and
have
then
been March
there was
14th.
like March 14th is when you're saying it happened, not February.
Because I know that Gibbs sent me the message like literally either right after or like the day after. Because I remember that.
Well, no, because the message was March 29th.
So that would make it the Ides of March.
So it would have to be the March 28th.
So I think that's definitely the date.
It's March 28th, not March 14th.
Can we read that Gibbs message again?
No,
one more
we
time?
can't. We can't yet. Is it March 14th or is it March 28th?
Wait.
I feel like
Say that again.
Lacroix over there trying to create a timeline.
That's exactly what he's doing.
Oh wait, is it the 14th or March 28th? Which day? Fuck. 1 second. It's one of. Fuck. 1 second. Let me see.
Split the difference. It was the 21st.
Oh no, that's right.
exactly,
The 28th.
exactly.
You're right. It would have been March 28th. March 28th. Sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. All right. 28th. So
yeah.
And then for weeks beforehand, there was the jokes about the e-dating, or there was him saying about doing the e-dating, and then you said there was that one time you joked about it.
Yeah.
Do you know do you know the date that you joked about it? Was it like right before this?
See, I'm just gonna check our messages just in case. I don't think it was over message. I know it was over thing, but I'm just gonna see if I said anything in here. 1 sec. I know on the 15th he sent me a message about my being pissed at my mod for that. So I'm just gonna see if any of these are beforehand. 1 second, guys. Sorry.
What world could we have avoided any of this?
This is so crazy.
By the way, just to be clear, what's happening right now is like probably half of my job. Just to be clear, right? This is how it goes. Getting like a clear timeline is the hardest fucking part of any investigation.
Oh, it's fine. It's funny because Gibbs tried to get me on his side back whenever this originally happened, but I asked him for a clear timeline and he never gave me a clear timeline. I went to Moon to try to get clarification, and she was just like, I don't feel like going back over this again. I'm tired of it. And I was like, okay, and then just dropped it and didn't care. That's why I'm just sitting here listening.
Sorry. Yeah, just because it's crazy. The last time he got mad at me over my mod was on March 15th, but obviously that wasn't joking. But there's nothing like. Let me see.
Okay, March 15th, mad at mod, and specifically, what was he mad at the mod about?
He said, I can go back to that one actually. He said, because I said, do you want to talk over VC? Because he was upset. And he said, what's there to talk about? You have a jealous little cuck of a mod. I don't care that you didn't come for the show, right? That's not why I'm mad. What I'm mad about after I've already defended you on live shit several times, have been super supportive and pretty all around nice to you, that this little mod felt some kind of way after not knowing anything about me and think he has the cojones to talk about me and try to influence somebody's decision on something I brought up to them. So as far as I'm concerned, he can eat shit and kiss my ass. The little mod doesn't stream. He doesn't put his face on cam. Thinks he's entitled to an opinion about me. That's valid, blah, blah, blah. So that was March 15th at least.
Moon check.
So we were already kind of having issues, I guess, it seems like.
Okay.
And he sent me multiple messages that day, actually.
Okay. So we got blah blah blah. We got messages March 15th, then March 28th. The show happened March 29th. The message, and then everything's good, right? Smooth sailing between March 29th and August 1st. Nothing's happening until Paul here brings it up, and then a week after that, on 8/9, that's when Fairy Queen and Tuna Chip start talking about it.
Yeah, but during that week, I was on Smooth's podcast in that week time frame.
Okay. During that week, you were talking to Smooth, and what were you saying on Smooth? And
So,
was
just
Gibbs going
to-
on any podcast during this time, by the way, or talking about this at all?
Well, the Smooth thing was the same day that she got banned on Twitch or got.
Wait, or was it the next day? Was it the same day or the next day?
No,
It might have been the next
it
day.
wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
It was no, because Moon ended up getting banned. I thought that was like 3 weeks ago.
It was
No,
the
they
same
banned
day
you,
that
Paul.
she
Paul,
was
Paul,
going
Paul,
on.
Paul, Paul, Paul,
bro,
Paul,
time is go.
Paul, shut up, Paul. You're fucking this up. It was either the same day or the day after. They were within 24 hours of each other. Zip it, Paul.
Yeah, because it was
Okay.
during
Fuck,
that
I
week.
know
That,
this.
Time
and also,
flies,
just so
time
you know,
flies.
when I went on Smooth's podcast, no, there was no bookings from like Gibbs. Gibbs was not going to go like initially, I believe, and go like say anything. But Smooth had just asked me to be like a co-host because he was like, "Oh, do you want to just talk about like some?" We were going to talk about like Christian Rock, just some BS. But then he said, "Oh, what's going on with you and Gibbs?" And so I was like, "Oh, fuck it. You know what? Let's fucking go over it." I was like, "We can talk about it." But I think we were already having issues beforehand.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean you think we're already having issues? What does that mean?
Because
you were reacting to the ban, Moon. That's what made you.
Yeah, that's what it was. You're right. Para, you're right. Yes.
Wait. So the ban happened
Well,
beforehand.
technically, I'm right, but still.
No, because Moon.
No, but there was something that happened before the ban. There must have been something that happened before the ban.
No, because before the ban.
Paul happened
yes.
before the ban.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, because you were talking to Gibbs and Gibbs was calling me names. Yeah. I remember because I was pissed.
That's not
I was
what
so
happened.
pissed. Yeah.
Fine.
That
Yes, it is. Paul.
Stop.
That is what happened,
Paul.
Hold on.
Is
So
the
it was 8/1. That's when Paul brought it up, and then there was a Smooth, and then you were banned at some point, and then the Smooth show happened.
Yeah.
Okay, why were you banned?
All it says is sexual content. It doesn't say anything else.
Did you flash your tits?
I did not.
Okay.
Now I'm wishing I did because at least like I would have been banned for something good.
Okay.
Um,
So you were banned for sexual
wait.
content. Were you doing sexual content?
I was not actually. That's
You
what
should just tell
nobody
them why you
understood.
think you were banned, Moon. You should just tell them why
I'll
you
tell you
think you were
why.
banned.
I think I was banned. Okay, so I was actually streaming in my kitchen that day, but then I said to chat, "Hey guys, I want to show you where I go to smoke weed." So I was like walking with my camera, and the way it was pointed, it was directly at like me. But obviously I have a chest, but guys, I was wearing a bra, I was wearing a shirt which was covering my boobs. Maybe my camera was pointed there for too long, but I was walking. I was walking in a tank top, literally to the forest, and then I showed my camera. I turned my camera around.
Wait, you have
and I
a
was showing
forest?
people the
You go
forest.
out. You go.
And, like,
You
me-
walk out to the forest.
Like there's like where I live, it's very distinct. There's like
see
a
the forest or the
that's
trees.
distinct.
Wait. You walk. You go out to the forest.
Well, it's a really cool forest. You can see black bears sometimes.
She's doing disjustice to her. Basically, she said that
You
there's
walk
there's
out where
areas-
there's bears, and you are literally the
Not to
meme.
make the
You're
joke
picking
that
the
she's more
bears.
comfortable with
No,
bears
hey,
than
really
she is
quick,
with Gibbs.
really quick, Lactoid and everybody. So really quick. So she didn't want to show where she lived because what she claims, and I don't know where she lives in general, right? But there are areas where she just doesn't accidentally want to dox herself. So she ended up changing her camera view on her phone to go look at her while she's walking. And then that went to her, and then that
I
went
have
to
a
her
really important
chest.
question. I have a really important question. Is the bear Gibbs? I just
No, the bear's not Gibbs. So you go out in the woods where there's bears and consume. Yeah, not a good idea. First of all, so but you're doing that, whatever. And then you get banned for whatever reason.
They banned her for sexual content because she probably turned her
frankly,
shit. Yeah,
if
her
we're being
shit.
honest here, it's probably, if we're talking about Twitch, you just didn't have enough followers watching, I guess, because they allow shit like this all the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Fair enough. Unless you actually did like show your tits, then
No, I didn't.
You're saying no, but I mean, if it happened, then I don't know. Like I wasn't there, So then the Smooth Show happens, and then you guys do a whole interview about the Gibbs thing. What
Yeah.
is
No,
at
this
any
isn't true
point?
either.
Stop!
Wait,
I'm
wait,
talking to her. I'm talking to her, not you. What
I know, but she's
specifically? Oh, but she's wrong about what she's saying. Are you gonna go ahead?
no. She went on Smooth's thing to talk about why she believed that Gibbs was the one that false outed her to get her the ban.
Ooh,
But I
okay,
also talked about the
wait.
situation.
Let's talk
So
about
both
that for a
things,
second.
yeah.
Okay, but
That's
hold on.
true.
Yeah, you said that you think that Gibbs got you banned. What evidence did you have?
So this is what I said to Parallax, and I told them that I was probably paranoid, but I still believe it was probably him. I don't care anybody says. You cannot convince me otherwise. Was the fact that Gibbs had been watching my streams for months, which I could prove. I've taken a screenshot. Well, someone had taken a screenshot of the night Gibbs was watching when I got banned. Obviously we had been going back and forth a bit before this stream happened. And then Oh, it was something that Gibbs said the next day. He had a live stream that said, "Watch your enemies fall." And so I screenshotted it because I was like, that's such an odd thing to put, right? Then he changed it 20 minutes later. And maybe this is just me being, the conspiracy. But to me, I was like, oh, maybe this guy is the one who got me reported or told someone to report me. That's how I took it. But I can be open to people being like, no.
Okay, and then
Wait, didn't Gibbs say we know who did it now?
That's what I
No,
heard.
Gibbs said
Yeah.
Gibbs said that theoretically they know who got Phoenix banned. He was saying that could
Oh, I
be
see.
proven, and that's not true. It
Okay.
couldn't be proven.
Oh.
It wasn't me.
Okay, fair enough. So, whatever. You agree though. You don't have any definitive evidence. You believe
No.
Gibbs. And Gibbs denies it consistently, right? He's
Yeah.
always denied it. Okay.
Yeah.
And then, what happens?
I just told Smooth on the podcast what happened. He just asked me some questions about the situation from the beginning. And then we talked about why I thought it was Gibbs. And that's basically all we did. We just talked about basically why Gibbs was mad at me.
And then what happened after that? After the stream?
And then Gibbs went on to Smooth stream, and instead of refuting anything I said, he just went on a tangent, calling me horrific names, and he didn't provide any proof of anything that he was saying.
Well, hold on. I
He
mean,
was flipped.
just to be fair, it sounds like nobody's really providing a lot of proof of anything. at
They
this
both
point.
they both lacked what
I'm
we
just
would call
saying, he doesn't
definitive
have-
proof.
He doesn't have proof of clips. There's no proof of clips. There's no nothing.
Okay, all right. So he went on and he is apparently making some unsubstantiated claims about what?
Also, what took place during this, the first stream, where everything kind of went down. The night, he told me to stand up. He was trying to make it seem a way that it wasn't, which is why people were getting frustrated because Parallax had to come in during that time. So did Hammer, because we were all kind of like, why are you kind of changing your story? And then with the clip situation, where he told me about the clips and told me what was happening, which just wasn't true. We
Okay,
talked about it once.
the clip situation. What's the
Yeah.
clip situation?
Kind of what he mentioned earlier, when he was getting clipped, he said, by Blue Whale or Orca.
When
and
did
they were
this
trying
happen?
to. When did he get clipped?
Mm-hmm. When did he say that these clips were occurring?
I can look in my thing again. Just give me 1 sec.
Okay.
I don't know if he ever told me. Did he ever tell any of you guys? Parallax, I think you're here. That he was
Basically,
getting clipped.
basically he felt he was getting clipped in the fallout from all of this, almost perpetually is the way he described it.
Yeah, I don't have any messages from him about clips.
Are these people your mods?
Who?
The people that he's saying are clipping him.
The person who he accused of clipping is a mod now, but he wasn't a mod at the time. At least I don't think Ike was a mod at the time, but Ike was in the community.
Okay, so both of them were part of your community and one of them is a mod now.
I don't know if there was another person clipping. The only person I'm aware of that he accused was Ike. I don't know if there was another person.
Well, no, I thought he accused the Blue Whale and the Orca person.
Blue Whale.
I thought
Ike-
Blue Whale
Ike
was
is
supposed to
Orca.
be. Yeah, I
Ike
thought
is
that was
Orca.
supposed to be Orca. Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Sorry if that confuses it even more.
No, I'm following. So okay, then there's the clips or whatever. He's saying that you guys are doing this, and then after that stream, what happens?
After that stream,
Is that
which would like
is the next thing that happens? Fairy Queen and Tuna Chip talking about it?
I
No, the
think
next-
so. I think the next thing
Oh yeah, yeah, it would be. Yeah.
is
Okay.
Fairy
After
Queen
the
and Tuna
two
Chip.
Smooth streams, yeah.
Yeah.
Let it be known Gibbs did go on Smooths immediately afterwards to tell his side too. So he acts like he didn't actively participate. He absolutely did.
So, okay, this happened then on August 9th. And has anything occurred between then and today?
From that, not until today. No.
Okay, we have a timeline. All right, there we go. That was like pulling teeth, but we have something.
I was trying my best.
No, it's not just you.
Okay,
don't
I'm
worry.
back. What did I miss? Could
You
somebody
missed
tell me what I missed?
everything. You missed it all. It's
Yeah,
just
you
the most
kinda
epic
missed
thing.
Missed it all, Doghouse.
You're cooked.
Damn.
It's funny when you
Okay.
meet somebody and then randomly you just keep running into them over and over again, huh, Doghouse?
I know, right? It's kind of like I'm still trying to figure out the bear. Okay, what I can't see is the forest through the trees. That's the problem I'm having right now.
What? Also, I live in British Columbia. That's why there's so many bears. Just
Oh,
if people are
So
my first experience. Yeah, go
Sorry, go ahead. Well, I was going to say, like,
Canadian elf?
I did a lot of. I've been obviously taking notes, and unfortunately, there is no possible way that I have the time, or especially not the patience, to go over all this shit and find out exactly what was said. Okay, but I have a general timeline here. So the general timeline appears to be Gibbs was making these offers to do an e-dating show, and you didn't want to. You did at one point joke about actually wanting to be on the show, which Gibbs is saying he took as part of playing into it. It all accumulated on March 28th when there was a show specifically where you're and I want to hear from. I'll talk to him about this specifically. But you're saying that he kept on saying, stand up and turn around, and it was kind of like it was awkward. You're saying. Did you joke and play around into any of that during that show?
Oh, definitely. Because like we were drinking, I thought Gibbs was joking. I thought it was just a meme, and I thought he would stop eventually. And I thought like I didn't want to make it weird, and maybe it was like a boundaries issues on my side too. I should have said something more, but I was trying to be like, I didn't want it to be weird.
You made it weird.
Okay,
so
I was just like,
sure.
I was like, okay. But then I was kind of like, no, Gibbs. Like you could tell, like during, like as it progressed, it was just more uncomfortable.
Okay, but in a light most favorable to Gibbs, he could be thinking that you guys were just playing into it.
I think halfway through for sure, maybe. But then towards like as it kept going, he knew. He had to have known.
He knew, but he like continued?
Yeah. Because people were saying it, and that's why he was getting upset that night too. Because it was just like uncomfortable.
Okay. Well, I don't know if he knew, but I'll ask him. But then on March 29th, he sends the chat saying he's very upset. I'm guessing that perhaps your mods were insulting him in a chat. Is that probably accurate to say?
I don't know, because he could have been mad about anything, because he would get upset a lot over like just like anything.
He seems particularly angry at your mods.
The reason he's mad is because when he would at the main mod, who at the time was Shifty, okay? He would at him. Shifty wouldn't say anything. But it wasn't until one day, I think Shifty said, "Lil bro, aren't you tired of like being obsessed with me?" or something, and Gibbs like fucking lost it. I think Parallax might be looking for the messages like from my streams, so maybe we can pull it up so you guys can see them. But yeah,
sure. And so
goes falling asleep. I think I am too.
He's in conflict with your mods. Then nothing happens for
grabbing pizza. Be right back.
Fucking 5 months or 4 or 5 months.
Yeah.
And then, to be fair, you guys bring it up. And it starts this.
Yeah, he lost his mind. He went like crazy.
Okay.
Like, I don't have to scream and yell. I've allowed you to talk. You want to figure out a timeline? Not a problem. I've been pretty open and honest. If there's something that I mess up, I try to correct it right away. But there's a difference between the way I speak and the way Gibbs speaks. And I think that makes it like pretty obvious by his actions, the fact that he won't let most people finish a sentence, and the fact that he ran from here when I joined. That he's not telling the complete truth. He's not telling the total truth.
Do you think that maybe he just might be over it and he just doesn't want to talk about it anymore
No,
because he's having to
no,
do it over and over again?
I think he's just a liar.
Time
I
out.
think he's
He's
a liar.
definitely not over it. He screamed and acted like someone took
A
one of
child.
his toys tonight every time Hammer spoke. He's clearly
Honestly,
not over it.
I didn't watch
Yeah.
tonight, so that could very well be true. So
That's what started all this, to be clear.
That's why he's mad at Hammer. Like, that's why he acts crazy with him. Because he hates Hammer because Hammer doesn't like Gibbs. Hammer thinks Gibbs is a weirdo. That is why Gibbs hates Hammer.
yeah, again, I didn't listen, so I apologize. So yeah,
I
I'll stay
just
out of
need to
this
make it
at the
clear
moment.
as
I'm
to why
only here
Gibbs
again.
hates Hammer.
I'm only here again just to make sure because I'm involved in this time on here and there, and I'm gonna make sure that that's all it is. So I'll stay out of this. So that could be correct. I don't know what happened tonight.
Like, if you notice, Gibbs will like call me names, which is fine, right? Like, he can do that. That's okay. But I think that also speaks to his character. If somebody reacts like that, there's a reason why they're reacting like that. He's not reacting like a regular or a fucking just, I don't know, emotionally intelligent man. He is having a emotional mental breakdown on stream, and everyone's just saying, "Oh, okay, this is normal." It's not normal.
Yeah,
His reaction is not
I don't know
normal.
enough. Yeah, I don't.
His reaction is
didn't
not
watch the stream
normal.
tonight. I'm sorry.
What happened. There were people there. If he can't accept
So what,
it,
Gibbs was just
okay,
kind of freaking out
it's what
tonight
it is.
overall every time Hammer talked because of this situation, or what happened tonight?
Because he hates Hammer,
He's
because
mad
Hammer doesn't
at
like
Hammer.
him.
Well, I mean, you can be mad at Hammer and like still
Well,
like
he
whatever
felt like he
bullshit.
was helping Hammer, and Hammer didn't take his side when all this stuff went down. That's
Oh,
Yeah,
during
because
the
Hammer thinks he's
conversation tonight, you're
weird.
saying?
Hammer said that he does not want to interact with Gibbs. He doesn't want to have a friendship with
Well,
Gibbs.
then why
He
did
doesn't
why did he join the panel tonight?
because he can still have panels. You can still have a discussion or a debate with someone without having to like them. You can do
No,
that,
I
but Gibbs
understand that,
can't
but if
do
you don't
that.
want,
No, but
well,
Gibbs can't do that. Just because
up
somebody's
until
emotional,
recently.
they need to relax.
Up until recently, I was able to have them both on at the same time, but I guess
yeah,
Gibbs is
after
now
tonight,
taking
right?
it harder
Yeah.
than usual. Well, I'd had him on, I want to say 5 times together since this whole thing began. Now all of a sudden today it's a thing. So
Can
here we
I
are.
just clarify? Were there any jokes about him? Like, were there any like clips or jokes titled in any way pedophile? Anything at all?
I didn't see any of that. I promise. I actually didn't.
Okay.
I'm not even. I literally and like God strike me down if I'm lying. If somebody can pull it up, I did not see any clips. I asked Gibbs for clips. I said, Gibbs, did someone actually do this to you? Could you please like let me know who it is? Could you send me it so I can actually like deal with this? Nothing.
Fuck, dude, I hate to do this. I'm sorry, Moon. Okay, I'm sorry, Moon. I
No, go ahead.
apologize in advance. Okay.
Go ahead.
So Amphibious Orca is also at times inside my streams. Okay. And he does clip me out of context a lot of the times, like basically saying like, like I'll be like, I love black shirts, right? And then he'll clip the I love blacks, right? Or I hate black shirts, and then I say I hate blacks, and he'll clip that. So I don't know if Amphibious Orca did some like random clipping
Anybody
like
wanna
that,
clip
as
that?
like a joke, as like a exactly true Lethy, as like a joke to where Amphibious Orca was joking around when it came to like pedophilia or whatever it talks about with Gibbs. But
There was no pedophilia one. There was one that he said something that was, it out of context sounded predatory is the word that was used.
Well, there you go.
And
Yeah.
I do think it was Ike, but I don't think he had any malicious intent. At the time, he was a viewer of both people and just trying to be
Correct.
friendly.
He was just being funny. Yeah, he was just being funny. Yeah, he was just being funny. Like he does. Like, dude, you should see some of the clips on my fucking shit.
So
every
I'm
once in a
gonna
while.
ban
It's
him for
wild,
being
you know?
funny. This is what I
No,
don't
no,
understand.
no.
So
I'm not
now
saying that
he's
you
being
shouldn't be banning someone. I don't think you should be banning someone. That's what I'm saying.
But
All I'm
this is
saying is that there probably could be a clip out there
But this is
saying
what
how
I'm saying. You're giving him so much fucking grace. I don't have proof of a clip. If there was a clip that said Gibbs is a pedophile and Ike had done that, guess what? I would have fucking banned Ike and said,
not
no, this is
pedophile
not
predator.
okay.
I'm
Or
sorry, not
whatever it
pedophile
was,
predator.
I
But
would
it
have said
sounds
this
like
is not okay.
Well, Moon, really quick. It sounds like Paris
But I've
says
already
there is a
spoken
clip
to
out
Ike.
there. Well, no, it sounds like
no, there's
Paris
no
saying that there
clips.
is there
There's
was
no
a clip.
clips.
There's
Wait
no
a
clips.
minute. Wait a
There's
minute.
no
Wait. The clip that it was claimed to be predatory, was that a clip of like out of context Gibbs saying something about fucking kids?
I'm not aware. I have not seen this clip. None of us have because Gibbs
So
deleted them all.
supposedly he said while he was playing some shooter game, fuck them kids. And they took
Yeah,
that
well,
out
he was
of-
playing Halo. That's what he says. But we've none of this clip. It does not.
Yeah, I'm gonna
exist. No
fuck
one's ever
those
seen it.
kids or whatever, something like that, and then the next thing
Yeah.
you know, it's clipped.
Clipping Paul again, please.
Let's go, baby.
Look, people get
I
clipped out of
already-
context and clip chimped all the time. Don't be a little bitch about it. Just fucking delete the clip and move on.
It's not about. It's not about the deleting of the clip. It's the fact that.
Where are the clips? Where are they?
Well, it's not about where are the clips. I'm just saying in general. It's just more of a. This is getting
Did Gibbs
used
get banned?
now against. No. This is no. The problem is that these clips, if they do exist,
They
are
don't.
getting used against his character.
But they don't exist. There's
No,
no
I know.
clips being used. No, but Paul, stop right there. Because there's none. So you're saying, what if? No, it's not happening. If it was happening, there's a situation to deal with. There are no clips. Nothing's
I
being
can
used
tell
against
you-
Gibbs.
hey,
He
Moon,
has
Moon.
not been banned. This is just bullshit. I just think this is actually BS.
Moon, I could agree with you saying, like, you know what, this is probably a what you call it in court, lactoid, where we should just throw it out and the jury shouldn't be allowed to hear this anymore.
Fruit from the poison tree.
What's it called? Where like you have evidence that needs to get
we
thrown
are
out
breaking
because
we are breaking every rule of that. Like hearsay would have been 90% of this would not have been let in. Just to be clear, so we're sort of playing a little bit loosey goosey with those rules, and I understand why. Obviously,
Paul is wrong. No one thinks differently of Gibbs because of this.
What?
No,
I
that's not
do.
what I'm trying to say. Wait, why do you think? Why? It doesn't matter. We can talk.
I think he is a freakity freak. I don't care. I stand by it. I think he's a freakity freak. I think he's got some serious issues. Okay, seriously, deep down, and I think he needs help. And I actually feel sorry for him. I truly do feel sorry for Gibbs.
Yeah, and again, we can
Wait.
sit here and we can say that, and you know,
Moon
Gibbs and
understood
I,
the
we do
assignment.
things here and there, but overall,
Look, if
I
I
don't know,
can,
man.
if I can cut in, okay, and just explain why me and Tuna Chip chose to have the stream, like why we chose to do that, and just to bring it, jog
I do have a
everyone's
question
memory.
at the. I do have a question after that, by the way, Ferry.
Sure. Okay, so just to get the timeline incredibly clear, okay, so that no one is confused. This happened again. This happened in August. This happened in August 9th. Is that right? Am I correct in saying this is August 9th?
that's what I have.
Letha, you were there. Okay, August 9th is when this happened. Okay. August 9th was the day that me and Tuna Chip hosted this stream. When we hosted the stream, we invited Leafy Water Kai, Parallax, Mooncake. We invited Gibbs. We invited Phoenix. I do not remember if we invited anyone else. Those are the people that I remember who we invited. I invited these. I also invited Testicle Johnson, who was
And
angry
Hammer.
that and Hammer. Yes, and I also invited Hammer. These are all the people that were invited. I'm stopping so that we don't get overwhelmed with the amount of information. Okay, but that's who was there. Okay. Now, Phoenix said that he couldn't come on because he was banned. He was invited. Gibbs, I have sent you the last communication that I had with Gibbs, which was on that evening. That evening, okay, you can see that earlier that day, he said, hey, I lied. I need to push it back a couple hours or move it to Saturday. I totally forgot about the Kill Modi show. It's been planned 2 weeks and I've been recruiting it. I can't skipping it. And I said, yo, that's fine. We're going to go ahead and do the stream at 8:30 p.m. And if you want, you can hop on after you're done with the Modi show afterwards. And then Admiral Gibbs. Yeah, I totally spaced that it was today. Fairy Queen. Okay, here is the invite to our Discord. Please hop to the backstage VC when ready. We begin at, and then I can see that I have the Patrick symbol there, but I believe I meant to say 8:30. We hosted the stream at 8:30. Gibbs never showed up, even though he was given an invitation, and even though we would have waited for him to come on later on in the evening. Leafy Water Kai hopped on. Hammer came on. Mooncake could not come on because she was banned. But really, I just wanted to have a very clear and a very objective accounting of what actually took place. Because when I watched the Smooth podcast, and if you watch it, you'll see the same thing. People in the chat who are both Mooncake and Gibbs's friends said that both of these people misrepresented the story. Testicle Soy Johnson, he specifically said that he was disappointed in ways that Mooncake and that Gibbs were representing the story. Parallax said, and you've heard this earlier, that Gibbs falsely accused Mooncake of being racist towards him.
Let's just
Wait,
go
did
over
Tessie,
that.
wait, hold on. Very
let's not-
clean. Did
please,
Tessie
no.
Johnson? Wait, hold on. Did Tessie Johnson actually go on your stream to do this?
No, he didn't. He was angry that I invited him because he said that he wanted to keep his nose clean, and that was my fault. But that is the truth of who was invited.
So we're just
okay?
gonna leak what
So-
he said. Okay, that's fine. Okay, go on.
Okay, before we go forward, can I just quickly ask, when did that stream end?
Why?
As in what time? I don't remember, honestly.
Was it end at like 9:30? Because you said it started at 8:30. When did it end?
I don't know for sure. I believe it was approximately midnight, but I could be wrong. I do not know for certain if that's true. If I'm wrong, I accept that I'm wrong, but that's about roughly when I think it ended. I think Parallax was there, Lethe was there. I believe Mooncake was probably watching. You can ask both of them to confirm, but I
Okay.
believe it was about approximately midnight.
And then one other question. You said Phoenix said that he couldn't get on, that he was banned. Did he say anything about being banned due to being brigaded?
I don't believe so. Let me just check my messages just to be absolutely clear. Okay. So
And while
this
you're-
is okay. So
do that real quick. But is there any? Are we disputing that Phoenix was brigaded?
By Mooncake's community, yes, we are.
You are disputing that. Okay.
Yes, 1,000%.
He was
got
what, sorry?
brigaded- He
I'm
got
sorry?
brigaded by someone else
Oh.
because of some kind of.
No, he kept telling me that he was in love with me.
No,
that
that's,
day.
you
He was freaking me out. He kept saying, I love you so much, Moon. Oh.
You missed the question. You missed the question. He did do
My
that.
fault.
It's whatever, but that's like interpersonal weirdness.
No, that was weird.
No, the Wrinkly or the Phoenix ban came as a consequence of a conflict he had with another guy named Wrinkly, and it has something to do with Phoenix being accused of saying the N-word on the stream, which may or may not be linked
Happens
to
to
a
all of
fucking
us.
ban. I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to read out the last message that Phoenix sent me. Official statement. I am not participating in this trial for many reasons, particularly due to the fact that a targeted attack was commenced against me prior to the stream starting, resulting my inability to even voice an opinion. The funny thing is, I wasn't even going to come on this show, but since I have lost everything, again, I will say my piece. Gibbs was wrong in aspects of what he did, but Mooncake is no saint either. And this is the rest of the stuff. But I only read this out just to simply say that, yes, it seems that he does say that he was targeted prior to coming onto the stream based off of this message. That seems to be true, consistent based off of this.
Okay.
So this is what happened, and this is what happened today. Okay. So I don't remember what order we brought people on. I believe we brought people initially one at a time, and then eventually we brought people together as best we could. I believe I started by bringing on Mr. Hammer, and then after I had a conversation with Mr. Hammer, I believe I brought on Kai, but I'm not sure if I brought on Lethe afterwards or not. After that, I think I brought on Parallax. I'm honestly not sure if we brought on anyone else, but I know for a fact that it was those three people. Mooncake joined our Discord, but she could not join. I asked her if her sister, Christina, could join, and Christina did not, I think, joined the Discord but did not hop in. Phoenix did not join. Gibbs, I have no logs from him after the last thing that I sent you. The last communication that I had was sending him an invite to our Discord and telling him that he could hop on our show after the Modi show happened that day. So it was my belief at that time, the best of my knowledge, that he was going to show up on the stream later on that evening. But I believe that he communicated with me and said that he wouldn't be able to make it, that he was not going to come on, but I don't have any Discord DMs of that. So the only reason I think that might be true is if somebody else told me that, or if he went into our Twitch stream chat and said it. But I'd have to find the logs from Tuna Chip just to make sure. Again, I'm being very specific, okay? Because I don't want to accidentally say something that isn't true. That's what I believe happened, okay? I brought on everyone to have a conversation about what happened, okay? And this was my impression of what took place. My impression of what took place is that, it's really weird that nobody has any logs of anything. Nobody has any clips of anything.
No.
Nobody has, the Discord is deleted. Nobody has any VODs.
We think in very similar ways. This is
very strange that nobody has anything, despite some very huge and loaded accusations are being made from both Mooncake and from Gibbs. And if you're going to lodge something, I mean, I'll be honest with you, Mooncake, and I'm just trying to be fair, okay?
Here we
Look,
go. Here we go.
No, I'm being okay.
There we go.
You keep saying over and over again that Gibbs could leak the logs to go tomorrow. Dude, you leak the logs, okay? Take all of them at this point.
I'm giving him a choice. I'm letting him decide.
No, dude,
No,
just
you're
leak
like
them.
giving him a
Just leak
choice.
them.
Let me interject. Why did you delete the Discord?
Oh, my Discord? Well, honestly, I was paranoid because I thought everybody was like a sneaky hoe. And so I was like, fuck this. I don't want any of this bullshit in here. So I blew up my Discord. And then what I did was I
Schizophrenia.
created a new private one
A
for the
sneaky
people I
hoe.
trust.
Explain
Yeah.
what does that mean here in this context?
She didn't
If
know.
you know,
who to,
if
she
you
didn't
listen,
know.
listen.
Okay.
This is not a democracy, okay? This is a cult. So if you're not a part of the cult, you've got to go. That's how it goes.
Gotcha.
You're not invited to the island. That's what happens.
Okay. So you were concerned that everyone was a sneaky hoe. When did you delete the Discord?
Oh fuck! When was that?
A few days after you
Oh,
got
was
banned.
that 2 days after? Yeah, because I said fuck it.
Gotcha. So this would have been.
I blew it up because I thought, why not? Why the hell not? Because I knew that people who I trusted would come back to the community. So I said, why the hell not?
Let it be known I advocated against this so that questions like this wouldn't be
Yeah,
asked.
a lot of people did.
I did
Almost
as well,
everybody
by
did.
the way. I did as well, by the way.
Oh yeah, and then Fnatic was there before too, and all that bullshit. When he recorded me, I was like, "Fuck that!" After like some of that bullshit had gone down, and the shit with Dream, I was just like, you know what? There was also other reasons as to why I wanted to delete it
Dream
anyway.
and Fnatic are involved in this somewhere?
No, there's some other
No. This
bullshit.
happened before that. This happened
God,
long
no,
before
I
that.
swear to
Yeah.
God, I'll uninstall Discord. No.
Yeah, it's you don't really want to get into
Wait,
that.
so you have drama with those two people as well?
Thank you, anonymous gifter, for the sneaky.
Previously, yes. Previously, yeah.
Gotcha. Just out of curiosity, how many people do you have drama with?
Mainly, you know what's weird? It's a lot of men, which is odd.
It's actually not. It's
Hey,
actually
by
not
the way,
odd at
I have a
all.
lot of
Just
I have a lot of
men.
drama with women as
Fnatic.
well. So I mean, come
Hang
on.
on. Can if I can stick up for Moon a little bit here, okay? And this is the other reason why I chose to ask everybody to come on to talk about this with me and Tuna Chip, okay? And that's that I have been on Gibbs's show a couple of times, and I take responsibility for this. It was my fault when this happened, but a couple of times I've been on Gibbs, and we were just having a good time, and I got drunk. And when I got drunk at least twice. I don't remember exactly when. I know one time was on, I believe, July 17th, and I believe the first time was earlier, I believe in June or July. And I'm not proud of it. It wasn't a good thing. But it is true that it happened. And when that happened that day, Gibbs invited me the first time to come on, and we were having fun. He asked me because I said that I thought that bi guys were hot. So he showed me this music video of these guys performing. We talked about it. I became progressively more drunk. And then later on in the evening, I mentioned that I think that, like, on average, most women typically like a lean physique. They do not like a bulky or larger physique typically. So women do like physically attractive men, but they like physically attractive men who are typically lean. So think Jacob Elordi, not Sir Gregor Clegane.
But fucking Gibbs is huge, and he's here talking shit. I'm just saying, like,
No,
fat people are fine. I love fat
Dude,
people.
I'm not
but
trying to be
Gibbs is
mean or
being calling, and he's fucking
Jesus
big
Christ. Dude, okay? So this is what happened, okay? So I said this, I expressed this sentiment. And I also said something to the effect of that it seems contrary to like what is often said about like what women prefer. On average, women do tend to prefer androgynous faces that are moderately masculine, as opposed to being hyper masculine. Most women prefer like something that's roughly in the middle. So I expressed this, and I said it's very possible as you get older, right, as you age, because women tend to like men that are 3 to 4 years older than they are, generally speaking, that women tend to like men who look progressively more and more masculine as you get older. So the type of body type that you like when you're 25 is probably different than the one that you like when you're 35, or the one that you're 45, or the one that you're 55, et cetera, et cetera. Because when you're 55, you like men that are roughly 56 or 57, et cetera, et cetera. So I said this, and then Gibbs responded by making a John Zerka joke, and he said that I sounded like John Zerka. And we all know the context of John Zerka. John Zerka, who knows how much of what he says is true or not, but we know that he jokes frequently about being a pedophile. We know that this is a frequent thing that
So
he said.
you walked
And so-
away in between when he said this. You stepped away for a minute, and we enlightened him as to how dim-witted his statement was. And when you came back, he apologized for it.
He did, but at the time, I was very drunk at the time, and on it, and I've said this already. I have family members and people that I really care about who have been abused in their childhood, and so like to hear something like that when I was very, very drunk, it very upset me, and I began to cry, and I left the stream, and I felt bad. I didn't mean to ruin the stream. But later on, I then rejoined the stream and I came back and I made the mistake a second time. And again, I chose to drink. When I was there with Gibbs, and I don't remember exactly who else was there. I think that Testy was there. I'm pretty sure that he was. While I was on the stream, Gibbs and I had a second conversation. And this time I gave a second preference. And this preference was that for myself personally, I tend to prefer to date men who are within 1 to 3 generations of somebody hopping off a boat. I tend to like people who come from the immigrant experience. The reason why is because I know it sounds dumb. Listen, okay, my dad's parents hopped off a boat. Okay,
Sounds very racist.
Okay, my great uncle. It's not okay.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Okay. Well, it's funny you should mention that. Okay, so it's what my dad's experience was. It's the experience of my great uncle, who is Japanese American, and it's the experience of a lot of people who I care about in my life, and it's an experience that I value and that I want to pass down to my kids. Because in my opinion, that was something that in my family was a huge pressure on me and my brothers and sisters to be successful and to work hard in school. There's lots of research, there's lots of data on this. People that tend to be like in the second generation, they tend to, on average, they tend to be more successful. They tend to have a cultural value that they want to raise their kids to become more successful than they are, and they progress, et cetera, right? So this was something that I said. Gibbs's response to this was to say that I was saying things that were, no, it wasn't Gibbs. I want to be very, very clear. There was a person in the chat, okay, that was another Hispanic person who joined the VC while I was drinking at this time. Majin, Majin was in the same VC with me, and he said, well, really, you think like it's a good thing to be like, he basically showed me talked about statistics about how immigrant men, and he claimed that immigrant men are more likely to beat their wives. And he then then he talked about his own previous experience. Then a Hispanic gentleman joined the VC, and he said that I didn't know what I was talking about, that a lot of Mexican men, in fact, are terrible husbands to their wives. In fact, they are more likely to cheat on their wives than other demographics of people. And for me to say this, and for me to express this as a preference, was racist of me. And it was incredibly racist, and I was talking about a culture that I had no familiarity with. I will spill the beans to you all. I'm not Hispanic, okay? I don't know anything about what it is to be Mexican. I don't know anything about what it is to be Hispanic, okay? I wasn't really talking about Hispanic or Mexican culture. I was talking about the pressures on being professionally successful that exist when you have a family that recently moves into a new territory or country, okay? That was specifically what I was referencing. But this was unraveled and it unspooled. I left afterwards to have a different conversation with Majin. We had a separate conversation. When I was left, I was told that this Hispanic person then joined Gibbs live, and that apparently Gibbs agreed with this guy that I was being racist in this call. And so I felt very upset by this, and I felt very hurt. I didn't say anything about it because I felt embarrassed about being drunk, and I felt that it was my fault for stirring all of this up in the first place, and I didn't want to bring anything up about this. But then I saw a Mooncake story. I saw a Mooncake story on Smooth's podcast. And my impression
Thank you, Para, for the bits. Appreciate it.
And my experience is this, okay? I believe that Gibbs has a good heart, okay? I don't believe that Gibbs is a malicious person. I don't believe that Gibbs has ever intentionally tried to sexually harass or to stalk anyone. I can't believe it needs to be said, but I don't think that Gibbs is a pedophile, and I would never say that or believe that, or I don't believe any of that's true. But this is what I do think is true, okay? I have noticed this happens on a lot of panels. I've noticed this interpersonally with Gibbs. As fun and as boisterous and as much as I like him as a friend, when he is angry and when he feels personally insulted or when he gets pissed off, he tends to go to the most nuclear, petty thing that he can call you in the moment. And he tends to do this very reactively, and he tends to do this. And when he is on a train of thought, if he is on this train of thought, it is almost impossible to derail him off of it. And it hasn't just happened like in this situation with Mooncake. It's happened on multiple things. I've seen it when he's talked to Fabian Liberty. I've seen it when he's talked to other people. He gets mad because the other person says something kind of rude, and then he decides to be petty and angry in response. And so that, I don't believe that there was anything intentional that happened here necessarily. I do think that Gibbs owes Mooncake an apology. I think that's definitely true, because regardless of what all of the rest of this stuff you can say, the one thing that is not in dispute is that he asked her to stand up, he asked her to twirl, he asked her to show her rear, and he did not stop when she gave clear indications telling him to stop. And that means that regardless of all of the rest of the stuff that's happened, he owes her an apology on that basis alone, I think. But I don't, the clip thing, without any evidence, it's hard to know really what to say, right? There isn't any clips, there aren't any logs.
Well, wait. And so we don't know, but we don't have any copy of this particular, the stand-up and twirl. We don't have a copy of that video or VOD.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
Does anybody here have a copy of that? Who here saw it? I guess is my question.
I was present.
You were present. Anybody else?
I was not present.
Okay, so
yeah.
So we have and we don't have a VOD or any recording whatsoever.
Do you think, Ferry? Do you think that if
hold
you
on, Moon's VODs got nuked when she got banned. So like there's no like asking her for VODs at this point is an unfair ask. She can't produce it.
Do you guys not like save everything?
This is why I record all of my VODs.
I move everything to YouTube.
So it's your fault. It's your fault, Vigilante. All I'm saying is, like, bottom line, all I can convict Gibbs of is being a dick.
Yep. Seems like it.
Like, that's pretty much where I'm at with it. That's where I've been at with it. Gibbs was being a dick. And
by the way, I get a lot of hate for that, Levy. I get a lot of hate for that.
I've told him myself. It is what it is.
And you want to know, Ferry, I have a question. Do you think that if you ask Gibbs straight up, like if he do you think that he regrets, or not regret?
He doesn't regret shit.
That's not a good question.
Okay.
I guess I should have said no. I guess what I should say is, do you think that he would say that he was in the wrong?
Okay, this is literally what Gibbs said in the podcast with Smooth, and you can watch the Smooth podcast yourself to see. Gibbs says, okay, I probably should, it says something to the effect of, I'm not giving an exact quote, okay, but the gist of what he says is, I knew I was doing something wrong, okay? It wasn't right for me to say that to Mooncake. Maybe I went a little bit too far. There's an acknowledgement there that he knows that he shouldn't have said that, and that he shouldn't have said that, and that he's responsible for that. But then what he says, then he gives the but. And after the but comes, one, the racism allegation with the Chihuahua. The second one is the clips that Mooncake did nothing to stop them. And 3, that Mooncake lied, essentially, about wanting to come onto the e-dating shows. And based off of these 3 different factors, he felt that he was overwhelmed, and he felt that he had a right to react, and that he felt that Mooncake did not deserve to be treated with respect on the basis of all of this behavior. I think that's not true, okay? And I don't
not
think
only,
it's
hey, really quick, I'll just be completely frank here. If what you said is true, yeah, it seems like that's not an apology. I'll just be like completely frank with it, or not even just an apology, even acknowledgement, right? So I didn't see his Smooth conversation. I didn't, because, stay away from it. But yeah, it seems like that. I understand what you're saying. Is what I'm saying. It doesn't seem like that's an apology.
Well, my impression the reason I mentioned my experience is One, because I thought there might be something credible with this story and I wanted to see if there was anything credible, which is part of the reason I wanted to talk to other people who had some more objective accounting of information. But the second reason why I wanted to talk about it, I'm so sorry. I blanked like 30 seconds. Somebody else go. I've been talking for a lot.
I'll throw this out. At the end of the day, my takeaway has not changed. Nothing Mooncake did justifies being called a fat bitch or a cunt. And ultimately, that's really what it boils down to. All the other shit is silly, petty, back and forth, stupid shit for the most part. Yeah, and there are varying degrees of wrong and right in it, but there are like certain things that took place that rise above in terms of severity all of the rest of it. And calling her a fat bitch and a cunt, yeah, I don't know, man. There's just no justification for it at all in any way, shape, or form. It doesn't do anyone any good. And it certainly isn't serving him well. So yeah, I think that if Gibbs were to just like be like, you know what, I regret nothing except for calling you a fat bitch and a cunt, that would be enough for me. But otherwise, I'm like, yeah, this is. Can I go die now in Minecraft?
I think he is a bad person. I think Gibbs is a really bad person. I think for some reason, people are willing to overlook and give him grace because maybe you've had a couple laughs with him or whatever. All I did wrong was thinking that this person was my friend and trying to hint to someone that, hey, you're kind of making me uncomfortable. And yeah, maybe I should have established better boundaries, and that's my fault, right? I was still new to streaming, and I was still just kind of figuring things out and getting to know people. And I don't think that's inherently a bad thing. So I feel like in a little bit of ways, I'm being kind of like turned into like on equal footing with him. And at the end of the day, when I spoke with Smooth, I still had respect for Gibbs. No matter what he said, I wasn't just calling him names until today. This is the first stream where you've heard me say any of those things about Gibbs. And it's only because he does it about me in every single stream or conversation he wants to have. But if you go back to my stuff, I wasn't doing that because it's called a respect thing. I still had some respect for Gibbs. And maybe that's where I went wrong. Okay, but he is a fucking freak. He is weird. This energy that he ran. As soon as I got here, he ran. Gibbs could have sat here and talked. He could have explained, hey, by the way, and I would have muted my mic so that he could explain his side, but he chose not to do that because Gibbs is a professional liar. He might be your friend. Go do your thing. He's a professional liar, which is why I want nothing to do with him. He's just, that's it, period.
Well, here's what I'll say, okay? Like a lot of people in chat, and I'm seeing some people, like a couple, I do not think that you're on equal footing. But the reason I don't think that you're on equal footing is because Gibbs is claiming that these clips exist. He's claiming that all of this stuff happened, and he doesn't have a single log or video or audio clip or anything to back it up, which neither do you. But the difference is that you, Hammer, and Gibbs, none of you deny that the stream with the twirl and thing happened. None of you deny that it went too far. None of you deny that there's no question that it happened from anyone that saw it, okay? And because of that, I think that means that we have to assume that this is true. There seems to be enough evidence to say that that happened and that he probably owes you an apology. If Gibbs demands responsibility or is saying that these clips exist, one thing that he could do that Smooth told him that he can do if the clips aren't there, if they aren't downloaded, Twitch sends you an email notification. They email your account. So every single time you have a clip, it should be in your junk mail. It should be in your spam folder. You should have an email account that shows you all of the clips and the titles of the clips. So why isn't that even there? You could surely look in your email account, couldn't you? Even if you don't have the clips downloaded. Like, why is there no evidence here? That sucks, okay? Like, it feels foolish almost that we're talking about it this way. But the fact that the one thing nobody here can deny is that this happens, Gibbs, I'm sorry. I think that you need to apologize. And then I think there needs to be an acknowledgement that another thing too, and this is me, maybe this is just a personal thing. These drunk streams seem to be a mess, okay? They seem frequently, and this has been mentioned by other people who've noticed these types of streams, it is not uncommon for them to end in fighting. It's not uncommon for them to end in stuff happening. People say things out of turn. I think that is an element that I think is important to consider here, maybe going forward.
Yeah, I mean, Gibbs is stream is a fucking mess, especially when he does his drunk streams. But his character doesn't help him here because he's quite literally a serial fucking misogynist. He jokes about having a fucking harem of e-girls at his disposal. He's literally joked about having to delete VOD because of one of the drunk streams that you're talking about, where a girl got so drunk that she fucking flashed her tits. So, yeah. Like, the drunk streams we're talking about are a fucking problem.
Okay, I haven't ever heard of the flashing thing before. I will just tell you, like, it is not my experience of Admiral Gibbs. I don't believe that he doesn't seem to me to be a creepy person, and I don't believe that he like necessarily is malicious. What I think is he's bombastic and petty and has a temper, and when he is personally insulted, tends to go off the rails, sometimes in inappropriate ways, as we've seen right here. I think that's probably more accurately like what's going on here. I don't think that Gibbs like routinely tries to target people deliberately to try to make them uncomfortable.
Can I ask?
I don't either. I think it's just the way that he acts.
I need to be okay. Mooncake, are you still here? Shit, never mind.
I would have assumed she was.
Continue the
but,
conversation.
Yeah, I guess this is. Well, she's here. She's muted.
Hi, wait, sorry, I'm still here. I was just doing something.
All good.
Wait,
The unrelated drama that you have with other people. What's that regarding?
Fuck, what is? Oh, Fanatic.
In 3 sentences
when
or
I used
less.
to do ABE.
Oh God.
Oh, well, no, that's difficult. But when I used to do ABE, fuck, what was the fight about? I fought with Joe Lewis. I think I fought with Joe Lewis one time, and Joe Lewis brought Fanatic with him. And basically, like, I think he just thinks I hate black men. I don't even know why he was mad at me. Like, he just, like, raged, but I can't remember.
He probably believes you hate black men. I
Yeah,
believe that. Okay. Fair enough. So then, and then for Dream, what about him?
It was like the same thing. It was mainly just like them. It wasn't like Dream causing or us having drama per se, because I think we're fine. But it was just him basically like doing the same shit as Fnatic, like just like saying the same shit. It was just that, and like Fnatic recording me.
Okay.
I think Dream knew Fnatic would record me.
Okay.
But that's it. Like I don't think there's anyone else.
I got a
Yeah,
beef with Moon, okay? Me and Moon have beef, okay?
Yeah, I have beef with Paul because Paul is like a kiss ass. No offense, Paul, but I told you this before.
I know.
For Jeb and now for Gibbs. So both of them.
I'm not a kiss ass to Gibbs. It's not true.
But you meant for Jeb. For Jeb and Gibbs.
For Jeb,
But
I mean, have you seen Jeb's lips before?
What?
Oh, we're not doing this right now. We are not doing this again.
What are we talking about here?
What? I respect Jeb though. That's a difference.
But have you seen the lips?
I don't know what that means. And
Develop your own shtick. Fuck you.
Check your DMs, Lactoid. God damn it.
Well, yeah, that's it. I don't have any issues with anyone else. And now I'm just sticking to Legos. I'm not even in the like political stuff, except for sometimes like when I comment here and there on just like a few things. But other than that, that's it. I don't know.
Gotcha.
So have we about gotten through what this whole thing is? Are you satisfied, Lactoid? And Gibbs sent you a DM, so
Okay, yeah, I will here's my final judgment. This whole thing was dumb. That's
True.
I'm realizing in real time why I don't do this kind of content.
I tried to save you from this. You insisted.
I did insist, and here's the reason. Most of the time, you couldn't pay me to do this shit, okay? But it does involve people that I do like a lot. It involves people that I respect a lot, and it involves people that I respect on both sides of this. Just to be absolutely frank. I think that the most true thing that was said is there's all these claims being made, but nobody has any fucking evidence. And that's always, I think, such a red flag for the worst kind of drama, the worst kind of shit. So I am going to withhold judgment. Because ultimately, even though I have a timeline that took a long time to make, and I have some idea as to what the allegations are and to why that there's conflict, I don't fully know. I think the big questions here that I don't know, and it looks like I'm never going to find out, was I don't know the context of the show, the original show. I don't know if it was being played into as a bit. I don't know what kind of jokes were going along. I don't know anything like that. I don't know the background here behind why Gibbs doesn't like your mods. We don't know if he got you taken down. We don't know if your community got his mod taken down. We don't know if there's racism accusations in here somewhere. We don't know. I found out that you go outside, that's in the woods at night where there's bears, do intoxicating substances. That was bad. So don't do that anymore. And yeah, so that's what I have. And
This is amazing, Lactrade. I don't know if I've ever seen you this flustered.
I guess people just sounds dumb. But hey, it was an experience.
So
of all
can
the
I
things that
say,
have happened, of all the things that have happened in the world, this was one of them.
The one thing I can take away from all this is that Moon would have been telling the truth if she said she would choose the bear over the man.
So far, she's the only one that's provided evidence of that. Yes.
Yeah, I would choose the bear. I would definitely choose the bear. Because at least they'd be cool. They'd want to hang out, and they're not going to call me mean names.
In other news, I'm changing my name to Barrelax. I think it's a good brand choice. Women don't seem to like men.
Lethe did nothing. No, Lethe did everything wrong.
I will say one last thing though, and this is regardless of like who was right and who was wrong initially. Let's leave that aside for just 1 second. This didn't need to be brought up again, did it?
No.
This could have been left dead in March.
Yes.
Thank you, Soyato.
Okay. All right. That's
Yeah.
just what it sounded like most of it.
And let's never do it again.
That's why I was very disappointed in the way that a certain someone was treating another certain someone tonight, because it felt like there was a definite outcome from that, and here we are.
Yeah, it seems like it's impossible to leave it behind if two people involved in this conflict ever end up in the same panel, which seems to happen a lot. Then everything's going to come rushing back.
Well, that wasn't the case though until August, right?
So I think I'd had them on once after the Fairy Queen trial. So I after the
Fairy
beef
Queen had a
went
trial?
down- well, that's what I'm saying. Fairy Queen had the Fairy Queen and Tuna Chip hosted.
It was
this
the
whole
August.
thing.
No,
Oh,
no,
the
it was
one you guys
August
hosted.
9th.
Okay, all right.
Yes,
okay, fair enough.
correct.
Yeah. So after Gibbs stopped wanting to work with Hammer, I'd still invite them both on. Nothing really happened. Gibbs was, of course, a dick to Hammer, but like not to the degree he was tonight. So periodically I could have them both on. It wasn't going to be an issue. Then the whole thing with Fairy Queen and Tuna Chip went down. Still had Hammer on afterwards. There wasn't an issue. Today, whole different animal.
I guess I gotta.
And not a bear.
Okay. Well, I will say, and I'll also say this. Thank you guys for answering my questions. And I know that I was pretty harsh in keeping you on track, but we would have gotten nowhere unless I did that.
No problemo.
Yeah.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah, you guys can let him tell you like his side. By the way, I know this is ending, but like all I ask is like, if he just starts calling me horrific names, if you can just be like, "Hey, what's up?" Like I know I can be petty sometimes, but he's actually like I don't know. It's so weird. It's so weird that he just like goes for personal
Wait, hold
attacks.
on,
I find
really quick,
odd.
just so that I know, and just like to put it in the back of my brain. So was Gibbs the one that was being like out of hand, out of pocket, and the person that brought it up tonight? Then
Yes.
He was just treating
Well,
Hammer like shit on repeat, and it
exactly.
was. And I did go to his chat and say something to him about it. I told him to grow the fuck up. And he basically said that he called Hammer a bunch of names that he can stand for himself. He can fucking repeat them, but he called Hammer a bunch of names and said that he would continue to do it. I made my stance known and I moved on.
Moon, did you personally, from your own mouth, like, did you say no to the e-dating thing on that March 28th show?
On March 28th?
That March 28th show,
I
did
want
you
to say
say?
yeah, but
Sorry, you cut out a little bit.
fuck, we were drinking that day, so the March 28th, the stream of that day, we had been drinking that night, but I would have said no. Like, from what I remember, we'd even spoken before that, and I said no to Gibbs. Thanks.
Can we take into record how many times alcohol was involved with
Are
discontentment
you
in
sure?
this entire process?
I know. Are you sure you said no? Like, from your not your mods coming in and saying no.
I'm positive.
Okay. All right.
I'm positive. I have said to Gibbs, and I even spoke to him one time, and I said, yeah, Gibbs, I'm not really comfy with that. Multiple occasions, even in front of Modi, the guy that he streams with, because Modi told him to just drop it before too. I also went to Testy about it, because Testy even said that Modi was like, the reason I didn't want to do the eating streams is because Testy even admitted that Modi was like kind of a fuckboy. And so he was like, yeah, it might not be the best type of content. And I was still new to streaming. I didn't know if I wanted to do politics, if I wanted to do video games, if I wanted to do like other stuff. So I was kind of like, eh. So like he knew how I felt for a while. Okay.
Is your content like? And I'll frame this in a way. Up to the limit that Twitch allows.
Go right ahead. You can frame it however you want.
She's not a titty streamer.
You're not a titty streamer up to the point that Twitch allows it.
No.
I want to hear. I want to hear her. I want to hear her answer. It sounds like she was wearing. What?
Sorry.
Did you say?
I was wearing
like
literally. It was a like high waisted. Wait, when? For which stream? Like when I was at the beach?
No, the 28th. Wait, you had a beach stream.
Oh, on the 28th. No, that wasn't a beach stream. I was I was at the what's it called? No, I was just wearing a two-piece outfit. It was a long sleeve top, and then it was like high-waisted pants.
Okay.
But it was like a V-neck. It was like a V-neck long sleeve top, so nothing like, but it was nothing crazy. And then like high-waisted pants.
I'm high and wasted. Get me out of here.
No,
But it
really
was nothing.
just to say something for Moon. In general, like I chime in. Her and I do content together. So, but overall though, like when I go and like she's like literally like building Legos or like listening to music, and it's like nothing at all to the realm of like what you're even like the question in general. Lactoid, promise.
Yeah, I'm not shaking ass. I'm not oiling up on stream if that's what you're curious about.
She's like
maybe
building,
I should.
She's literally like she's like literally building Legos or playing that one stupid fucking game. What's that?
TFT.
Legal TFT. Yeah, stupid fucking game.
I'm playing TFT right now, Paul. Fuck you, and you're bad at games. Shut up. Go die to Airlong.
I'm good at. Hey, by the way, I'm actually good at card games, but TFT not my cup of tea. Okay.
Yeah, neither was fucking Black Myth Wukong or Sekiro.
Hey,
none of those games are your cup of tea.
Black Myth. Hey, really quick, Black Myth Wukong. I beat that game, and I beat every boss in the entire game, and I won that last night. Okay, so you can't take that.
That game beat the fuck out of you.
You can't take that from me.
That game beat the fuck out of you.
That one boss beat the fucking shit out of me. Really, seriously, that end boss, and that one boss as well. The yellow.
So I just want to. I want to quickly. I want to. There's a message here, Lethy Waterkai, in your chat from somebody named Amphibious Orca. If you have big boobs, you're a titty streamer. Quote Lactoid, probably. Did I ever say that?
I don't believe you did. But,
well, isn't the same person
streamer
that everyone was accusing before of like totally taking things out of context and making false quotations?
No, Amphibious Orc is a good man.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
Well, at least on my end. At least on my end.
He's a good dude.
Is this person a mod for you?
No.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Yes. Is there anything more to this, or can I leave? Jesus Christ.
Ike, listen, no, let's not do that. Ike is an awesome mod.
I'm
Ike is
so
an awesome
raiding out
mod, and I
after this.
think
Hey,
wait.
really quick. Amphibious Orca in general will clip things out of context as like a joke. I don't know the whole like Gibbs context, but overall he does it to me. But like it's always like obviously, hopefully, well, it is jokes and funny bullshit. You know, if you go into my Discord, you can see them all.
Okay.
I think that Ike was saying that because of the way you're asking the question. Because I guess with that question, Lactoid, what are you trying to find out with like the outfit I was wearing?
If you're a sexualized streamer, if you're like a titty streamer.
So like, I'm just curious. If I was a titty streamer, right? Let's just say I am. Do you think that even with me saying no, Gibbs would still have the right to like continue?
I don't know if you've said
Like,
no. That's the problem.
No, but I'm asking you a question. If I had continued to say no, do you think it is right for Gibbs to try and pressure me to change my mind?
No, not necessarily. But I think that when there's no recording of the event, and the question is
people were there.
and the question is what you've said, and people are
But there
disputing that
witnesses.
you said no.
There were witnesses. There were witnesses. There were witnesses there.
Well, no,
Hannah was there.
I'm not. I'm going off of your statements, right?
Yeah, and I said no. I said no.
Well, no, I have it written down. I have written down what you said.
I said no. I said
You're
no.
saying now that you said no, but at the beginning you said that you were joking and playing into it.
Yes, at the beginning, and then what I said was, I started as it got more uncomfortable. I literally said, like, no, like I'm okay, like thing, because I was trying to be nice to Gibbs. Sometimes as women, we try to be nice to get out of a bad situation. This is very well known. I didn't establish my boundaries. That's my fault. Okay, it is what it is. But also, he has no right to keep asking me, no right to keep pressuring me. And that's exactly what he did. And you don't have to believe it.
Why was it
I don't
wrong that you
talk
didn't
stuff.
establish your boundaries?
Because I could have made it clear from the beginning, like, hey, Gibbs, this is not okay with me.
And so do you think that if you were a titty streamer,
Are we
like would
doing
also
this?
hold on, if you think that if you were a titty streamer it would also make things perhaps unclear?
What do you mean?
Do you think that if you were a sexualized titty
No.
streamer that it would also
No.
perhaps make things unclear if you were
No,
agree that
not
you
at
were
all.
making things clear in the first place?
No.
All right.
No, I think you're trying to change it. You're trying to make it something it's not.
I have it
Fine.
written down. I've
I'm
taken
just
notes.
saying, I think you're trying to twist things to make it something that it's not, which is fine. But I just want to make sure I call you.
I think I know exactly what happened.
I think. Oh, see, this is what they do. Just so you guys know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just think I have
Anything
to make that
else?
clear so chat knows. No, that's it. I just had to make that clear. I had to call you out on that.
Sure.
Let him commit to it. Commit to the entire thing, buddy. Ride the wave, buddy.
To be clear, I don't know what his
Ride the
conclusion
wave.
is.
You don't need to know, Paul. Everything just needs
Yeah,
to
you
be-
don't need to know,
Lactoid's
buddy.
conclusion.
If you don't
I
know,
want to know.
come on, you gotta get better inference skills. Come on, buddy.
Well,
ride the
I
wave.
don't know.
Ride the wave. Ride
Look,
the
it would be inadmissible
Ride the
character
wave.
evidence, so I can't.
Ride the wave.
Exactly.
Ride the wave, buddy. Ride the wave, Mr. Lawyer. Ride the wave.
So, Lactoid, what's
So-
your conclusion?
Oh, God damn.
It's inadmissible character evidence. I can't.
All right, deal. Mistrial is what we call it.
Mistrial, apparently. To be clear,
I
birds of a
mean,
feather. There you go, birds
I
of a
said
feather.
I said this over a month ago. Gibbs is guilty of being a dick. I cannot say he actually got you banned or anything else. None of this
No,
can
no,
be
of course not.
proven. So much evidence has been nullified in general. At this point, it's just Gibbs is a dick. Stay the fuck away from him. Y'all should both leave each other alone. Everything
Of
can
course.
be cool. We can all live.
But if he keeps talking like shit, I mean, we'll keep bringing it up. I'll keep calling him a freak. I'll keep calling him a weirdo. I'll keep calling him a little bitch who ran, because that's exactly what he did. I got in this call, and what did he do? He ran. He ran. Got his tail out of here. He's a little bitch. He couldn't even say anything. That's why he ran, because he's lying. And like, that's the fun thing for me that I don't have to prove. Is like, yeah, of course he's lying. He ran. He could have sat here and talked. Could have said anything.
So on that note, I am going to go ahead and raid out. I think we've gone as far as we can for the night. And
You're
Lactoid,
upgraded
you gonna-
to planet now, Moon. Okay.
you done streaming for the night, Lactoid?
Yeah, I'm gonna be heading to bed. I got work tomorrow.
All right, so that is what it is. I will raid out to Gorps.
Well, this was fun. I had a really great time,
Be
guys.
evidence for future trials.
Yeah, feel free to ever come out, check out Legos. Legos are awesome. They're a fun build. We don't do creepy stuff. So, sometimes
I
maybe.
apologize to everybody in the chat. I love y'all. This is not going to be a normal situation. Hopefully, this never happens again. Catch y'all next week. It's going to be not this. Peace.
Well, thank you, Leafy. By the way, Leafy, thank you for letting me join.
Yeah,
And just kind of.
Are we?
All right. So just so it's absolutely clear, the nature of the content of your stream absolutely colors the expectations that people have interacting with you. So, for example, if someone were to join my stream and begin to have a conversation, it would become political, right? Pretty clearly. And the expectation is for it to become political. And so if you enter into a stream and if you are like, if the whole point of your stream is like e-dating or being a titty streamer or sexualization, et cetera, and you're being playful, that can color expectations. And again, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't go too far. But in the absence of any kind of record, it is relevant to bring up what the expectation is for somebody going in there. So that's why I was asking that question. Now, the response to that question is, I think, was a lot more informative than the actual question itself, right? The response to that question was, which started off, by the way, by pointing out kind of a misquote from the same person who people have been accused of misquoting. The response to that was one of like, oh, is there something sexist happening here? Is there something underlying that you're trying to get at? What are you trying to get at? And I mean, we're talking immediately, right? Like immediate shift in personality towards that. I don't know. I mean, she's clearly unhinged, but again, that doesn't necessarily mean that you didn't go too far, Gibbs. I don't know. Again, none of us will ever know. We don't have a copy of the video. But regardless, it didn't have to come up again in August, that's for sure. Could have just ended there, and we could have just been done. But, yeah. Anyway, I hope you guys liked the stream. Don't get used to shit like this, because I know some people love it. But it's definitely it was getting the timeline was the most frustrating part. But it is the most important. Just so you guys know, whenever you're, and I can say this because again, this is something that I do professionally, is go through people's stories and try to get to like what's actually relevant and the actual truth of things. If in your real life, in the shit that actually matters, people are telling you this shit and something's not quite adding up, get a fucking timeline. Seriously. Like, people will jump all over the place, back and forth, here and there. You have to get a timeline set from beginning to end. And, you know, you're going to sound like a dick, but, you know, and people are going to go off on tangents. They're going to go off to the fucking moon. Doesn't matter. Like, you have to get from the beginning to the end, because, like, you never know when the timing events is going to be critical. And it lets you sort of paint a mental image of what exactly happened. Because otherwise people are just going to say like, oh yeah, he did this to me, or she did that, and then she did this, and then they did this, and now they're racist all of a sudden, and then there was a black guy, and it's just like we're all over the place, and it's just not, it's a mess. It's a total mess. Like, you just can't work with it. So always get a timeline, and whenever there's any kind of dispute, drama, any kind of workplace issue that you're having, get a fucking timeline. A dispute with your neighbors, get a fucking timeline. A dispute with your partner, I mean, this sounds a little bit toxic, I guess. You probably shouldn't be keeping score with a partner, but like, get a fucking timeline, right? That's critically important whenever there's going to be any kind of dispute. So But yeah, don't worry. The vast majority of the content on this channel is going to be political debate and political discussion, legal debate and legal discussion. So that's why I felt like I just had to work in, a real, I guess, legal life lesson into the experience that we just had. But yeah, what a mess. If you like what I had to say today, and you haven't given me a follow yet, please consider giving me a follow. Really appreciate it. For those of you who gave bits and subs, really appreciate it as always. So good. All the top chatters today. I mean, it was good. A lot of good statements. A lot of good. A lot of good discussion. A lot of back and forths in the chat. Yeah. Cool. All right. Who should we write on? Should we also write out into Gorps? The Fresh and Fish Fit podcast is streaming, but I'm not gonna do that to you guys. You guys can go over there on your own if you want. We'll write that out into Gorps. Gorps seems all right. Oh God. We're not doing an e-girl. No, it's not happening. Damn it. Anyway, catch you guys later. That's not happening. God fucking.